Art. Chapter 1. I discovered a secret. Corbin Stewart looked sharply at 12-year-old Charlotte Dixon. What kind of a secret? A family secret. A big secret or a little secret? I think it's kind of big, she whispered. Her pale skin looked paler than usual against her long dark hair. When Charlotte had appeared at his side just now, Corbin had been tugging on a resistance band with his injured right arm. Now he let the band drop and straddled the weightlifting bench so that he faced her. Charlotte was his cousin Mark's daughter, which technically made Charlotte his first cousin once removed. However, he both thought of Charlotte as his niece and called her his niece. Since Corbin was an only child and had only 2 first cousins, Mark and one who lived in Michigan with no kids, Charlotte was the closest thing to a niece he was ever going to get. He lifted an eyebrow teasingly. So? Spill the secret. I've decided not to tell you. Spill your secret, Charlotte. I'm stuck here doing rehab. I've got nothing better to do than listen to the yammerings of a middle schooler. Yammer? I don't yammer. Trust me, you yammer. Now tell me your secret. Charlotte put on her drill sergeant face. Get back to work with that resistance band, Uncle Corbin. Then we'll talk. Spill it. Resistance band, she insisted. Charlotte wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon when she grew up and had made it her personal mission in life to help him rehabilitate his shoulder. For 4 months now, she'd been meeting him for his physical therapy sessions at the Wallace Rehabilitation Center after she got out of school in the afternoons. He picked up the resistance band and went back to work, watching her out of the corners of his eyes. Spill it. Straighten your spine. That's better. Back in early June, Corbin had left Dallas and traveled to Seattle so that Dr. Wallace could perform Corbin's complex shoulder replacement surgery. It was the second surgery he'd had on the shoulder since his final game with the Mustangs last January. In the 3rd quarter of that game, a defensive end had sacked him, crushing his shoulder against the helmet of a fallen player in the process. Of the thousands of plays Corbin had run in his lifetime, none had impacted him as much as that one. The play had lasted only 6 seconds. Those 6 seconds had broken his humerus in 5 places, ended his football career, sent him on an emotional bender for 6 weeks, and doomed him to months of pain and one wicked scar. After Corbin's second surgery, Dr. Wallace hadn't needed to pressure Corbin into rehabilitating his shoulder at the doctor's state-of-the-art facility in Shore Pine, Washington. Mark and his family lived in Shore Pine. Plus, Corbin needed a break from the intense media attention he endured in Dallas. During June, July, August, and most of September, he'd undergone physical therapy, neuromuscular massage, electromagnetic pulse therapy, cryotherapy. Charlotte had talked the whole time. She'd corrected his form. She'd told him about her love of Korean pop music and whales and science. She'd told him why her 2 younger brothers frustrated her and why her mom and dad didn't get her anymore. But this was the first time Charlotte had ever mentioned anything about a family secret. Corbin was no stranger to family secrets. He'd carried a heavy one when he was her age. He didn't want that for sheltered, odd, sweet, sarcastic, smart Charlotte. I've been thinking about this for 3 days, Charlotte said, and there's only one person I want to talk to about the secret. Corbin's jaw hardened because he was afraid he could guess who she was referring to, and it wasn't either of her parents. If you won't tell me, you should talk to your mom and dad about the secret. She shook her head. They're the ones who've been lying to me about the secret all my life. All my life! I can't trust them. On your feet, the physical therapist called. Spider walk. Corbin and Charlotte, both very familiar with all the shoulder exercises by this point, moved to an empty spot against the gym's wall. Corbin slowly spider-walked the fingers of his right hand up the wall until he'd extended his arm as far overhead as he could stand. Then he began again. Up until last night, I was planning to tell you the secret, but then I realized that I can't trust you either. He gave her a look of mock outrage. Why can't you trust me? I'm the one who told you to keep an open mind about Exo's Sehun back when you liked Chen better. Later, you agreed with me. I was right about Sehun. It was all Charlotte's fault that he knew the members of at least 3 Korean girl bands and 3 boy bands by name. He'd been trying to wash the information from his memory, but it was sticking like graffiti. I can't trust you because you never told me that Willow Bradford was your girlfriend. Shoot. Charlotte glared at him suspiciously. Corbin and Willow had a complicated history that had been sweet, very sweet, before it had turned bitter. Problem was, it had turned so bitter in the end that he had to grit his teeth and look away every time Charlotte started talking about Willow, which was often. Willow had grown up in Shore Pine's nearby sister city of Merriweather. Charlotte was in awe of the woman who'd been raised practically in her backyard, then gone on to achieve worldwide success as a model. Charlotte believed her idol to be an angel sent from heaven to wear fashionable clothes, kiss babies, and perform miracles. I've talked to you about Willow so many times, Charlotte said. So many. He remained silent. Like, I've probably talked about her at least once every therapy session. He said nothing. And you never said that you were her boyfriend. A scowl lined her forehead. He sighed and let his arm fall to his side. I didn't say anything to you about her because I knew you'd pump me for information. Well, yeah, I would have. My relationship with Willow didn't end well. Whenever he thought about Willow, a mixture of hurt, guilt, frustration, and desire cut through him. So if you'd pumped me for information, I'd have had a hard time not saying anything bad about her to you. I was doing you a favor by keeping silent and letting you believe she's a saint. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty impressed by my silence. I'm a hero. I was trying to find information on Google last night about how I could, meet Willow, to tell her my secret. I had a mint in my mouth, and when I saw a picture of you with her, I was so shocked I spit it out. It was disgusting. The fact that I dated her, or that you spit out the mint? The fact that I spit out the mint. There's nothing disgusting about Willow Bradford. She's perfect. He slitted one eye and growled softly. See, now that you know I know her, I can't let that slide. She's not perfect. She's human. Straight arm dumbbell lift, the physical therapist called. Corbin gripped a weight in his right hand and slowly lifted his arm straight out in front. How long did you two, date each other? Charlotte asked. For 7 months. How long ago? 4 years ago. Why'd you break up? I don't want to go there. Did you love her? Yes. I don't want to go there either. Could you help me meet Willow? Charlotte asked. No. Keep that arm straight, Uncle Corbin. It infuriated him how difficult some of these simple exercises still were for him. My mom said she heard that Willow is running her mom's inn or hotel or whatever in Merriweather for a few months, Charlotte said. Did you know that she's in Washington? Yes, he said reluctantly. I knew. Her eyes rounded. Have you seen Willow Bradford since you've been living in Shore Pine? A few times. He remembered exactly how she'd looked the moment they'd come face to face with each other almost 3 months ago. Her long, graceful limbs had tensed. Her pale skin had flushed. Her blonde hair had been slightly wind-blown, which made her look like she'd just been kissed by someone who knew how to kiss. The calendar had said July that night, but her green eyes had sparkled with winter anger. "I saw her at a birthday party," he told Charlotte. "A birthday party I would never have gone to, by the way, if I'd known she was going to be there." "You could help me meet Willow," Charlotte stated. "I know you could." She tested a brave but pained expression on him. "I haven't been sleeping much because of this secret. I can't talk to my parents about it, and I can't talk to you." He knew he was in trouble. He'd been a beast on the gridiron, but he was a marshmallow where Charlotte was concerned. "How about you talk to a school counselor?" "No." "The youth pastor at church?" "No. I know in my heart that Willow Bradford can help me. She's really sweet and she loves kids because she volunteers for benevolence worldwide." "Just because she's an ambassador for a charity doesn't mean she loves kids." "Of course it does. Also, she and one of her sisters and her dad were interviewed on TV, and they talked about how they handled the family tragedy they went through when Willow's stepmom was killed. My secret is about a family tragedy, too." Concern pulled his mouth into a frown. "It is?" "Yes. So see, Willow and I have family tragedies in common." He sighed. "I know she'll help me. I think that God himself wants her to help me." She spoke with the kind of drama that belonged only to 12-year-old girls. Corbin recognized that she was working him over, but that didn't make him immune. "Will you please, please, please help me meet her?" Charlotte asked. Shoot. Text message from Corbin to Willow, 15 days before their breakup. Corbin, I miss you. It feels like forever since you left. Willow, I just left Dallas yesterday. Corbin, exactly. Until I met you, I didn't know a day could feel like forever. Willow, a day really can feel like forever, can't it? I miss you too. Corbin, come back and see me this weekend. Willow, I'd love to, but the people at Harper's Bazaar who hired me to do this shoot in Morocco might not be thrilled if I left. Come see me this weekend in Morocco. Corbin, I might. Willow, except that you're playing the Eagles this weekend. Corbin, oh right, bummer. Willow, as if you'd ever actually skip a game. You're crazy about football. Corbin, I'm crazier about you. Willow, well, if you decide to stand up the Eagles this weekend, let me know. I'll make sure to have a cup of Morocco's famous mint tea waiting for you. Corbin, I don't want tea. I just want you. Chapter 2. It was little wonder that pumpkin spice lattes were all the rage at this time of year. Willow took an appreciative sip of the homemade batch she'd whipped up for the inn. A little heavy on the cinnamon, perhaps, but undeniably delicious. Willow's mom always served afternoon refreshments to her guests at the inn at Bradfordwood. When summertime had recently bowed out to allow fall to sweep on stage, Willow had dutifully switched out the raspberry tea and lemon cookies for pumpkin spice lattes and almond shortbread cookies, as per the binder of instructions her mom had left for her. The lattes had been a hit with today's arrivals: 2 sisters from Portland, 1 couple from Minnesota, 1 couple from San Francisco. Willow had checked them all in and given each group a tour before retreating to the inn's private kitchen to sample the leftovers. She leaned against the kitchen counter, took a bite of cookie, and checked her phone. 5:02 p.m. She'd missed a call from her sister Nora, so she dialed her back. Nora picked up on the second ring. "Hello?" "Hey," Willow said. "Sorry I missed your call." "No problem. I was calling because, well, for a reason that you're not going to be thrilled about." "Okay. What am I not going to be thrilled about?" "The fact that it involves Corbin." Willow winced, then concentrated on swallowing her bite of cookie. Nora was right. She wasn't thrilled. Nora had recently acquired an excellent boyfriend named John Lawson. John's only fault, so far as Willow could tell, was his bad taste in friends. John, who'd been unaware of Corbin and Willow's past, had brought Corbin to Willow's grandmother's birthday party in July. Since the party, Nora and John had been trying their best to keep Corbin separate from Willow. Ordinarily, Nora took pains not to breathe his name to Willow, despite that Willow knew that John and Nora hung out with Corbin. Every time she found out that Nora had seen Corbin, Willow felt a little like a high school girl whose best friend was being stolen away by her arch rival. Willow only had 2 sisters, both younger. Corbin could have befriended the boyfriend of anyone else's sister in all of America. Anyone else in all of America. Why had he insisted on befriending her sister's boyfriend? She'd been waiting and waiting for Nora to tell her that Corbin had finished recovering from shoulder surgery and returned to Texas. So far, no such luck. "I'm sorry to subject you to Corbin," Nora said. "My profuse apologies." Willow stared out the window at a tree whose leaves were just beginning to turn gold. "It sounds like you're going to owe me Ben & Jerry's when you come to Bradford Wood tomorrow for dinner." "I'm absolutely going to owe you Ben & Jerry's." "I'm listening." "Corbin has a favor to ask of you." That's rich, Willow thought. "His cousin's daughter is a huge fan of yours. Yesterday, this girl, whose name is Charlotte, told Corbin that she stumbled on a secret, but she's refusing to tell anyone about it other than you." Willow straightened a stack of napkins imprinted with the inn's logo. "I see." Charlotte's determination to tell Willow her secret didn't surprise Willow exactly. For years, fans had told her strange things, asked strange things of her, or done strange things in her presence. "Corbin's worried that the secret could be something heavy," Nora said. "Something she ought to talk to someone about, you know?" "Yes. Corbin would like to bring her by to see you." "When?" "In about 30 minutes?" Today? She'd rather have put it off. However, she'd lived long enough to understand that procrastinating things you dreaded provided no benefits. "All right, but now I'm insisting on Cherry Garcia Ben & Jerry's." "Deal." "Where does he want to meet me?" Willow asked. "Are you at the inn?" "Yes." "Then I'll tell him to bring Charlotte there. Thank you so much." They disconnected, and Willow settled behind her mom's computer at the work alcove situated along a wall of shelves containing cookbooks, platters, cake stands, photos, and tea sets. She'd calm her mind by pulling up the inn's reservation system and browsing through the upcoming week's bookings to make sure the scheduled guests had received their confirmation emails. 10 years ago, her mom had leveraged a great deal of good taste, money, and hard work to turn what had once been Bradford Wood's dusty old dower house into an inn. The 200-acre plot of land that had been in their family for generations had been christened Bradford Wood long, long ago. In all that time, only 2 structures had been built on the family's acreage: the historic brick home Willow and her sisters had been raised in, and the flat-fronted, colonial-style dower house with its glossy olive-green door. The 5-bedroom dower house had been constructed of limestone in 1890 and nestled within deep woods adjacent a creek. This corner of the property was far enough away from the great house that the inn boasted its own separate entrance road. When her parents decided to spend 2 years in Africa as missionaries, Willow had immediately volunteered to run the inn until the manager her mom had hired could relocate his family to Washington. She'd been in control of the inn from early May all the way through to today, September 23rd, and would continue to manage the inn until Thanksgiving. Her parents and sisters had been celebrating her for her generosity, but the truth was that she'd needed a break from the pressures of modeling, and she'd needed the inn. Somehow, taking care of this place, making breakfast and afternoon cookies, interacting with the guests, overseeing the reservations and billing, had helped fill a portion of the yawning hole in her life, a hole that she'd been wanting and waiting and praying to one day fill with a family of her own. Willow popped up from the chair and made her way to the bathroom to check her appearance. She had on her usual fall uniform of jeans and tall boots. Today she'd paired them with an ivory cashmere sweater and wide gold earrings. Peering into the mirror, she swiped a tiny dot of mascara from the skin below one eye. Yeesh, her hair looked flat. She finger-combed the loose waves that fell past her shoulders, then applied a fresh coat of sheer pink lip gloss. Makeup was armor, and if she had to face Corbin, she needed armor. Within the inn's den, she switched on the automatic fireplace that anchored the space. Beams straddled the width of the ceiling, and muted rugs cozied up the ambiance. 4 conversation areas filled the large space, 2 of which were currently occupied by guests. In the years since her romance with Corbin, forgetting him had been challenging. Since she'd seen him at Grandma's party, forgetting him had been excruciatingly challenging. Memories of him intruded with torturous persistence, like bubbles from the bottom of an icy glass of Sprite. She struck a match and was using it to light the candle that smelled like mulled cider when a knock sounded at the door. Defensiveness tightened like a fist around her torso. She'd tune Corbin out. She'd tune him out and concentrate on the girl. Willow genuinely wanted to help the girl. When she opened the inn's front door, she forced herself to meet Corbin's gaze. "Hello." "Hello." His brown eyes were guarded. "I'd like to introduce you to my niece, Charlotte Dixon. Charlotte, this is Willow Bradford." "Hi, Charlotte. It's nice to meet you." Charlotte gave a muffled squeak. "Wow, it really is you!" She stared at Willow with a painful mix of fear and hope. What must it be like to be young enough to wear those emotions like badges for everyone to see? Willow was 31. She'd gone into modeling at the age of 19 and hadn't worn an emotion like a badge since that day, except when in front of a photographer. Charlotte, who was clasping a polished wooden box, looked very small next to Corbin's large frame, even though she was probably the same height and maybe slightly heavier than other girls her age. Her body appeared to be gathering mass in order to shoot her upward soon. She had murky gray eyes and a soft rectangular face threatened by acne that mercifully hadn't yet decided to get serious. She wore a long-sleeved hoodie with the name of her church across the front and gray leggings stuck into Ugg boots. Her startlingly beautiful hair fell forward over one shoulder. Willow led them inside. Almost immediately, the occupants of the den recognized Corbin. She could hear the proof of it in their quiet murmurs and feel it in the weight of their attention. Corbin Stewart drew attention the way light drew moths. Corbin took the leather love seat near the window overlooking the front drive. Willow and Charlotte settled in the 2 overstuffed chairs directly opposite. Charlotte carefully positioned the box on her knees. Can I get you something to drink? Willow asked. Yes, I mean... Charlotte shook her head and giggled self-consciously, flashing a set of silver braces. No, please. Thank you. Sorry. I'm a little nervous to be around you. I didn't think I would be, but I am. It's all right. Corbin, can I get you anything? Arsenic, perhaps? Willow's attention flitted to him. No, thank you. He wore a navy sweater and jeans. Blunt clothing. Willow had seen him in person for the first time years before, when he'd sauntered into a Sports Illustrated photo shoot featuring philanthropic pro-athletes, models, actors, musicians, and business magnates. She'd been holding a to-go cup of coffee by its protective sleeve in that moment. Golden sunlight had bathed the studio. His legendary status had whisked around him like a spell. He'd been very relaxed that day. His sense of humor, charm, and easy confidence had worked like a bomb on all of them. He'd won over every person in the place, including cautious her. She'd had no idea then that the quarterback with the irresistible smile would become her downfall. His face was leaner and more angular now than it had been then. He still wore his brown hair, which had a tinge of auburn to it, cut close to his scalp. Corbin wasn't fairy tale prince handsome. No, all 6'3" of him was uncompromising veteran athlete handsome. He was 35 now, and the fact that he'd grown better looking over the past 4 years struck her as grossly unfair. Charlotte cleared her throat. Thank you very much, Miss Bradford, for letting me come over. It's really nice of you. You're welcome. Everyone in Merriweather and Shore Pine is really proud of you. I followed your, career for years and read everything about you I could find. I like how you've been a really good role model for kids. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Guilt burned within her as she said the words because she was not as good a role model as she wished she were, as Charlotte and even Willow's own family members believed her to be. Charlotte blushed. Sure, it's so cool to know that someone who grew up around here went on to become, famous. You're the first famous person I've ever met. The second, Corbin corrected. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Football players don't count. I agree, Willow said to Charlotte. Why should football players achieve fame just for running around a field with a ball? Exactly, Charlotte said. Corbin snorted. Is it okay with you if Uncle Corbin stays and listens? Charlotte asked. I didn't tell my mom what I want to talk to you about, but she knows Corbin brought me here to meet you. He's the reason I got to come, and... Anyway... She dashed a lock of hair behind her ear. I still think you should let a family member in on this, Charlotte, Corbin said. Willow maintained eye contact with Charlotte. It's up to you. I decided that I'm cool with him listening, Charlotte said. He has good ideas sometimes. Am I allowed to talk, or am I only allowed to listen? He asked, amusement edging his voice. Charlotte giggled. You can talk a little, I guess. My sister told me that you've discovered a secret you want to tell me about, Willow said. Charlotte nodded. Does the box have something to do with the secret? Yes. My grandma and grandpa, my mom's parents, live in Shore Pine like we do. My brothers and I spend the night at their house sometimes. Like when my parents decide to go on a date or whatever. Willow nodded. We spent the night with Grandma and Grandpa a few days ago. I couldn't fall asleep, so I got up and picked out a book. See, Grandma keeps books for me in the closet of the bedroom where I sleep. There was also a quilt on one of the shelves in the closet, and I thought, cool, I'll read with it in bed. When I took down the quilt, I saw this on the shelf behind it. Charlotte rested a hand on top of the box. She'd painted her short nails pale blue. The polish on 2 of her nails was starting to chip. I looked inside and saw that there were letters and pictures and stuff in it. So then I set it on the bed and looked through everything." "And?" Willow asked. "Everything inside this box is about a woman who disappeared in 1977. She was 28 back then, and her name was Josephine Blake. She's my grandma's older sister. My grandma's the middle daughter, and then they have a younger sister. But see, my grandma and my mom and everyone else in my family have always told me that Josephine died." Willow worked to get the family relationships Charlotte was describing aligned correctly in her mind. "I've always known about Josephine," Charlotte continued. "They talk about her, and there are pictures of her around my grandma's house and stuff. But they said she was killed in a car wreck. Whenever I've asked about the car wreck, though, they get really awkward. They never want to talk about what happened to her." She scrunched up her nose. "I thought it was weird. And now I know why. They were lying. Josephine didn't die in a car wreck. She's missing." "Is it possible that she died in a car wreck shortly after she went missing?" Willow asked gently. "No! There are articles in this box from the 25th anniversary of the day she disappeared that talk about how her case has never been solved." "Ah. And here's what's really creepy." Charlotte's eyes pleaded with Willow to understand. "My name is Charlotte Josephine, and she looks just like me." Charlotte opened the box and handed Willow a black and white photo. The photograph appeared to have been professionally taken, perhaps for Josephine's college graduation. The woman in the image wore an off-the-shoulder black shirt and pearl earrings. She'd parted her long dark hair on the side and teased it up at the crown. Her eyes danced. Her wide smile spoke of adventure and confidence and optimism. Just looking at this picture was drawing Willow in against her will. She had no connection to Josephine. No, that wasn't quite true. Willow was also the oldest of three sisters, just as Josephine had been. They had that in common. What had happened to this young, beautiful woman? Did Charlotte's mother and grandmother know the answer? Had they decided to keep Josephine's fate from Charlotte because it was too tragic to share with a child? Or had Josephine's disappearance remained unsolved for more than 40 years, as Charlotte seemed to think? Willow glanced at Charlotte. The girl was caught squarely in that tenuous tween stage. However, she could glimpse Charlotte's adult face playing hide-and-seek beneath the layers of youth. One day, Charlotte would have strong, pretty features very much like those in the picture. Charlotte and Josephine had the same dark hair, the same nose, the same face shape. "You're right." Willow passed back the picture. "I think you will look a lot like her when you grow up." Charlotte extended the photo to Corbin. Willow deliberately avoided looking at him as the two made the exchange, though avoiding him didn't seem to be helping. He was taking up a disproportionate amount of the room's air and space and heat. She'd been talking with Charlotte and gazing at Charlotte, and still Willow was unbearably aware of his presence. So much for her plan to tune him out. "I'm obsessed with all the stuff that's in this box," Charlotte told Willow. "There are pictures and newspaper articles and letters. I've read and looked at everything in here about 600 times. "Have you talked to your grandmother about this?" Willow asked. "No. I put the box in my sleepover bag and brought it home with me. I haven't even told her I have it yet." "What about your mom and dad? Have you talked to them?" Charlotte shook her head. "They've all been lying to me. I wanted to talk to you first, so you could give me your advice, because I know that your family has, been through something sad too." Willow's stepmother had been raped and murdered when Willow was only 2. The Bradford family had been living with the reverberations of that ever since. "My family's experience has taught me that it's important to have all your questions answered, so that you can understand what happened and then move on from there. So my advice to you is to sit down with your mom and grandmother and have a long talk with them about Josephine. Your grandmother probably knows all there is to know about what happened to her older sister. How does that sound? Kind of okay. Willow waited. She could tell the girl was trying to work up the courage to say more. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I decided that I'm going to find Josephine. Charlotte's words rang with the determination only people who've yet to be knocked around by life possess. I wanted to ask you if you'd be willing. I know this is a lot to ask, but I wondered if you would help me, Miss Bradford. Find Josephine. Willow's heart sank. She didn't want to disappoint Charlotte, but that's exactly what she was going to have to do. Willow was a caretaker at heart, thoughtful and measured. Even back in elementary school, she'd been an old soul. Nowadays, she was more than mature enough to say no when necessary, to have forthright conversations, to deal with personal and professional disagreements, to set boundaries, and to make difficult choices. That didn't mean, however, that she enjoyed doing those things. She didn't. She enjoyed harmony. She loved it when she could answer another person's request with an unqualified yes. I don't have any experience at finding missing people, she said. That's okay. You don't need experience. I don't know a lot about missing people and disappearances and stuff like that either, but I know that I'm supposed to find her, and when I saw the date that Josephine went missing, I knew for sure that God wanted you to help me. When did she go missing? On April 12th, Charlotte said. Your birthday. Goosebumps rose like a fated chill, like a tingling whisper on Willow's skin. Charlotte plucked the topmost newspaper article from the box. There, look at the date. Shore Pine resident Josephine Howard Blake hasn't been seen since the morning of Saturday, April 12, Willow read. Josephine had indeed vanished on Willow's birthday, years before Willow's birth. The yellowed newspaper clipping included a photo of Josephine wearing a strapless white terry cloth romper. She stood near a picnic table with a river and hills in the background. Her head was tilted slightly to the side and her lips rounded up at the edges. With her curvy body and lustrous hair, she looked like a poster child for good health. Willow scanned the rest of the article. I wish that I could help you with this, but I can't. I'm so sorry. I'm sure that the police, who are trained to handle cases like Josephine's, have already done everything that could be done to find her. I don't think there's anything I could add. Charlotte's shoulders slumped. I'm only in Washington, Willow continued, to run the inn for a few more months, I'm afraid. I'll be leaving right after Thanksgiving. Charlotte peered at her with beseeching confusion. Willow groaned inwardly. Devastating the hopes of a child had not been on today's agenda, or any day's agenda. I understand, Charlotte said at length. Do you think... Would it be all right if we, you and me, keep in touch? 'Cause what if I need to ask you a question or something? Charlotte, Corbin warned. I'd be happy to give you my email address. Willow had 3 email addresses, all used for different purposes, all with varying levels of privacy attached. Will that work? Yes, please. That would be great. I'll go to the kitchen and jot it down for you. Willow pressed to her feet. Corbin immediately stood. May I have a word with you? He asked. No, not a single word. Charlotte, who'd remained seated, looked back and forth between them. Willow inclined her head in acquiescence because she didn't want to shoot him down in front of Charlotte. No doubt Corbin had anticipated that which is why he'd asked in front of the girl. Cad. "Wait for us here?" Corbin asked Charlotte. "Sure." "You can do whatever it is girls your age do when they're alone for a few minutes. Play patty cake?" he teased. "Jump rope?" "We watch YouTube videos on our phones," she informed him. "Bold choice, puppy. Way to be different." Willow could feel Corbin behind her as he followed her down the inn's central hall to the kitchen. Once they reached the space, she steeled herself and faced him. An audience of modern appliances, granite countertops, and the scent of allspice surrounded them. The 2 yards or so of hardwood floor separating her position from his may as well have been a continent. On their final night together before she'd left for assignment in Morocco and then Germany, she'd brought Thai food to his house. The weather had been gorgeous, and they'd eaten and kissed and kissed and eaten in his backyard under the stars. He'd whispered velvet words into her ears, and she'd been filled with ecstatic intuition that he was the one. Her one. Prior to him, and after him, she'd dated guys for longer periods of time, but none of her other relationships had scarred her the way that her relationship with Corbin had, because the only man she'd ever been wildly, stupidly, disastrously in love with was him. "Thank you for seeing Charlotte," he said. She nodded stiffly and crossed her arms. He assessed her as if they were opponents at chess, coolly, competitively. She'd once pressed her lips to the small scar that faintly marked the skin below his bottom lip on the left side. She'd once touched her index finger to his slightly crooked incisor tooth on the right side and told him how his almost but not quite perfect smile made her swoon. She'd once inhaled the piney scent of his soap when wrapped in his arms. "John and Nora are happy together," he said. "They are." "Since we keep running into each other because of them, do you think we should find a way to get along, for their sake?" "You asked for a word with me because you're wondering if we can get along for John and Nora's sake?" "That, and to apologize." Was he actually going to say he was sorry? He was more than welcome to grovel. "I'm sure it's been hard for you to get over me." Cold humor glinted in his eyes. "I'm sorry you've had to suffer." Anger shot heat through her bloodstream. "It hasn't been hard to get over you, and we didn't run into each other this afternoon. You asked me for a favor on behalf of Charlotte, which I foolishly granted. Because I let you bring her by, I've had to disappoint a very sweet girl, and now I find myself faced with you and your... She couldn't find a word dire enough. "Nonsense." He cocked his head. "Is that a no to getting along with me?" "I'm waiting for you to go back to Texas so that we'll both be spared the effort of getting along." "I'm not going back to Texas." Everything inside her went still. "What do you mean? You live in Texas." "I don't have to live in Texas," he said. "I have 4 houses in different states, including the one I bought in Shore Pine a couple of months ago." He'd purchased a house in her niche of Washington? No! The Great Bend region of the Hood Canal wasn't big enough for both of them. "Why did you buy a house in Shore Pine?" He shrugged a muscular shoulder. "I have my reasons." "Name one." "The house needs a lot of work, and I need work to do. I'm renovating it." Willow scowled at him as her dearly held hope that he'd soon leave toppled like a California freeway during an earthquake. He studied her. 4 years have passed, and you still hate me, he said. I don't care enough about you to hate you. That's what your voice and your body language are saying, but your eyes are telling a different story. She'd forgotten until now that he'd often told her, and many times proven, that he could read her feelings in her eyes. While he may have had that ability once, he didn't know her anymore. Our relationship was a short-lived mistake, she said. Ancient history. I don't hate you, but I'll always dislike you and distrust you because of the way things ended between us. I admitted to you at the time that I screwed up and asked you to forgive me. You wouldn't. I couldn't. So, technically, you were the one who ended our relationship. After you did what you did. You weren't exactly blameless. She dropped her arms and gaped at him, astonished at his nerve. Derek Oliver, he said, by way of explanation. She blanched. My point is that we both did things we shouldn't have, he said. Yes, but 95% of those things were things you did. 75%, he counter-offered. Concussions have ruined your memory if you think you deserve just 75% of the blame. My memory of what happened between us is very, very clear. Make me an offer. You deserve at least 90% of the blame, she said. 80%. 85%. That's my final offer. Fine. I'll take 85% of the blame. He took a step toward her. She could see banked anger in his dark eyes. He was goading her and enjoying it. For the record, I dislike and distrust you too. She stepped abruptly back. I feel the need to lay down some ground rules. He gave her a grin, underpinned with bitterness. You always did love rules. She was a rule follower, through and through. Don't ask me for any more favors, Corbin. I don't owe you anything. According to you. Don't ask to speak to me in private again. There's no reason for us to be in a room alone together. I can think of a couple reasons. Don't call me. Don't text me. Can I mail you a letter? No. Can I toilet paper your house? No. And that's another thing. Don't tease me. I realize that you think you're hilarious, but many of us don't share that opinion. Many of us? I dare you to come up with one other person who doesn't find me hilarious. If we do run into each other in the future because of John and Nora, she continued, don't seek me out. Can I communicate with you from across the room using sign language? You may not. And last but not least, do not flirt with me. Flirting is like breathing for me, Willow. Good. Then maybe when you stop, you'll suffocate. Quiet reigned over the kitchen for the space of a few seconds. Then he threw back his head and laughed. Willow frowned. He met her eyes. Huh, he finally said. Huh, what? Am I so dangerous that we need ground rules between us? Yes, she answered emphatically. You and the Ebola virus. She checked her watch. Well, look at the time. At her mom's desk, she scribbled her email address onto a piece of paper. Then she hurried in the direction of the den, eager to usher out the girl with the mysterious tale of a vanished relative and the man she'd long been desperate to forget. Text message from Nora to Willow. Nora, look, here's a picture of me at Safeway buying Cherry Garcia. Take extra notice of my sorrowful, forgive me please expression. Shore Pine Gazette, April 15, 1977. Shore Pine resident Josephine Howard Blake hasn't been seen since the morning of Saturday, April 12. Her husband of 3 years, Alan Blake, says that she left home at approximately 10 a.m. on Saturday after telling him that she had several errands to run. When Mrs. Blake hadn't returned to the Blake home on Overlook Drive by that evening, Mr. Blake began phoning Mrs. Blake's family and friends. No one knew her whereabouts, so Mr. Blake proceeded to drive around town in search of his wife. He located her Chevrolet Impala parked on the edge of town, across the road from Penny's Diner and approximately 75 yards from the mouth of the Pacific Dogwood hiking trail. Inside her unlocked car, he found her purse with all contents intact. Her car keys were tucked beneath the driver's side car mat. There was no sign of a struggle. The police were notified and are conducting an investigation. At this time, it would be premature to speculate about Mrs. Blake's whereabouts, said Police Chief Conrad. We're hopeful that Mrs. Blake decided to take a spur-of-the-moment trip and will soon contact her husband or family. However, when questioned further, Chief Conrad confirmed that the deputies seen dredging Lake Shore Pine on Sunday were indeed doing so in conjunction with the search for Mrs. Blake. Mrs. Blake is the eldest daughter of longtime Shore Pine residents Frank and Helen Howard. After graduating from Washington State University, Mrs. Blake has been working as a counselor at the Summer Grove Treatment Center in Shore Pine. The police have asked anyone who saw or spoke to Mrs. Blake on Saturday to call the station. Chapter 3. The one trait Corbin had never been able to resist in a woman? Calm confidence. A pretty face and an attractive body were fine and good. Those things carried a degree of power. But calm confidence was his weakness. And Willow Bradford had it in spades. After his conversation with Willow yesterday afternoon at the inn, he'd dropped Charlotte off, then driven home. For the 18 hours since, he was counting the hours when he'd been asleep because he'd dreamed about Willow, he'd been trying not to think about her, without success. Corbin ran an old weathered plank of wood against his table saw, creating a clean new edge. His hands needed an outlet, and his brain needed something other than a green-eyed beauty to focus on, so he'd made his way to his garage, which he was currently using as a workshop. He examined the plank and set it aside. Corbin's 2 brindle boxers sat near his feet, eyeballing him. He gave them both a scratch under the chin, then went to the stack of planks sitting outside the mouth of the garage. The wood had come from the 2 sheds on his property he'd torn down. He'd saved the wood, knowing he could repurpose it inside his house. Before his shoulder injury, he would have been able to carry numerous planks in one trip. Now he was forced to carry just 2 at a time, and his left arm had to bear almost all of the weight. Slowly, painfully, he moved the wood into the garage. When he'd finally relocated a large pile, he paused, hands on hips, breathing hard. Willow. Willow Bradford had always been able to pass, outwardly, for a trust fund baby. With her creamy skin and elegant clothes, she looked like someone who'd been raised with money and taste, which, of course, she had been. Back when they'd been together, though, she'd never acted like a trust fund baby. She'd been easy to talk to, down to earth, patient. She had a good head on her shoulders. Unlike a lot of the women he'd dated, she wasn't moody. She didn't lose her temper easily. The 2 of them had never said, "I love you," to each other. Even so, he would have bet his house on the fact that she loved him. If he'd taken that bet, he'd have lost his house. The times he'd seen Willow since he'd come to Washington, including yesterday, She'd hit him with a double dose of trust fund baby, which only supported the conclusions he'd reached about her after their breakup, that she could be unforgiving when she wanted to be, that she hadn't felt the way about him that he thought she had, that he'd cared about her far more than she'd cared about him. So why hadn't he been able to control himself better yesterday? Why hadn't he been able to feel as distant toward her as he'd wanted to? He'd sat across from her in the inn's living room, watching her ignore him while interacting with Charlotte. She moved her hands gracefully when she talked. She listened. She spoke in that familiar voice that warmed him like liquor. Above all, she communicated her trademark calm confidence. Willow had far more self-control than most women, or men, for that matter. He had a long memory, though. He knew her outward poise hid passion, which only made her calm confidence that much more fascinating to him. He tugged his work gloves into place, lowered his safety glasses, and fed another plank into the saw. Since the 4th grade, he'd been a quarterback. Everything that had come to him through football had come on the strength of his right shoulder and arm. For years now, he'd had it laid out in his mind how he wanted his exit from football to go. He'd planned to leave the game on his own terms, at a high point, playing his best. Nothing about his retirement had gone the way he'd hoped. In the dark days following his injury, his health tanked. The constant pain maddened him. Whenever he'd been sober, he'd been terrified that the mental illness that plagued his dad was coming for him, so he'd gotten unsober as fast as possible. For 6 gut-wrenching weeks, he'd been unable to accept the fact that the career that had meant everything to him had ended without his permission. No amount of logic or attempted gratitude had helped. After a particularly brutal, sleepless night, the Mustang's chaplain, Pastor Mason, had visited him at his house. Corbin had always considered himself to be a Christian. Not a good Christian, but still. He and his dad had gone to church when they'd visited his dad's family. Corbin's grandmother, his dad's mom, had taken him with her to church on Sundays and Wednesdays when he'd stayed with her for 3 weeks every summer. When Pastor Mason had arrived at his door that morning late last February, a wave of relief had poured through Corbin. He'd known for some time that he couldn't continue the way he had been and live to tell about it. He'd also known he could trust Pastor Mason. Their relationship stretched back across the 13 years Corbin had played for the Mustangs. The pastor, who'd played college football himself more than 4 decades before, had a good sense of humor and a laid-back personality. Sitting across from Pastor Mason in his den, Corbin heard himself telling the truth and admitting just how far he'd fallen. The pastor informed him that general belief in a religion, even the religion of Christianity, wasn't enough to save him. He'd said only Jesus could save him. On that morning, Corbin had been desperate for saving. After the pastor explained what a prayer of salvation was and what it meant, Corbin had prayed one of his own. He'd hoped that the prayer would fix what was broken inside him, fix his life, fix his shoulder, fix his fears. He'd hoped it would make everything better and easier. After the prayer, though, he hadn't felt like the new person the pastor had promised him he was. He'd mostly felt the same. Life had still been hard. In the days that followed, however, Corbin's nosedive slowed. He started praying and stopped drinking. He focused on recovering. 7 months had gone by since Pastor Mason's visit, and Corbin had no idea whether he was going about Christianity the right way or not. He was a veteran at every pleasure the world had to offer, but he was still a rookie Christian. On Sundays, he went to Bethel Church in Shore Pine and sat in the back. And he was almost finished listening to an audiobook of the Bible. Most days, he still felt a lot like who he'd been before he'd prayed that prayer, except that he wasn't drunk or terrified or so angry he couldn't think anymore. He was still mostly selfish. He continued to battle the same sins and weaknesses he'd always battled. He wasn't sure if he could trust God completely. There were times when he wondered if he'd been crazy to think that a prayer he'd prayed silently in his house in Dallas could have made all the difference. It could be that he'd cleaned up his life himself through simple willpower. He reached for another board. This past spring and summer, through the loss of his job, 2 surgeries, 2 rehabs, and a move, his life had been like an endless brown winter field he'd been forced to walk across. He hadn't asked to walk across the field in the first place, but ever since he'd found himself there, he'd been putting one foot in front of the other in an attempt to reach the other side. Sitting across from Willow yesterday hadn't been anything like walking across a brown winter field. For the first time in what felt like years, the world had seemed full of blazing color and interest again. He'd been filled with conflicting desires and strong emotions, both negative and positive, that he hadn't experienced for months. She'd woken him up. Even though he knew he should have kept his mouth shut and simply left with Charlotte after Willow said she wouldn't help, he hadn't been able to do what he'd known he should. Instead, he'd forced Willow to confront him. Why had he done that? Had he needed for her to give him her undivided attention? Why? Because he knew he couldn't have her? Because she'd been so determined to pretend that he didn't exist? Corbin had no idea. Whatever the reason, he hadn't been able to make himself leave without talking to her first. Over the course of his lifetime, he'd learned how to handle all types of women. Typically, he could smooth a woman's feathers in under a minute. But when he'd been in the kitchen with Willow, he hadn't wanted to smooth her feathers. He'd wanted to ruffle them. Then she'd set down her ground rules, and in response, his old competitive spirit had pounded within him like a thunderstorm. He'd never heard rules that were begging to be broken as much as those rules. She might as well have waved a red cape in front of a bull. But just because a bull saw a red cape didn't mean it had to charge. He had no business dreaming up ways to break Willow's ground rules. Only a fool would set himself up for heartbreak a second time. He wasn't going to go there with her again. It would be stupid to go there. Yet he felt more fierce determination at the idea of breaking Willow's rules and pushing her buttons than he'd felt about anything since January. "Hi, neighbor." He looked up to see Macy walking toward him. He'd been so deep in thought that he hadn't noticed her car. He killed the saw's power. Straightening, he pulled off his safety glasses and faced her. Macy, a divorced mom of 3, was his nearest neighbor. His house sat in the center of 75 acres, which meant she had to drive over to visit, which she did a couple of times a week. "The kids and I made pumpkin bread today." She lifted a foil-wrapped rectangle. She'd tied a bow around it. "I brought one over for you two." "Thank you." "You're welcome. I know how much you both like to eat." "You're right, we do." He grinned. It was a grin he dialed in. Unlike a certain professional model, Macy liked him. Macy wasn't full of calm confidence, though. Macy made him feel as though he were walking across a brown winter field. And that just about summarizes last night's craziness, Willow told Nora and Britt that night. She'd just brought them fully up to speed on her conversations with Charlotte and Corbin. Both her sisters regarded her with arrested attention. Nora, 2 years younger than Willow, had cinnamon-red hair, a bookish brain, and a proclivity for proving herself helpful. Willow had always loved Nora's look, her pale, heart-shaped face, medium height, intelligent eyes, because Willow had always loved Nora. But this past summer, when Nora's geeky tendencies had veered toward frumpiness, Willow had stepped in and very tactfully, with political correctness that would have stupefied Miss Manners, cajoled Nora into a makeover. Nowadays, Nora dressed like the stylish genealogist she was and wore the glow of a woman in love, thanks to John. Britt was 6 years Willow's junior. With her expressive, finely boned features, light brown eyes, and mane of chestnut hair, Britt could have become a model, too, had she been 2 inches taller and even the slightest bit interested in Willow's profession. The only profession Britt had ever been interested in was the one she'd achieved, chocolatier. She relished creativity, the pursuit of excellence at her art form, and adventure. Tonight, she'd caught her hair back with a thin headband, then knotted it into a messy bun. She wore a plaid shirt, quilted vest, jeans, and duck boots that folded over at the upper rim to reveal a shearling interior. The 3 sisters had carried bowls of ice cream, spoons, a thermos of decaf coffee, mugs, and 3 blankets to the dock that jutted out from the base of the lawn that rolled from the historic brick home's back terrace to the Hood Canal. No boats were presently moored at the family dock, but the sturdy wooden structure did boast a portable fire pit and 3 chairs. Willow loved sitting on the dock, listening to the lapping lullaby of the water and taking in the view. Currently, she was the only resident of Bradford Wood, since her parents were overseas serving as missionaries, and her sisters had homes of their own in Merryweather. She went to the dock on misty mornings, during golden afternoon hours, and at night, like now, well after darkness had fallen. At the moment, the orange-yellow flames in the fire pit cast a glow over Willow, her sisters, and the dark swells of the canal. "So, why do you really think Corbin asked to speak to you privately?" Britt asked Willow. "Because he hates me and enjoys getting a rise out of me." Nora opened her mouth, then, appearing to think better of it, closed it and studied Willow thoughtfully. Nora was likely tempted to defend Corbin. She wouldn't, though. Nora's first loyalty was to Willow, and she wouldn't risk hurting Willow by siding with Corbin. "Corbin doesn't hate you." Britt wrapped both palms around her steaming mug. "The night of Grandma's birthday party, there was a lot of something heavy between you 2 in the air. Heavy loathing," Willow cut in. "Nope." Britt gave her head a definitive shake. "You loathed/loved him at Grandma's party, and he loathed/loved you back, which is pretty much 1 step away from matrimony." Nora snorted. "It is not," Willow said. "Yes, it is," Britt insisted. "I know these things. I'm a romance guru." Willow rolled her eyes, then ate a spoonful of ice cream, letting it melt over her tongue for a moment before chewing the cherry and chocolate pieces. "You loved Corbin once," Britt stated. "The operative word there is once," Willow said. "But you did love him, and he loved you." "He never told me he did." Britt's eyes took on a shrewd cast. "I think that he did." "He's a player," Willow said. I don't think he's truly loved any of the women he's been with. He's never married. He's never even been engaged." "Well, I think he loved you," Britt said. "A shared history like the one you have with him holds a lot of power." "Power to irritate me. That's about it. I never should have let him get away with anything less than 92.5% of the blame for our breakup." It wasn't exactly true that the power to irritate was the only power Corbin had over her. Since seeing him, she'd felt shaken at times, angry at times, distracted by memories of the things he'd said during his visit to the inn. "What exactly happened to break you two up?" Britt asked. "You were blissfully happy, and then you were done. All you said at the time was that he wasn't the man you thought he was." "I don't want to go into it, to be honest." In large part because telling her sisters everything would mean incriminating herself. "Have you forgotten about the TV interview Corbin gave on ESPN?" Nora asked Britt. "Oh." Britt scrunched her forehead. "That's right. I had forgotten." "Let's just say that I had good reasons to break up with him and leave it at that," Willow said. "With any luck, I won't see him again. But if I do, I now have ground rules in place." She swirled her ice cream, then took 2 more bites. Their discussion of Corbin was blunting her enjoyment of her Cherry Garcia. Another black mark against him. "What are you going to do about the girl?" Nora asked. "What did you say her name was?" "Charlotte." Willow set her bowl aside. "She's adorable in an awkward, middle school girl kind of way." "Middle school was the worst," Britt said. "Terrible," Nora agreed. "To answer your question," Willow said to Nora, "I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Charlotte. I've been feeling guilty ever since I told her I wouldn't help her." Charlotte had scored a direct hit to Willow's heart. The two of them, as Charlotte had pointed out, were both related to women who'd been struck by disaster. It was more than that, though. Charlotte reminded Willow of Nora and Britt when they'd been that age. Willow was an oldest sister. Her identity as helper of younger sisters had been hardwired into her since birth. It went against her role as oldest sister to turn down Charlotte's request for help. Charlotte's not your little sister. Yet she definitely felt a sisterly protectiveness toward the girl. "There's no possible way that I can solve a cold case involving a missing woman, which is why I told Charlotte no." Willow gestured to Nora before reaching to refill her coffee mug. "You're a historian and a genealogist." Nora owned all of Merriweather Historical Village but took daily control of only its library on the Green Museum. The other buildings she rented to vendors. "You're better equipped to help her than I am." "Feel free to send her my way if she's interested." "No offense, but I don't think she will be interested," Britt said to Nora. "No offense taken." Nora buttoned the top button of her pea coat, then pulled her blanket up to her chin. "It sounds like you're the one she trusts and looks up to," Britt said to Willow. "You're the one she wants help from." "I, for one, am inclined to think that Charlotte chose the right sister," Nora said. "You listen, Willow. You care. You have an eye for detail. Who knows what you and Charlotte might be able to uncover together?" "True," Britt said. "The missing woman disappeared on your birthday, so maybe God does mean for you to join forces with this girl." Clearly, her two sisters had been drinking the same Kool-Aid as Charlotte. "Charlotte's a fan of mine, which means she views me through rose-colored glasses. That's why she thinks that I have the power to unravel the mystery of Josephine Blake. But I'm just an ordinary person. You're not very ordinary," Nora said. I'm not Sherlock Holmes, Willow said. Her sisters hadn't had years of experience with fans. They didn't comprehend how fans built their heroes up in their minds to be whatever the fan wanted them to be. Corbin would understand the fan dynamic. He had legions of fans. Corbin was a scoundrel. Corbin was about as trustworthy as a toddler with a permanent marker. Charlotte needs to talk with her mom and grandma, Britt said. They're going to have to tell her the truth so that she can understand exactly what went down. I agree, Willow said. That's the advice I gave her. Are we sure that she's going to follow through, though? Nora asked. It's probably a little daunting for a 12-year-old to confront her family about a lie they've been perpetuating. Willow's guilt over Charlotte flared. She has my email address. If she contacts me, I'll do what I can to encourage her. Nora extended her booted feet closer to the fire. If you and Charlotte need me to dig up historical research at any point along the line, all you have to do is ask. I told her no. Why are you talking as if Charlotte and I are already a crime-fighting team? Because we can tell you're going to do it, Britt said. I'm a model. You both seriously want me to look into the 40-year-old disappearance of Charlotte's great-aunt? Yes, they answered in unison, smiling. Email from Charlotte to Willow. Miss Bradford, I just wanted to say thank you very much for meeting me. It was the best thing that's ever happened in my life. I'd send you flowers or something if I had any money, but since I don't, here's a link to a lit song by BTS, one of the bands I love. Jungkook from BTS is one of my favorite singers. Your friend, Charlotte. Charlotte, you're welcome. It was my pleasure to meet you. Have you had a chance to talk with your mother and grandmother about Josephine yet? If so, let me know how it went. I enjoyed the music video. I especially liked BTS's dancing and costumes. Back in the day, I was a fan of boy bands myself. I particularly loved NSYNC. Willow. Miss Bradford, I watched the Bye 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 video from NSYNC. It wasn't bad. All the guys seem pretty talented except the blonde one with the curly hair. I haven't talked to my mom and grandma about it yet. I keep putting it off. The whole thing is sort of making me sick to my stomach. Your friend, Charlotte. Charlotte, I completely understand. It's sometimes easier to talk to perfect strangers about things that matter than it is to talk openly about them with your own family members. Nonetheless, I think it's important for you to discuss this with them, so I encourage you to decide when and where you're going to ask your mother and grandmother about Josephine, then say a prayer for bravery, then speak the words. Keep me updated. Willow. Miss Bradford, when my mom told my grandma that I got to meet you, my grandma asked me to invite you to lunch at her house on Saturday. They want to get to know you and serve you some food. I'm sure you're really busy, but if you can come, then I've decided that I'm going to ask them about Josephine while we're all there together. Can you come? My grandma makes really good chicken salad sandwiches, which I usually don't like, but hers are really good. I hope you can come. Your friend, Charlotte. Charlotte, please thank your grandmother for inviting me to lunch. I'd love to come. Willow. Chapter 4. Charlotte had not oversold the deliciousness of her grandmother's chicken salad sandwiches. They were amazing indeed, studded with cranberries and walnuts, seasoned just the right amount, and served on brown bread with butter leaf lettuce and thin slices of tomato. Willow had eaten every bite of her sandwich and her cup of vegetable soup, plus almost all of her chips and fruit salad. Charlotte's grandmother, Melinda, could cook. "Thank you," Willow said sincerely as she passed her plate to Melinda and her bowl to Jill, Charlotte's mom. "You're welcome." Melinda and Jill collected the remaining dirty dishes, then sailed toward the kitchen to prepare dessert. Willow, Melinda, and Jill had conversed easily during lunch, enjoying the meal on Melinda's back deck, which was surrounded by wooded hills. They chatted about the mild weather, the view, and local events. The only person who hadn't seemed to share in their enjoyment was Charlotte. She'd been quiet and skittish. "Are you all right?" Willow asked once Melinda and Jill were out of earshot. She'd been waiting for Charlotte to broach the subject of Josephine, but so far she hadn't. "Sort of." She leaned toward Willow. "When should I say something about Josephine?" Charlotte's eyes reminded Willow of a rabbit in hiding. "I think you should say something as soon as they come back." "What do you think of... What if you asked them about Josephine? Then I could, pretend to be shocked?" Willow regarded the girl calmly. "The truth is the best policy. If what you found out about Josephine matters to you, and I think it does, then you need to be the one to ask your mother and grandmother about her." Charlotte licked her lips. "It'll be all right, Charlotte. They love you." "'Kay." Charlotte fidgeted with her dress. "I've got your back." "I know you already told me that you can't help me find Josephine, but I just wondered if there's any chance that you've changed your mind." More words rushed out before Willow could answer. "I'll totally understand if you haven't changed your mind, but I just really like your help." Willow had to give the girl credit. 12 years old and already full of persistence. Channeled well, that persistence would take Charlotte far later in life. "You know I'm only going to be in Washington for another 2 months." Charlotte nodded. "And like I told you at the inn, I don't know how to search for missing people." Charlotte nodded again, her eyebrows steepled in the center with anxious hope. Over the years, charities and fundraisers and businesses had all requested Willow's support and endorsement. Hundreds of people had sent her letters and emails asking for money and sharing tragic stories of abuse or financial ruin or terminal illness. Willow had responded to the flood of requests by choosing to focus her efforts on one particular cause. She'd teamed up with Benevolence Worldwide 8 years ago as one of their ambassadors. Benevolence, a Christian nonprofit foundation, provided food and education to impoverished children across the globe. She loved the work she did with them and loved that serving as an ambassador for benevolence often gave her a chance to share her faith in public ways. How long had it been, though, since she'd invested in a young girl's life in a personal way? Too long, perhaps. She genuinely liked Charlotte, and because of that, she wanted to help her. She did. She only wished she could help her by giving a speech at Charlotte's school or taking the girl shopping. What Charlotte wanted was far harder. If she said yes to Charlotte's request, and if Charlotte's family gave her their blessing, then she'd be obligated to follow up her yes with time and commitment. "Please," Charlotte whispered. Willow caved like an undercooked souffle. "Okay." "Really?" "Yes." "You'll work with me to find Josephine?" "Yes, I'll do what I can." "Thank you." Melinda, who was wearing a collared tennis shirt, a Nike power skirt, short socks, and purple Asics, carried a chocolate bundt cake onto the deck. A Nike power skirt, short socks, and purple Asics carried a chocolate bundt cake onto the deck. Charlotte's grandmother's short, light brown hair framed a face adorned with nothing more dramatic than mascara and peach lipstick. Her body was composed of lean muscle, sheathed in faintly saggy skin that had been freckled and tanned by the sun to the color of pecans. Over their shared lunch, it had become clear to Willow that the older woman was controlling, direct, and organized enough to have become a CEO. Instead, she'd brought her talents to bear on her role of captain to her 3.5 doubles tennis team at Shore Pine Country Club. Melinda's daughter Jill followed, bearing a platter loaded with a coffee carafe, cups and saucers, plates, and fresh silverware. Jill presented an interesting study in contrasts to her mother, because Jill didn't appear to be particularly sporty, nor controlling, nor organized. She was soft-spoken and genuine, quick to laugh, and even quicker to happily announce her flaws. In talking with her, Willow had discovered that Jill was a jewelry designer, wife to Mark, and mom to not only Charlotte, but 2 younger sons as well. With her long dark blonde hair, jeans, and trio of necklaces, she gave off a relaxed, creative vibe. When coffee had been served and they were sectioning off slices of the rich, moist cake, Charlotte caught Willow's eye. "You go," Charlotte mouthed. "No, you," Willow mouthed back and almost laughed because the exchange reminded her of herself and her sisters when they'd been little. "You go. No, you. You." Charlotte cleared her throat. She'd yet to sample a bite of cake. "Grandma?" "Hmm?" "When I spent the night at your house the last time, I found a wooden box in the closet of the room where I sleep. Everything inside the box, pictures and newspaper articles and stuff, is about your sister, Josephine." For a prolonged moment, Melinda and Jill seemed frozen. "You said she died in a car accident, but she didn't, did she? She disappeared, and nobody knows what happened to her, right?" Carefully, Melinda set down her fork. "Right." "Why didn't you tell me?" Charlotte swiveled in her chair. "Mom, why didn't you tell me?" "Oh, Char," Jill's face dimpled with concern. "Charlotte," Melinda said briskly, "we have company at the moment. This isn't the time to discuss a private family matter. We can talk about it later this afternoon." "Actually," Charlotte said, "I asked about Josephine in front of Miss Bradford because you can call me Willow. I asked about Josephine in front of Willow because I've already told her about Josephine. I showed her the box and stuff." Melinda and Jill's attention swung to Willow. "The day we met, she brought the box with her," Willow explained. "My advice to her was to ask the 2 of you about Josephine." "So why didn't you tell me about Josephine?" Charlotte asked. Melinda and Jill exchanged a long look. Jill adjusted her chair so that she faced her daughter more fully. "I was born 3 months after Josephine disappeared," she said, in a voice that asked for understanding. "I never met her, not once, but my entire childhood, my whole life, really, was overshadowed by speculation about Josephine. Reporters came to town on every anniversary of the day she went missing. Kids at school and their parents asked me about it. It was even worse when kids and parents didn't ask. In those cases, I'd see them pointing and whispering. "You can't know, Charlotte, how much this affected our lives," Melinda said. "We didn't want that for you." Jill's heavy hair slipped forward. "When I was pregnant with you, your dad and I and Grandma and Grandpa decided enough was enough. We wanted you to have a chance to grow up without this sad mystery hanging over your head. Do you understand?" "Kinda." "We stopped taking interviews," Melinda said. "We contacted the local papers and asked them to quit reporting on the story for the sake of our family's peace of mind." "The time had come for us to simply move on with our lives," Jill said. "And accept that the questions about Josephine would have to go unanswered," Melinda finished. "We invented the part about the car accident, we did, and I'm sorry about that. But it's most likely that Josephine is dead. That part is almost certainly true." "But you don't know that for sure," Charlotte said. "I'm going to find out what happened to her." "Honey," Jill breathed, "I am, and Willow said she'd help me." "You did?" Melinda asked Willow. Yes, but only if that's all right with both of you, of course. Resignation settled into the grooves surrounding Melinda's eyes. Charlotte ducked to pull a pen and notebook from the small backpack resting near the feet of her chair. "What can you tell me about Josephine?" The doorbell sounded. "Excuse me," Melinda said, rising to answer it. "Saved by the bell," Jill murmured to Willow, a self-deprecating curve on her lips. Moments later, Willow heard the rumble of a deep male voice approaching from the interior of the house. Ominous recognition drifted through her. Oh, heavens, no. She looked up in time to see Melinda lead Corbin onto the deck. Corbin. He had on jeans, a simple gray knit short-sleeved polo, and a baseball cap. "Look who was able to join us," Melinda said. She grinned as though she'd just won a match, 6-love, 6-love, and brandished both hands toward Corbin. Willow sat stone still, a fake smile shellacked onto her face. Jill rushed to her feet. "Welcome! I'm so glad you could stop by." "Thanks for inviting me," he said. "Of course." Why was he here? Willow couldn't fathom why Melinda or Jill would have invited him to their girly lunch. She'd been under the impression that she was the guest of honor. But based on Melinda's breathlessly smitten reaction, she wasn't. "Sorry I couldn't make it until now," Corbin said. He spoke as if a pressing concern had kept him away, when he had no pressing concerns that Willow was aware of other than laying tile or painting drywall at the house he'd bought in Shore Pine. He was retired. "No problem," Jill assured him. "Did you meet Willow Bradford the other day when you took Charlotte by the inn?" "They've known each other a long time," Charlotte announced. "They used to be boyfriend and girlfriend." A blush stung Willow's cheeks. "Oh." Jill attempted a cheerful expression, but it was clear that the revelation had blindsided her. It seemed Mark hadn't kept her fully apprised of Corbin's dating life. Who could blame poor Mark? How was he to be expected to keep up? "We have plenty of food left," Melinda said to Corbin. "It won't take me but a minute to fix you a plate." "I appreciate that, but I already grabbed lunch." "Dessert, then?" Jill asked. "We just sat down to eat my mom's chocolate cake." "Yes, please. I love chocolate cake." He was a very healthy eater, except for his two vices, coffee and chocolate. Willow had gone out to dinner with him many, many times. In all those times, he'd never failed to order whichever dessert on the menu contained chocolate. Jill pulled out a chair for him at the head of the table and dashed toward the kitchen for another place setting. "Hello, puppy," he said to Charlotte as he removed his hat and settled easily into his chair. "Greetings." "Willow?" he asked. "Yes." The eye contact between them sparked like voltage. He raised his hands and very deliberately moved them through a series of quick motions. Sign language. Melinda was busy slicing off an enormous wedge of cake, but Charlotte was paying close attention. "What are you doing?" she asked him. "Saying something to Willow in sign language." "What are you saying?" Charlotte asked. "Nice to see you again," he answered. Not likewise. How did one say that in sign language? "You know sign language?" Charlotte asked him. "No. I learned a few words this morning because I know Willow likes it." When he'd jokingly asked her if he could communicate with her via sign language the other day, she very distinctly remembered telling him no. He'd broken a ground rule on purpose. He was flouting her ground rules. Worse, he appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. He looked to be on the verge of laughter. "He's attempting to be funny," Willow said to Charlotte. "He does that a lot," Charlotte said. "I'm not attempting anything," he said. "I am funny." Jill returned and provided Corbin with a napkin, silverware, a plate of cake, and a cup of coffee. Okay, Charlotte said loudly, calling them all back to order. Uncle Corbin also knows about Josephine, she told Melinda and Jill, and he's also agreed to help me find out what happened to her. Wait, what? Willow felt as though she'd swallowed a lemon. This was supposed to have been a project for two, herself and Charlotte. Charlotte had refused to show the Josephine box to Corbin or anyone else until she'd shown it to her. Why had Charlotte changed course and welcomed him into the fold? What do you mean by he's also agreed? Corbin asked Charlotte. A few minutes ago, Willow told me she'd work with me too. Corbin regarded Willow with unpleasant surprise. You did? She nodded grimly. She didn't want to see him on a frequent basis. It hurt too much. She wanted to see him on a when hell freezes over basis. Minutes ago, she'd been thinking that she couldn't take her yes to Charlotte lightly. But until now, she'd had no idea just how much that yes would cost. Her brain spun, looking for honorable ways to step aside and let Corbin and Charlotte pursue Josephine together. She didn't see any ethical ways out. None. She'd been snared like a fish in a net. Corbin watched the play of emotions in Willow's green eyes. Clearly, she hadn't known that he'd be involved in the search, too. If she had, she never would have agreed to take part. She was realizing that she'd been trapped, and she was looking for, and not finding, a graceful way out. The uptight, ladylike way Willow was sitting right now reminded him of a queen. Even the dress was right, a pale green sundress with a full skirt. Her features revealed both strength and fragility. Her legs were carefully crossed. The only thing missing was a crown. Just like when he'd seen her at the inn, her presence made his senses surge. His emotions were split between disliking her and liking her against his will, and his thoughts were swimming with all the ways he could tumble her off her throne. Willow, Charlotte said, after I saw you that day at the inn, I asked Corbin if he'd look for Josephine with me. I was her backup plan, he said. And he said he would help, so... Charlotte clapped twice. Yay! Now the three of us are a team, which is like the best thing ever. I asked Mom and Grandma to invite Corbin, she said to Willow, because I thought it would be good for him to hear what they have to say about Josephine, too. We didn't know that Charlotte had any ulterior motives, Melinda said. Right, Jill agreed. Mom and I really did think this was just lunch. It is just lunch, Charlotte said defensively. We're going to have to talk later about springing things on people in front of others, Jill said. It's not good manners. Charlotte's face fell a little. I'm sorry. It's just that I've been wanting to talk with you and Grandma about the box I found and decided I should do it here, with Willow and Corbin. Corbin's respect for Charlotte's craftiness rose by a mile. Willow wasn't the only one who'd been trapped. Charlotte had trapped her unsuspecting mom and grandma, too. And she'd trapped him into working with Willow. His little rehab partner had a future as a CIA strategist. What can you tell us about Josephine? Charlotte opened a notebook, held her pen above it, and peered at Melinda. Melinda's gaze flicked uncomfortably from Willow to him to Charlotte. What would you like to know? Charlotte lifted her thin shoulders. Maybe start with what happened when she finished college? Josephine graduated with a social work degree in 1971. She moved home to Shorepine and got a job at a treatment center for substance abuse. Do you know what substance abuse means, Charlotte? Substance abuse means taking drugs and drinking too much and stuff. Right, Melinda said. Josephine was a counselor at the treatment center. She met with patients and provided support. She connected them to resources available through Child Protective Services, county mental health services, and the like. Like a school counselor? Somewhat, Melinda sipped her coffee, then set her cup carefully down. She was a lot like you, Charlotte, very determined, and passionate about many things: education, child welfare, health care. She was known to carry signs in picket lines or participate in sit-in demonstrations. She was young and smart and involved. Charlotte wrote furiously. Josephine sounded to him like a 1970s hippie activist. Picket lines and sit-ins had never been his thing. He preferred to write checks. Corbin took a bite of cake and looked across the table at Willow, who was staring at Melinda as if her life depended on not glancing in his direction. "Some of the articles in the box talked about Josephine's husband," Charlotte said. "Alan was, and is, a music teacher at Shorepine High School," Melinda said. "A friend introduced him to Josephine, and they married in 1974. "Do you think that Alan killed Josephine?" Charlotte asked. "No one knows," Melinda answered. "There was a rumor circulating in town before Josephine's disappearance that she was having an affair." "Mom," Jill warned. "Little ears." "Not that little." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "I'm going to need the facts in order to solve this case." "The rumored affair was just that, Char," Jill said. "A rumor." "Who was Josephine supposedly having an affair with?" Willow asked. The Queen had spoken. During their relationship, they'd called each other every night when they'd been apart. He'd lain in bed night after night, missing her, holding his phone to his ear, listening to that voice before falling asleep. "She was supposedly having an affair with a man named Keith," Melinda said. "Keith and his wife, Paula, were in the same Sunday school class at church as Josephine and Alan. The day Josephine disappeared, she left the house to meet Paula at the park and then run errands." "And did she meet Paula?" Charlotte asked. "Yes. In fact, Paula was the last person to see her alive. According to Paula arranged the meeting in order to ask Josephine about the rumor. Josephine told her the rumor wasn't true, that she and Keith definitely weren't having an affair. Paula got teary-eyed with relief. The women hugged and even laughed. Then Josephine went on her way." "Paula could have been lying about what happened," Corbin said. "Maybe," Melinda said. "But there were 2 other women at the park who saw them together, and they confirmed Paula's statement." "Do the police know about this?" Charlotte asked. "Yes, Charlotte," Melinda answered with tired affection. "The police know everything. They interrogated Alan, Keith, and Paula because, of course, they were all suspects in Josephine's disappearance. So was one of Josephine's adult patients at the treatment center, who fancied himself in love with Josephine. So was a parent of one of her patients who had a history of arrests for violent behavior." "In the end," Jill said, "the police didn't have any evidence to tie any of the suspects to Josephine's disappearance." "What do you think happened to Josephine?" Charlotte asked Melinda. "She was my older sister. I'm just 2 years younger than Josephine, and Louise is just 2 years younger than me. We were all very close." Melinda pressed her lips together. Everyone at the table waited in silence for her to finish. "I think someone killed her," Melinda said, "the same day she vanished." "Why do you think that?" Corbin asked. "Her car was found near the base of the Pacific Dogwood hiking trail. Did you know that?" Charlotte nodded. "In 1981, a woman's remains were found near that same hiking trail. That's too big of a coincidence to ignore." "Were the remains, studied?" Charlotte asked. "Yes. The pathologist determined that they belonged to an early settler, but I don't think that pathologist could have told a turnip from a pumpkin." "Where are those bones now?" Willow asked. "I have no idea," Melinda answered. "In storage somewhere, Buried? I really don't know. DNA technology has come a long way, Corbin said. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure they can identify bones by matching them to the DNA of living relatives. Even bones that were found long ago? Melinda asked. I think so, he said. Have you ever provided the police with a DNA sample? Willow asked Melinda. No. No one's ever asked me to. We really did walk away from all of this 12 years ago. Where would I go to give a sample? I'm not sure, Willow answered, but I can do some checking and find out. The breeze stirred through her hair and made Corbin remember a time when he'd had the right to run his hands through her hair and kiss her. He was an idiot. I'll give my DNA, Charlotte offered. No, Melinda said. If anyone's going to give it, it will be me. I have the closest genetic link to Josephine. Okay. Charlotte continued to write in the notebook. We'll figure out how you can give DNA, and then we'll try to find out what happened to the bones that were found near the trail. It sounds like we have a plan, Corbin said. Willow appeared dazed. She still wasn't looking at him. He'd have plenty of chances now to break all her rules, and she'd have plenty of chances to screw him up in the head. Again. We have a plan, Charlotte said. She smiled widely at him and then at Willow. Thank you guys so much. We have a plan. Birthday card inside wooden box. Happy 26th, Joe. I'm committed to being the best husband I can be. I don't want anything in this world as much as I want to make you happy. Have I told you how happy you make me often enough? I hope so. You make me extremely happy, Joe. I wouldn't be able to live or breathe without you. You're my wife, my life. Love, Alan. Chapter 5. Willow had a slight compulsion regarding the purchasing of housewares. She told herself it was harmless enough, but it might even be considered a mini addiction? Just a small one. It was 3:02 p.m. She'd attended church with Grandma, then taken her to lunch at Fleming's before returning to Bradford Wood to change into yoga pants and a sweatshirt. She'd spent time catching up with some of her modeling friends over the phone and had plans to see a movie with Nora, John, Britt, and Britt's boyfriend, Tristan, in a few hours. But for now, she was sitting at Bradford Wood's kitchen table, hair in a topknot, her computer open before her, clicking through page after page of WilliamSonoma.com. As she surveyed the site's autumn offerings, her stress level began to subside. She added a set of dishes to her cart, as well as 1 package of pumpkin bread and 1 package of harvest soup. Might as well throw in 6 dish towels stitched with pumpkins, and 2 fall wreaths, 1 for Bradford Wood's door and 1 for the inn's door. She'd stewed with frustration yesterday afternoon and evening after lunch at Melinda's. Last night she'd read her Bible and prayed and tried to listen to God's guidance. Even so, she'd slept poorly because she'd been unable to rid her mind of Corbin. Today, no different. All day she'd been doing her best to shove Corbin from her consciousness to a place so deep and dark that he'd never resurface, which is pretty much how she'd been dealing with thoughts of him for the past 4 years. But like the pea in The Princess and the Pea fairy tale, Corbin continued to bother her. He wouldn't go away. He wouldn't let her relax. The mattresses upon mattresses she'd stacked between her heart and his memory weren't doing the trick. Look, a Thanksgiving platter painted with leaves and berries. Her emotions softened like caramel at the sight. 1 more item for her cart. Chewing on her bottom lip, she considered her purchases thus far. They seemed incomplete, not quite satisfying enough. She rose and made her way into the pantry. As she swept a bag of chocolate-covered acai berries from the shelf, she experienced a moment of déjà vu. How many times had she foraged in this pantry for snacks when she was growing up? Thousands? On the days when Mom fixed them lunch, she'd always been the one sent to the pantry to retrieve a bag of chips, more napkins, or an apple. This was the thing about returning to live in the home of your childhood. Everywhere Willow looked, she saw sweet ghost memories of herself, her sisters, her parents. If she listened hard enough, she could almost hear the squeals of their little girl laughter echoing down Bradford Woods hallways. Willow carried the acai berries from the pantry and leaned against the sink as she funneled a few into her mouth. She could easily picture herself and her sisters when they'd all been small, sitting in a row at the old kitchen island. They'd sipped out of yellow Tupperware cups. They'd eaten peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, carrot sticks, and Cheetos off of plastic plates, which had probably been loaded with BPA. Nora, with her brown eyes and big words, always insisted Mom cut the crust off her sandwich. Britt, with her petite face and daring spirit, often placed her carrots and Cheetos inside her sandwich. As for Willow, Willow had eaten the crust. She'd kept her Cheetos and carrots carefully separate from her sandwich. She'd also said thank you, put her dish in the sink, and thrown her trash in the can. Willow could confidently say that she'd been the best-behaved and most dutiful Bradford daughter. After all, from the moment she'd comprehended that she was the product of a very brief, very passionate, and very much regretted love affair, she'd been cognizant of the fact that she had a lot to make up for. Motherhood, the kind of motherhood that required day-to-day effort and sacrifice, hadn't suited Willow's biological mother, Sylvie Rowland. Sylvie was a tempestuous French artist given to traveling and parties and painting. What she wasn't given to? Changing diapers. She'd left Willow behind without a backward glance when Willow was 4 weeks old. Sylvie had never had another child, nor had she married. Sylvie's involvement in Willow's life had been like that of a benevolent, quirky, and surprisingly colorful international friend. Sylvie showed up out of the blue on rare occasions. She texted Willow pictures of her fabulous life. She sent outlandish presents. Sylvie was astonishingly beautiful and interesting in the way that an exotic animal is interesting, but she wasn't someone Willow could trust. Willow's dad had raised her. Nora's mom, Robin, had raised her for a while too, after marrying her dad. But then Robin had died. Thus, Willow had gained and lost 2 mothers before her 3rd birthday. Years later, when a few of the kids at school who'd been lucky enough to come from normal nuclear families had teased her because her father hadn't been married to her mother, Willow had understood herself to be twice abandoned and illegitimate, too. She'd responded by flattening the more carefree aspects of herself beneath an overriding desire to be good, to be lovable, to be the sort of daughter her father would never want to leave. The responsible aspects of her personality magnified and became well-armed soldiers. Her dad had never given her a reason to doubt his love. Her dad's second wife, Kathleen, Britt's biological mom, had been a mother to all 3 of them for well over 2 decades now. She'd never given Willow a reason to doubt her love. Willow had become a Christian at the age of 9. God had never given her a reason to doubt his love. Even so, her internal drive to be good, Willow, had never relented. Only once in her life, when she dated Corbin, had she shrugged out of her coat of goodness and set it aside. The lack of additional weight had at first felt exhilarating. Then Corbin had given her a reason to doubt his love, at which time the lack of her coat had made her feel vulnerable and unforgivably dumb. Corbin Stewart was her biggest mistake. She chewed chocolate-covered berries as she lowered back into her chair at the kitchen table. Focus on housewares, Willow. She shopped when far away from home and lonely, as a way to fulfill her longing for family. When sad, to settle her mind and calm her nerves. She absolutely needed to settle her mind and calm her nerves this afternoon, thanks to the fact that she'd committed herself to investigating Josephine Blake's disappearance alongside her biggest mistake. Agitation tightened her shoulder muscles. Don't think about him. Don't. Focus on housewares. Willow contemplated her online cart. Already, she could anticipate how, where, and when she'd rotate her new purchases into use. Bradford Wood and the inn didn't technically need any new items, and at this point, her house in L.A. was as charming as a house could possibly be, and had been for a long time. Yet, over the past year and a half, she'd been shopping even more often than usual because she'd been battling a nagging case of modeling burnout. There's no telling how much Corbin's re-entry into her life was going to add to her credit card bills when all was said and done. Don't think about him! With a deft click, she hit the purchase button. Jungkook just released a new photo today, Charlotte told Willow and Corbin on Tuesday afternoon. Look how cute he is! She held up her phone to Corbin so he could see the photograph filling her screen. Cute as can be, Corbin said, dryly. Uncle Corbin, Charlotte reprimanded. As you already know, I'm the wrong person to talk to when you're in the mood to go on and on about the cuteness of boys. He arched an eyebrow. Willow? Charlotte asked hopefully, turning the phone screen her direction. Cute, Willow said, although Jungkook looked young enough to be Willow's son and appeared to weigh 90 pounds. 10 of those pounds were courtesy of the product in his fashionably styled hair. Willow agrees, Charlotte crowed to Corbin. I agreed, Corbin growled. It had been decided that they'd meet on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons at the inn. Tuesdays, because Corbin could bring Charlotte over right after his PT session, which explained why he was dressed so casually today in a white Mustang's t-shirt and track pants. Thursdays, because Charlotte didn't have orchestra practice or science club that day. The inn, because Willow had to be at the inn almost every weekday to check in guests. When Charlotte and Corbin had arrived at the inn 5 minutes ago for their first team meeting, Willow had led them to the antique French farm table that dominated the inn's kitchen. Here, they were sheltered from the star-struck attention her guests were likely to shovel in Corbin's direction. She'd let Corbin and Charlotte pick their seats first, then chosen a chair that placed Charlotte between herself and Corbin. Cookies, anyone? Willow asked. Lattes? Corbin and Charlotte both helped themselves to the platter of almond shortbread cookies and the insulated pitcher she'd placed on the table. Corbin took a sip from his mug and screwed up his face. What did you say this was? It's a pumpkin spice latte. Have you never had one? I'm from Detroit. I'm proud of it, Charlotte mumbled while scrolling through images on her phone and chewing her cookie. Very proud. Detroit is where boys become men. I didn't go to sissy schools like you two. Charlotte's head snapped up. I go to public schools. So did I, Willow said. He remained unimpressed. Yeah, but in Detroit, we didn't sip pumpkin spice lattes during recess. Don't mind him, Charlotte said to Willow. I'm trying not to. Which was the absolute truth. I think your pumpkin spice lattes are delicious, Willow. Thank you, Charlotte. I'm glad to see that one of you has good taste. Hopefully, Jill wouldn't be too angry with her for pumping Charlotte full of afternoon caffeine, and hopefully Corbin would remain mostly silent during this meeting. That would enable her to look at him and interact with him as little as possible, which was her best shot of hanging on to her sanity between now and Thanksgiving. Corbin's phone rang. When he checked his screen, seriousness settled over his features. "Excuse me, I need to take this." He exited through the back door. He'd always had a streak of secretiveness running through him. Willow had never had the sense, back when they'd been dating, that he'd opened up to her fully. He returned a few minutes later, and Charlotte flipped open the notebook she'd had with her at Saturday's lunch. DNA test. That's the first thing I have written down on our to-do list. I did some checking, Willow said. Melinda will need to contact the local police and set it up through them. After she has her cheek swabbed, her genetic information will be added to a nationwide database. Oh, cool. That sounds easy. The caveat is that there are a large number of Jane Does. Are you familiar with that term? She asked Charlotte. Charlotte shook her head. Unidentified female remains are called Jane Doe, Corbin said. A large number of Jane Does have yet to be tested and included in the DNA database, Willow said. So even if Josephine is a Jane Doe somewhere, if she hasn't been added to the database, then we won't get a hit when Melinda submits her DNA. Willow very much hoped that the young and pretty Josephine hadn't ended up as a Jane Doe, a skeleton without a name or funeral or headstone. I'll talk to Grandma and make sure she gives our DNA. Leaning over her notebook, Charlotte read, Bones found near hiking trail in 1981. That's the only other thing on my list. She lifted her face to Willow for direction, as if Willow was the lead investigator. It struck Willow anew, the absurdity of herself as the lead investigator of a cold case team comprised of a renowned NFL quarterback and a 7th grader. I have no idea how we can find out what happened to bones discovered in 1981. Uncle Corbin? Charlotte asked. I can tell you everything you ever wanted to know about the 4-3 defense, but I'm fresh out of knowledge about human remains. We could, call the police to ask about the remains, Charlotte suggested. When Melinda goes to the station to get her cheek swabbed, maybe she can tell the officers that they have her permission to talk with us about Josephine's case, Willow said. I'm guessing they'll be hesitant to chat with us unless they're aware that Melinda has given us her blessing. Good point. Charlotte tapped her pen against the table's edge. Once Grandma's talked with the police, then I think Corbin should be the one to call them about the bones found near the hiking trail. Why me? Charlotte turned to Willow. A lot of people think he's awesome, especially police-type guys. How come you said that like you're surprised people think I'm awesome? Corbin stretched one arm languidly across the top of the empty chair next to him. He wasn't staying as silent as Willow had hoped. Because I am surprised, Charlotte said. I don't get why people are so excited about football. I think it's lame. Should people get excited about Korean pop stars and whales instead? Corbin asked. Well, duh. America is the greatest country on earth, football is its greatest game, and I am its greatest player, Corbin told Charlotte. They should be teaching you this stuff in school. They teach us stuff like history and math and English. That's a shame. He hadn't shaved this morning, and auburn stubble covered his lean cheeks. Willow remembered exactly how that stubble used to feel against her lips. Often, she'd cuddled with him when he was dressed in soft clothes like those he had on now. She'd lay her head on his shoulder. Then he'd tuck her in against his side and... Willow? Charlotte asked. Sorry, did you ask me something? I asked whether you wanted to look through everything in the box now, Charlotte said. since we already talked about the stuff on the to-do list." Charlotte had brought the wooden box full of Josephine memorabilia to the inn. It sat in the center of the table like a small casket at a funeral service. "Sure." "How come Willow is the boss of this group?" Corbin asked. "I'm older than she is. I'm stronger. I'm richer. I'm better looking. And I'm more famous." "Don't forget more humble," Willow said. Corbin smiled wolfishly. His cheeks furrowed in a warm, roguish way. Hastily, she looked away. Charlotte reverently lifted the box's lid and separated the contents into 3 piles, one in front of each of them. "Once you finish going through your pile, tell me, and we'll switch." "Should we switch to the right or the left?" Corbin asked Charlotte gravely. A laugh slipped past Willow's guard. "Did you just laugh at something I said?" he asked immediately. "No." "I've missed the sound of your laugh." She pretended not to have heard those last words, wished she hadn't, and carefully went through her pile of Josephine artifacts. She read 2 newspaper articles, then examined a portrait of Josephine with her mother and father. Baby Josephine had a cap of dark hair and round cheeks. At some point in the 1950s, she'd sat for another portrait with her 2 younger sisters. In this image, Josephine wore short bangs, curls, and a starched dress with a wide skirt. Inside a manila envelope, Willow discovered a silver bracelet with charms the size of Monopoly pieces, a sand dollar, a cross, the Liberty Bell, a heart lock, the Eiffel Tower, and many more. 13 in all. Not the luckiest of numbers. Each charm likely represented something that had been important to Josephine. The bracelet testified that Josephine had traveled, pursued hobbies, collected accomplishments, cherished the people she loved, harbored dreams. She'd had a full life. She'd been a living and breathing daughter, wife, co-worker, friend. "Ask Melinda about the significance of the charms on the bracelet," Willow typed into the Notes app on her phone, then snapped a photo of the bracelet and set it aside. Next, she studied a group of 4 Polaroid photos. Each shot captured a different interior view of the same car. "Grandma told me that Josephine's husband, Alan, took those," Charlotte whispered to Willow, as if not wanting to disturb Corbin. "You know, when he found Josephine's car, after Josephine didn't come home." In one picture, a white sweater draped casually across the passenger seat. One showed a pair of sunglasses. One showed a tube of lipstick with a beige circle on its end. One showed a ring of keys partially tucked underneath a floor mat. Ask Melinda why Alan would have brought a camera with him when he set out to look for Josephine. Ask if Josephine often left her keys under the floor mat. Eeriness settled over Willow as she studied the pictures. They were retro, but still very crisp. It looked to her as if Josephine had stepped from her car with the intention of coming right back, then stayed gone for decades. What in the world had happened to Josephine Blake? Text message from Britt to Willow and Nora. Britt: "Xander sold his manuscript. He's been offered a big contract from one of the long-established New York publishers. I'm feeling very smug about this because I always knew he was a genius. Now the whole world is going to know what I know. Are you free Thursday night? I'm planning on cooking a celebratory family dinner for him." Willow: "Go Xander. I'm in for dinner." Nora: "I'm in for dinner too. I'm so proud of Xander. Handsome, trustworthy, and creative to boot. He's a triple threat." Britt: "Please invite John, Nora. And I was thinking I'd include Valentina and Clint, too. If I do that, do I have to invite Grandma? We can count on her to bring down the atmosphere of the party like an anchor. Willow, if you invite John, Valentina, and Clint, you have to invite Grandma. It's the law. Chapter 6. Corbin woke from a dream of Willow into darkness. No, he didn't want consciousness. He wanted to go back to that, to her. He closed his eyes, trying to recapture the dream. They'd been in a warm pool together at night. The lights set into the pool's sides below the water's surface glowed. Willow had been smiling as she'd swam toward him. He'd wrapped her slender body in his arms, and there'd been no pain in his shoulder. "I love you," he'd said. "I love you," she'd said. When he'd kissed her, adoration and desire had flooded him. So had a sense of rightness. And none of it had been real. Not 1 second of it. Desperately, he willed himself to return to the dream. Why couldn't he? He'd give $1,000 to return. 2,000. 5. It wasn't working. His contentment turned to stone. Corbin rolled onto his back and let his hands fall above his head, only to have his shoulder remind him that his right arm couldn't fall above his head anymore. He returned his right arm to the mattress and tunneled his left hand into his hair, then gripped. He'd dreamed of Willow a handful of times over the years. Since he'd taken Charlotte to meet Willow, he'd been dreaming of her almost nightly. In his dreams, Willow wasn't defensive. She was laughing and soft. In his dreams, he was consumed with love for her and overwhelmed by his good fortune. In the real world, Willow didn't love him or even like him. She wasn't his. She hadn't been in his arms in a long, long time. In the real world, his shoulder had been shattered. His playing days were done, and he was alone. Corbin tossed his pillow aside and groaned as he rose to sit on the edge of his bed. Willow had a hold on him he didn't understand. Even when they'd been together and he'd been in love with her, he'd been able to concentrate on other things. In those days, he'd experienced nothing but darkness when he slept. But this time around, something had changed. Maybe his life was too empty? Could that be why thoughts of her filled his head when he was awake and when he slept? All he knew for sure was that it was depressing as all get out to begin each day switching from dreams of her into reality. Because of his promise to help Charlotte with her harebrained plan to find Josephine, he'd be seeing Willow often. He had no idea whether seeing her was the best thing for him or the worst. Being in the same room with Willow tied him in a knot because it reminded him of everything he'd lost. Being in the same room with Willow also had the power to make him feel like himself again. And nothing else he'd come across since January had that power. Only her. Why? Why her? Willow glared at him while pretending to be polite, tensed every time he spoke, and looked away each time their eyes met, which was probably for the best since he didn't want anything to do with her anyway. A memory of how she'd smiled at him in the dream just now filled his head, and his weather-beaten heart tightened with longing. Just how many ounces would a slice of Brit's decadent cake add to my weight? Willow wondered. And where, precisely, would those ounces adhere themselves? If only women could specify where they wanted the ounces to go. If she could specify, she'd definitely request that the ounces from Brit's cake go straight to her chest. It was Thursday night, and Britt had just set out the finale of her 3-course tour de force onto the center of Bradford Wood's formal dining room table. Britt's tall cake sat atop a white porcelain stand, its layers cloaked in seamlessly smooth chocolate ganache. 3 slim sparkler candles protruded from the cake's top at artful angles. "It's beautiful, Britt," Nora said. "Since Xander's the man of the hour," Britt said, "I made his favorite. The top and bottom layer are dark chocolate cake," Xander told the group, "but the center layer is cheesecake flavored with orange zest. Then Britt covers the whole thing with chocolate buttercream and then ganache. It's ridiculously good." "Why, thank you," Britt answered. "You're right as usual, Xander. It is ridiculously good." "It's rude to compliment yourself," Grandma scolded. Britt lit the sparklers, and they all sang "Congratulations to You" to the tune of Happy Birthday. Britt snapped pictures of Xander with his cake while the sparklers fizzed and shot sparks. A smile curled Xander's serious lips. Willow couldn't tell if the smile was for the cake or for Britt. Britt, no doubt. He was looking straight past the tiny fireworks display to Willow's youngest sister. Inwardly, Willow sighed. Xander had become Britt's best friend when he and Britt were both in the 9th grade. In those days, Xander had been as defiant and suspicious as he'd been dependable and smart. Willow had understood many things about Xander the very first time she'd met him. His clothing told her that his family didn't have much money. His posture communicated pride. His blue eyes spoke of the furtiveness kids inherit when they haven't always been safe and haven't always been treated well. Most of all, she'd seen in Xander's every gesture, word, and expression that he loved Britt. Willow understood something about her brave-hearted little sister that Britt herself may not have fully grasped. Namely, that Britt had been extraordinarily fortunate to have received every advantage in life. 2 biological parents who were dedicated to each other and to her, a great education, the careful fostering of her culinary talent, time overseas to hone her craft, money enough to open her own chocolate shop. Xander, on the other hand, had been offered few advantages. He'd had to carve his future himself, like an artist chiseling a sculpture from granite. In Xander and Britt's friendship, Xander was the underdog. Willow couldn't help but root for the underdog, for the hardscrabble boy who'd grown into a lean, austerely handsome man with dark hair and intricate tattoos running down both arms. For a few years now, Willow had been not so patiently waiting for Britt to wake up and notice the true depth and breadth of the gift she'd been given in Xander. Willow couldn't do anything to force a happily ever after on them, however. If by some miracle Britt hadn't comprehended the fact that Xander loved her, Willow wouldn't be the one to spill Xander's secret and potentially hurt his chances. The song and the sparklers snuffed out. Britt lifted her glass. "To Xander and the publishing contract he's been offered for his brilliant book." They all clinked glasses and congratulated Xander. When Britt said his book was brilliant, she was only guessing, because Xander hadn't actually let any of them read his book. They only knew that he'd titled it Geniuses, that it was a psychological thriller, and that it starred 2 geniuses, one of whom was a serial killer and one of whom was brought in by the FBI to find the killer. According to Britt's insider information, the manuscript had sold via an auction that Xander's agent had arranged between 3 interested publishers. Grandma leaned toward Willow as Britt sliced the cake. "That looks entirely too rich." "It looks entirely too amazing. Just eat a little." A 3-course meal of soup, black cod, and vegetables, and now cake, Grandma said. So expensive. There are people in this world who are starving. The air from the vent stirred the fur of Grandma's mink coat, a.k.a. Old Musty. Grandma Margaret Burke, as usual, had donned pearl earrings, brushed her white hair into a tidy coil, and set her lips in a disapproving curve. "How's your Sunday school class going?" Willow asked. "Not well. I have to correct the children in my class almost constantly on their spelling and their grammar." "Ah, no Sunday school teacher should be expected to educate a young person except in the things of the spirit. It's terrible what's happened to public education in America. I can hardly sleep at night for tossing and turning over it." It seemed to Willow that the kids she met were exactly as bright and well-spoken as they'd been in past generations, maybe more so. "We should all be tossing and turning over it," Grandma added. The children in my class aren't well educated and, what's more, don't seem very grateful for my Christian leadership." "No?" Willow asked with faux surprise. Poor kids. "Kissing leadership?" Valentina asked Grandma. The forehead of Bradford Wood's Russian housekeeper dimpled with confusion. "Goodness, no! Christian leadership." "Ah, good, miss. Kissing good." "Kissing is good." Clint, Bradford Wood's groundskeeper and the inn's one-man cleaning crew, agreed. Clint was in his late 50s. Since his early 20s, he'd made a career of being an unsuccessful and unfamous actor. Since unsuccess and unfame didn't pay very well, he'd supported himself during his decades in Hollywood by shirtlessly juggling silver rings at a knockoff, less good version of Cirque du Soleil. Willow suspected he'd christened himself Clint Fletcher during his juggling days under the misassumption that women would find the name sexy. Now that Clint lived in Washington and had grown a mite too old for shirtlessness, he paid his bills with his income from Bradford Wood while continuing to pursue every form of acting work Mason County provided. He had long brown hair, thin and straight. It didn't end in a horizontal line, but instead came to a tapering point. He was never without his cowboy hat with the peacock feather in the front, tight Levi's, and cowboy boots. He favored leather vests without anything underneath, except in truly cold weather. "Two people can share the root essence of themselves through a kiss more fully than through the spoken word," Clint said. "Contact of lips is a metaphysical language all its own, you know." "No, I most certainly do not know," Grandma said sternly. "That's a load of balderdash, Clint Fletcher." "Balder what?" Valentina asked. Clint blushed, looked uncertain, then appeared to give himself a silent pep talk. "Kissing and dancing are both rhythmic conversations of the body, beyond consciousness, beyond intuition. They're conversations between the blue fire in one entity and the blue fire in another." "I have no idea what you're talking about. Blue fire?" Grandma's mouth pruned. "I do know that I don't approve of dancing. It says in Ezekiel that we'll have to bear the consequences of lewdness, and much of what passes for dancing these days is lewd. It can lead to all manner of immoral urges." "Oatmeal?" Valentina asked. "Immoral," Willow said. "I'll get some oatmeal at store for you, miss," Valentina assured Grandma. "Good for your tummy." "Cake, please." Willow extended her hand to accept the plate of cake Britt handed her. At the far end of the table, Nora and her boyfriend John bent their heads toward each other. Nora was saying something, and John was chewing cake and watching Nora with warm amusement in his eyes. Willow sampled her own bite of cake. Dark chocolate melded with orange and cheesecake flavors. It was to die for. Fortunately for her, she was naturally thin and had never had to starve herself in order to model. That didn't mean she could eat anything and everything she wanted, however. The ounces she'd gain from this cake? Worth it. They could go straight to her tummy for all she cared. She forked off another bite, watching Nora and John, trying to tune out the speech Grandma was laying on Valentina about the evils of dancing. John had inspired a remarkable change in Nora. Under the lamp of his devotion, Nora had begun to see herself in a new light. She was perhaps finally recognizing in herself the qualities her friends and family had always seen: her kindness, her trustworthiness, her attractiveness. Nora had become more beautiful than even Willow had thought possible because she brimmed with burnished joy. Nora was loved by a wonderful man, and it showed. Jealousy curled inside Willow. She immediately squashed it like the poisonous snake that it was. Unfortunately, ever since John and Nora had become an established couple, Willow had been forced to squash stabs of jealousy each time she was with the two of them. There was just so much dizzying affection between them. It was palpable. It was also something Willow wanted so very, very much for herself that she sometimes found it difficult to be in their presence. She wished it wasn't so. She hated the miserable, slinking feeling of jealousy. Moreover, she knew it was awful of her to begrudge Nora anything. She should be nothing but happy for Nora, and she was. It's just that she was a little jealous, too. She'd been praying against her jealousy, asking the Lord to remove it from her heart. John leaned over and whispered something in Nora's ear. The sight caused Willow to miss Corbin with a sudden sharp pang. It was the old Corbin she missed, the one who'd seemed to love her. No, that wasn't entirely right. It was the new Corbin she missed, too. The handsome, joking ladies' man she absolutely could not trust. She refused to miss the new Corbin, or the old. Goodness, if she let her guard down enough to miss him, even a little, she'd blink and find her whole life in shambles. Hand trembling slightly, she took a sip of iced tea. She'd seen him and Charlotte for their second Operation Find Josephine meeting at the inn earlier today. They'd spent time researching missing persons cases that had been solved decades later in order to understand the methods that had worked in those cases. They'd learned that age progression portraits were often an important tool, and Corbin had offered to pay to have one commissioned. He'd been generous and great with Charlotte, and intelligent and funny, and the entire meeting had been a brutal test of her fortitude. By the time he'd gone, she'd felt as exhausted as if she'd run for miles. Empty and deflated somehow, too. She refocused on the conversation at the table in time to hear Britt say, "Tristan and I are going hiking tomorrow." Tristan, Britt's boyfriend of the month, was a drummer in a Christian rock band on the weekends, a graphic designer on the weekdays, artsy all the time, and a lover of hiking and the environment. Truth be told, Willow didn't like Tristan very much. Her sentiments had nothing to do with Tristan and everything to do with her loyalty to Xander. "Where are you going hiking?" John asked. Britt went into detail about the hike, then rhapsodized for a while about Tristan. Xander's face turned into a defensive mask. His defensive mask looked pleasant enough at first glance, but it was entirely too still and controlled. The great liability of Xander's role as Britt's best friend was having to watch one man after another enter Britt's life and claim her affection. "I'm so sorry," Willow wanted to say to Xander. She fisted her linen napkin in her lap. This party was for Xander. They were all supposed to be making him feel happy. Conversation about Tristan wasn't allowed. "So, Xander," Willow asked when a pause in the conversation gave her an opportunity, "have you decided what you're going to do with the money you'll be receiving as an advance from your publisher?" He leaned back in his chair, his eyes focused on Willow. "I'm going to quit my job and leave Washington." "What?" Britt squawked. "I'd like to travel," Xander said. "I've never had the time or the funds for it, but now I do." "Attaboy, Xander." "What?" Britt said again. "When did you decide this?" "I don't know." He hefted his shoulder. "Today?" "Today?" Britt asked. Just now. He'd decided it just now, while Britt was going on and on about Tristan. "I've been thinking through the ways I could spend the advance since I found out I was going to be offered this contract," Xander said. "I've decided traveling is the way to go. There are a lot of places I'd like to see, and writing is portable. I can take my laptop and work on my new manuscript when the mood strikes." "Where do you think you'll go?" Nora asked. "What's at the top of your list?" Britt appeared dazed. There weren't many secrets between Xander and Britt. The fact that Xander had told a table full of people about his decision before he'd talked it through with Britt had probably blindsided her youngest sister. "Europe," Xander said. "England, Ireland, Switzerland." "France isn't to be missed," Willow said. "Neither is Spain." "Okay." Xander's lips twitched into a smile. "Duly noted." "What about Australia?" Nora asked. "Sounds good." "The Pacific Islands," Willow said. "Will do." "I'd love to go to China and Japan," Clint said. "The people there are all really awakened to karma." "Karma is nonsense," Grandma said. "So is—" She made quote marks with her fingers. "The universe. Every time I hear people talking about the universe and what it's given them or what it wants for them, I'm outraged. There's no such thing as the universe. There is no karma. There's only God." "More cake?" Britt asked before Grandma could get her engines revving. "Or coffee? Would anyone like coffee?" Oh dear. Willow was in deep trouble, and she hadn't even seen Corbin yet. She turned off her ignition and sat, taking in the details of Corbin's barn house. This was a setback, because she really, really loved his barn house. Charlotte had asked if they could hold this Operation Find Josephine meeting at Corbin's house on Tuesday morning instead of at the inn in the afternoon, because Charlotte and her 2 younger brothers were enjoying a few days off for fall break. Her family had plans to spend the rest of the day on Bainbridge Island. Willow had told Charlotte yes. But now that she'd arrived at Corbin's, the dangers of interacting with him on his home turf were suddenly revealing themselves. She was a woman who loved homes, who craved everything that home meant. She hadn't set foot outside her car, and already his home was seducing her the way cream seduced cats. At 10:15 on this cool, early October morning, swirls of pearly mist clung to the base of the structure and its surrounding trees. It looked like a place conjured out of dreams, her dreams, and served to her on a mystical platter. The structure formed the letter L. An old-fashioned barn built in the classic shape formed one line of the L. The other line of the L was rectangular and 2 stories tall. Weathered, vertically set wooden boards covered the exterior of both wings. Brown-red paint framed the windows. at least 2 charming porches tucked into the building at different points. It whispered to her, this house. It spoke of history, style, and spaces that waited for children. "Get your mitts off Corbin's house, Willow!" Corbin's navigator sat next to a Mercedes sedan on the driveway. She hadn't realized Corbin had 2 cars with him in Washington. She saw no sign of Jill's car, likely because Jill had either already dropped Charlotte off or because Corbin had picked Charlotte up from her house this morning. Still, she didn't want to risk arriving before Charlotte, so she waited until 10:20, 5 minutes past their scheduled start time, to make sure she'd be the last to arrive. As mist does, it vanished as she neared, unveiling the stone pathway leading to the door. Corbin answered her knock wearing tan carpenter's pants and a white t-shirt beneath a navy-zippered sweatshirt. He met her eyes, and for a pulse, she couldn't find words. His chest looked especially broad in that sweatshirt, which actually had nothing to do with his sweatshirt. The man had a broad chest. Wasn't he supposed to say something first? He finally did. "Are you auditioning for the part of Little Red Riding Hood?" Willow nodded the belt of her strawberry red wool coat. "If I am, then you know what that makes you, right?" Corbin studied her, amusement creasing the skin beside his eyes. "The wolf." "How appropriate." "The wolf's my favorite character in that story." "The wolf dies in the end." "But he got in some good meals along the way." "Before he died." He held back the door for her to enter. The threshold led into the barn section of the house, which stood empty. "Can I take your coat?" he asked. "No, thank you." "Afraid I'll steal it?" "No," she said tautly. "Being near you makes me cold." He laughed. She endeavored not to notice how blatantly handsome he was. Oh, how she wished that he'd returned to Dallas for rehab. Seeing him was like a dagger slicing against tender skin, every time. His dogs ran forward to greet her, tails wagging. She bent and rubbed each of their heads in turn. "Hi, Max." The boxers were brothers from the same litter. "Hi, Duke." They'd been friendly, loyal, rambunctious 2-year-olds when she and Corbin had dated. She traveled too much to have a dog of her own, but she'd adored Max and Duke, and they'd always returned the favor. "You're a lot happier to see them than you were me," Corbin observed. "True." The dogs gave her panting, canine grins, then trotted at her heels as she followed Corbin. Portions of the barn's tall interior walls, which boasted numerous windows, awaited drywall and paint. An old stone fireplace climbed the full height of the wall that connected the barn to the rest of the floor plan. Corbin led her past the fireplace into a hallway. They passed an office and a dining room. "Where's Charlotte?" Willow asked. "She's running late." Her gait faltered. "You're not going to run back to your car, are you, Little Red Riding Hood?" Should she? She came to a stop. "I promise not to bite." Corbin continued around a doorway and out of sight. "Unless you want me to." She didn't move. Corbin stuck his head back into the hallway. "Are you scared of me?" he asked hopefully, as if the possibility flattered him. Her pride prevented her from admitting that yes, she was. "No," she said succinctly and continued into the kitchen. It smelled mildly like fresh paint and strongly like coffee. White walls, gray concrete countertops, a backsplash of glistening white subway tile, expensive appliances, brand new unpainted cabinetry. 4 huge panels of glass, the middle 2 of which were doors, took up most of the exterior wall. They overlooked yet another patio shaded by a rustic wooden portico. The interior of Corbin's kitchen lacked much. It lacked a breakfast table, chairs, and every type of decorative touch that Willow excelled at providing. This house, this room, was begging for her attention. Mitts off. Corbin indicated the vintage metal stools that waited at the kitchen's island. Willow hooked the heel of one black boot over the stool's rung, crossed her legs, and did her best to project casual ease. She'd gained plenty of experience at conveying moods, thanks to modeling. She could only hope that experience would pay dividends. Max and Duke sat on their haunches, watching her with dark eyes. "Coffee?" Corbin asked. "Yes, please." He poured her coffee into a ceramic mug, then went to the refrigerator and extracted the exact brand of vanilla creamer she'd used when they were dating and still used faithfully to this day. Tenderness pricked her, a warm, deep nick. He'd remembered. "Have you had anything to eat?" He slid her coffee to her, then filled a glass with ice water and passed that over too. "Not much," she admitted. The prospect of seeing him had rendered her too jumpy to eat a full breakfast this morning. He glanced at her with an expression that gently chided her for not eating breakfast. He believed food was fuel. "Kind bar?" he asked, opening a cupboard. "Sure. You like the fruit and nut flavor, right?" "Right." She accepted the bar and unwrapped it. "What year was this house built?" "The barn was built in 1885. "This is exactly the sort of building Nora used to acquire for Merryweather Historical Village. You're lucky she didn't get to it first." "Very lucky." Though he didn't look the least bit threatened at the idea of a property competition between him and Willow's librarian sister. Her granola bar tasted salty and nutty and wonderful. "How did you find this house?" He refilled his own coffee mug. "I came to Shore Pine to look at property before my second shoulder surgery. I wanted to rent something near Wallace Rehabilitation Center for a couple of months. This was on the market at the time." "The rental market?" "Yeah. Parts of the house had been badly renovated. Other parts hadn't been renovated at all. But when I saw it, I liked it." He shrugged. "So I called the owner and I asked if I could buy it from them." "And the owner agreed?" "I offered a price that was hard to refuse. I moved in before the surgery, and I've been working on the house as much as my shoulder has allowed me to since then." She sipped his delicious coffee, wishing she'd discovered this house when it was on the market. She'd have snapped it up and spent many happy years filling it with housewares. Instead, this craveable house had gone to the dark side. From his position directly across the island from her, Corbin was communicating the brand of casual ease she'd been straining for. He crossed his arms. "Being alone with me breaks one of your ground rules, doesn't it?" "Yes." "Which is why you hesitated back in the hallway." "Ground rules are meant to be followed." "I know that's what you were thinking when you made up the rules, but all I could think then and now is how much I want to break them. All of them. So far, I've only broken 2, which is pretty disappointing. I'm off my game." "You're off your rocker. The rules stand." She finished her kind bar. His attention trailed down to her chin, then back to her eyes. "Charlotte's not here, so—" "It would be best if someone would notify me in the future if Charlotte's running late." "I don't have your phone number. Want to give it to me, so I can notify you?" "No." "Like I was saying, Charlotte's not here. So this seems like a good time to talk about what happened between you and me." Her posture went rigid. "There's no reason to talk about it." "I think there is." "Nope." "Because it seems to me that you're carrying a lot of hostility." "That's because I am carrying a lot of hostility. I don't want to discuss it further." She hated even thinking about the final days of their relationship when she'd been so embarrassingly exposed and anxious. "Your plan is to keep on giving me the cold shoulder every time we meet to discuss Josephine's case?" he asked. "Every time." He peered out the kitchen's wall of glass, his gaze appearing to trace the contours of his property. The murky light flowing into the room tipped every point along his profile: masculine nose, soft lips, hard chin. Corbin wasn't the Mustangs' quarterback anymore. A new player had taken over the role he'd held for so long. That circumstance had no doubt changed many things for Corbin, but it would never change the physical grace and command with which he carried himself. You could take the quarterback out of the game, but you could never take the game out of the quarterback. He turned his head and looked at her. She could sense the dangerous beast called chemistry that still lurked between them. It was stirring. Its head was rising up from slumber, and the beast was blinking at her with glowing eyes. She braced, refusing to respond to his look in any way because she was afraid of what even a seemingly harmless response could lead to. She had no interest in being his friend or anything else. "Hello?" Charlotte's voice carried from the front of the house. "Come on back," Corbin called. "We're in the kitchen." Charlotte bustled in, looking harried. The dogs sprang to their feet to greet her. "Sorry I'm so late. Liam and Brady were wrestling, and Brady hit his ankle on a chair. He cried and cried, and everyone thought it might be broken, and then my dad gave him a popsicle, and now he's fine." She shook her head and climbed onto the stool next to Willow's. "Kind bar?" Corbin asked her. "No, thank you." She opened her notebook. "I've been excited to hear what you found out about the bones near the Pacific Dogwood Trail." "Well, first of all, let me just say that the Shorepine police officers are a great group," Corbin said. "Who like football?" Charlotte asked. "Yes, that and donuts. They were happy to hook me up with information." He poured Charlotte a glass of milk and set it before her. "After the bones were discovered by hikers, they were taken to a pathology lab. Like Melinda said, the pathologist determined that they were historic, so they were sent to a college laboratory." "Are they still there?" Charlotte asked. "No. They sat there for 28 years. Then, when the lab was reorganized and renovated, the college sent the remains back to the county. In 2012, the county sent them to the lab at the University of North Texas Health Science Center." Charlotte scratched her jaw. "So does that mean the bones have been studied or whatever for their DNA?" "Yes. They were entered into the nationwide database, but no matches have been found. They're still unidentified." "Are the bones really, really old? Like the pathology or whatever guy said?" Charlotte asked. "No, he got it wrong." "So it's possible that they could have belonged to Josephine?" "It's possible." Charlotte's eyes rounded. She slanted toward Willow. "Grandma went to the station and gave her DNA last week." "Which means," Willow said, "that we should find out soon if Melinda's DNA matches the bones discovered near the hiking trail." "We're digging up the past," Charlotte said. In more ways than one, Willow thought, her focus returning as if pulled unwillingly by a magnet to Corbin. Shorepine Gazette, April 12, 1987. 1 decade ago on this day, Josephine Blake disappeared from the streets of Shorepine without a trace. Despite an extensive search by local authorities and the involvement of the American Coalition for the Discovery of Missing Persons, Josephine has never been found. 3 years ago, Josephine's husband, Alan Blake, filed a petition to have Josephine declared dead in absentia. Mr. Blake has subsequently remarried, and he and his wife are the parents of 1 young son. "I still think about Josephine every day," Mr. Blake said when contacted for a statement by this publication. "I pray that we'll one day know what happened to her." Chapter 7. The following Monday morning, the sound of Grandma's complaining greeted Willow as she entered the inn at Bradford Wood. Grandma's complaining was the anti-coffee. It made Willow want to turn around and crawl back into bed. "You'll get a sunburn," Grandma was saying to Clint. "Not to mention that it's inappropriate for a man to show so much of his arms." "Good morning." Willow hung her coat on the peg by the door. "Good morning," Clint replied, looking deeply relieved to see her. Grandma, who was stirring batter, had clearly put Clint to work. He gripped a pastry blender and was cutting butter into a cinnamon crumble. "I stopped by to make my coffee cake," Grandma sniffed. "With what you're charging the guests per night." "With what Mom's charging," Willow corrected mildly. "No matter who's charging it, it's highway robbery." "Actually, the inn's prices are comparable to the other B&Bs in the area." "Anyway," Grandma said, "with what the guests here are paying, they have every right to expect homemade baked goods instead of the store-bought ones you and Kathleen serve." Willow gave Grandma a peck on the cheek and refrained from pointing out that while she might not bake the pastries, she did whip up the main breakfast dish each morning. "You're in early," Willow said to Clint as she set her mom's egg-in-hash-brown nests recipe on the counter. "The McKinnons in the Blakely room left 30 minutes ago to catch a flight," Clint said. "I thought I'd work on their room now before I mulch soil in the flower beds." "I was telling Clint that it's unseemly to walk around with bare arms all the time," Grandma said. "His vests are part of his personal style," Willow winked encouragement at Clint. "Right?" She donned an apron and went to the sink to wash her hands. "You could say so, yes." Grandma poured her batter into a casserole dish. "Jesus gave us an excellent example of how men ought to dress." "In robes?" Willow asked. "With decency and self-respect. He certainly never went around half unclothed." "What about at the Last Supper?" Willow set out the ingredients she'd need for her recipe. "When he washed the disciples' feet?" "Clint is not washing the disciples' feet today, are you, Clint?" Aren't all the disciples dead by now?" he asked.
"It's just appalling how people dress these days," Grandma continued. "Whatever happened to the virtue of modesty? Clint, please pass the cinnamon crumble topping."
He handed it over, and Grandma sprinkled it over her cake batter. Clint edged toward the hallway and escape. Grandma railed against the culture and the disastrous effects non-believers had had on the way Christians dressed while Willow worked. When Grandma finally left the inn to grace her women's Bible study with her negativity, Willow had the egg nests in the oven. She sliced fruit, made coffee, and filled matching glass pitchers with ice water and orange juice. When the timer went off, she carefully lifted the egg nests onto the counter. Since arriving in Merryweather, Willow had made each of her mom's 15 breakfast recipes numerous times. The guests who'd come early in her stint as innkeeper had been subjected to her freshman attempts at baked French toast, egg sausage casserole, and the rest. The guests who'd come later had benefited from all the baking practice she'd put in over the passing months. Still wearing the white apron she always wore when serving breakfast, she made her way into the dining room and set the egg nests onto the warming tray beside the china plates, goblets, and sterling silver cutlery that were already arrayed on the enormous sideboard. She made trips to and from the kitchen until she'd added the fruit, the coffee cake, and the coffee urn. "Good morning." A middle-aged woman entered the dining room, followed by a man of around the same age and 2 college-aged kids. "Good morning." This must be the Durant family from Oregon, who were staying for 3 nights. Willow hadn't met them previously because Valentina had checked them in on Saturday. 3 days a week, Valentina worked at Bradford Wood. On Saturdays and Sundays, Willow's days off, Valentina took over for her at the inn. "I'm Willow." "Liz Durant," the woman replied. "This is my husband Dale and our kids, Cody and Mason." "Nice to meet you all." Madison wore her blonde hair bored straight, while her brother Cody wore his blonde hair shaggy. It was somewhat unusual to host college kids at the inn. Most of the guests were either married couples further along in years or women enjoying a girls' trip. Everyone in the family, except Liz, was dressed for golf. An early tea time probably explained why they'd arrived at the start of the B&B's 8 to 9 a.m. breakfast service window. "What brought you to Merriweather?" Willow asked. "The kids are both in school here in Washington," Liz answered. "They had a 3-day weekend, so we decided to drive up and spend it with them here. A friend of mine recommended the inn." "Wonderful. Are you enjoying your stay so far?" "We're having a great time," Dale said. "We've been playing a round or two every day." "Everyone except me," Liz said. "I sit in the clubhouse and drink coffee and read books. They think they got the better end of the bargain, but they don't know what I know." Liz and Willow exchanged smiles. The Durants made their way through the breakfast buffet line. A couple came down for breakfast next, followed by 2 sisters. Willow replenished the juice, made sure everyone had butter within reach, and ran to fetch an additional set of salt and pepper shakers. The whole time she was aware of Cody Durant's gaze following her. As she made her way around the table, refilling water goblets, Cody scooted his chair back slightly and looked up at her. "Are you Willow Bradford, the model?" Willow hesitated. The rest of the guests were talking about the weather. Cody had kept his question private by asking it in a low tone of voice. Still, this was the first time she'd been recognized by a guest since coming to work at the inn. She didn't want him to pair her, the woman serving breakfast at the inn at Bradfordwood, with the much more public persona of Willow Bradford, model. She bought time by leaning forward to pour water into his glass. These days, even the world's most successful models weren't household names. Many of them wished they were and cultivated fame for fame's sake. They regularly shared aspects of their lives with their hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram or Twitter or Snapchat. They jostled for chances to be interviewed. They did outrageous things to garner press. They hungered for attention, and so they enjoyed it when photographers tailed them because it made them feel special. Not Willow. She'd never courted that kind of notoriety. Yes, she enjoyed receiving encouragement from girls like Charlotte, but she wasn't a showman at heart. She didn't crave the spotlight. She loved that no one bothered her here in her hometown, that she could still live a normal life, that her freedom and independence were intact. The only time she put herself out there was for benevolence worldwide. "I never imagined I'd run into Willow Bradford here, but you look just like her, and this place is called the Inn at Bradfordwood." Cody seemed social, like the type of college guy who had girlfriends and planned parties and talked his buddies into road trips. "Are you her?" Sigh. "Yes." "The model?" "Yes." He grinned. "Wow!" "I'm running my mom's inn while she's overseas until the manager she hired arrives." "Awesome!" "Listen, I'm trying to keep a low profile." "Yeah? So please don't mention my presence here to anyone, okay?" "Cool." His blue eyes turned soft. "Any chance I can take you out while I'm in town? How about going out for drinks tonight?" Was Cody past the legal drinking age? If so, barely. She felt a generation older than him. She had more in common with his mom. "It's nice of you to offer, but I never date guests." This was a brand new rule. Since guests were usually over 60, married, or female, she hadn't needed to institute this rule until now. She pretended not to notice Cody's stare as she poured water into his sister's goblet. "I've been reading newspaper articles from the 70s online," Corbin told Willow and Charlotte the next afternoon. They were sitting in the inn's kitchen, which Charlotte had recently nicknamed League of Justice Headquarters. In response to his statement, Willow avoided looking at him, as usual. Charlotte twirled a piece of her hair while staring at nothing. Irritation needled him. Corbin was used to people giving him their full attention. "Did you know that bowhead whales can live more than 200 years?" Charlotte asked. Corbin furrowed his forehead. "What do bowhead whales have to do with newspaper articles from the 70s? "Oh, nothing." Charlotte smiled. "I was just thinking about it, and I thought I'd tell you guys. Whale trivia. Do you like the game Trivial Pursuit?" "What does Trivial Pursuit have to do with newspaper articles from the 70s? Corbin asked. "I don't really like Trivial Pursuit," Willow said. "I like Nerds way better, even though I'm not very good at it." "I'd be happy to smoke you at Nerds anytime," Corbin said to Willow. "How about tonight?" "I'm busy." He'd known, of course, that she'd say no, but whenever he provoked her, she tightened her lips, which made her look like a drop-dead gorgeous kindergarten teacher who was losing her patience. So provoking her was pretty much his favorite thing. "Nerds? How do you play that?" Charlotte asked. As Willow explained the game to Charlotte, Corbin watched Willow the way a mountain lion watches its prey. What would it take to persuade her to kiss him with those kindergarten teacher lips? What would it feel like to have that mouth beneath his? Stop it, Corbin. Good grief. His mind was getting hard to control where she was concerned. Willow had sat in his kitchen the other day in her red coat, every line of her elegant and untouchable and filled with that calm confidence thing that never failed to do him in. At first, all he'd been able to think was how good it was to have her in his house. He'd felt like a pirate who'd finally kidnapped the one woman he'd always wanted most. But then, when he'd tried to talk to her about their breakup, he'd been able to see in her eyes, her words, her body language, just how much he'd injured her 4 years ago. His sense of victory over having her in his house had turned to ashes. Both he and Willow were children of parents who'd abandoned them. It wasn't easy for either of them to invest themselves in someone who might desert them. He hated that he'd been the one to break her trust. His relationship with Willow had once been critically important to him. He'd never intended to risk it, but that's what he'd done, through carelessness. He hadn't been nearly as careful with Willow as he should have been. Maybe because he'd let down his guard. Maybe because he'd grown too sure of her. And now, he couldn't stop dreaming about her. Clearly, too much time had passed since his last girlfriend, which must be why he was losing his mind. Neither remorse nor recurring dreams were usually his style. The girlfriend he'd had before his shoulder injury, he'd been unable to stand after his shoulder injury. He hadn't had a girlfriend since. Finding a new girlfriend was easier for him than brushing his teeth. So he should go out and get a beautiful, friendly girlfriend who'd be starstruck and wouldn't ask anything of him. That's what he should do. Willow wasn't friendly. In fact, she'd spent years hating him. She wasn't starstruck by him. Thousands of men would kill to date Willow, and she could have her pick of any of them. He definitely couldn't count on her not to ask anything of him. Chances were she'd ask something of him, and he'd give it. And then he'd have the rug pulled out from under him as soon as he made a mistake, because, just like the last time, she'd be unwilling to hear him out and give him a second chance. She'd end up rejecting him. Again. So, no, he didn't want to date Willow. But he did want to kiss her. As I was saying, Corbin broke into their conversation about Nerds. I've been reading articles from the 70s online about serial killers. That last part got their attention. Charlotte's eyebrows climbed upward. Why serial killers? Because it turns out that several of the women who went missing in the 70s were victims of serial killers. How many serial killers were there in Washington in Josephine's era? Willow asked.
Several. Ted Bundy ring a bell? By the way, Charlotte, you're not allowed to look up anything about Ted Bundy or serial killers in general on your computer or phone. The information on those guys is disturbing.
You think Josephine could have been one of their victims? Charlotte asked.
I think it's possible. Some of their victims have never been found.
Willow nibbled on the edge of her lip. Heat flared inside Corbin in response. Do we have any reason to think that Josephine may have been targeted by a serial killer? Willow asked.
She wasn't a runaway or a prostitute or a hitchhiker, which helps her chances of not being targeted by a serial killer, Corbin answered. But she was young and pretty, which hurts her chances.
How did the serial killers dispose of the bodies? Willow asked.
Most of them dumped the bodies in remote locations.
Charlotte wrinkled her nose.
Note to self, don't be a victim of a serial killer.
If Josephine's body was dumped in a remote location, Willow said, and hasn't turned up in the past 40 years, I think we have zero chance of finding it now.
I'll do more research, he said. I'll look for similarities between Josephine and any of the serial killer's victims. And I'll look into more solved and unsolved missing persons cases from that time period.
Great, Charlotte wrote in her notebook. Will you report back on that at the next meeting?
If that's okay with the boss here.
Corbin gestured to Willow with a smile. The boss grants her permission, Willow stated. Charlotte's phone rang. It's my mom. As soon as Charlotte answered the call, Willow rose and carried the cookie plate and their mugs to the sink. No doubt she didn't want to be forced into a private conversation with him. Her pale hair slid against her black sweater. She moved with easy grace. Charlotte disconnected and began stuffing her things into her backpack. My mom's here to get me because she's making me go to my brother's soccer game. Eye roll. She says there's like 3 cars outside, Willow, with people in them, and a few more people standing near the front door. Corbin's senses switched to alert.
Are you expecting more arrivals today?
No. All of tonight's guests have already checked in. Mom wanted me to tell you that she thinks it's weird, Charlotte said. Immediately, Corbin went into motion.
Wait here, Charlotte. I'll go see what's going on. Then I'll walk you to your mom's car.
He exited through the back door. Willow watched Corbin vanish. Corbin's really cool, don't you think? Charlotte studied Willow as she settled both backpack straps over her shoulders. Yep.
Nope.
Maybe very, very appealing but not cool was most accurate. How come you two broke up? Willow rinsed out the mugs and plate and loaded them into the dishwasher. The reasons are complicated. I'd rather not drag you into it. I'm, usually the person who all my friends come to for advice, just so you know. Willow grinned at the girl. She'd been hesitant at first about investing in Charlotte and her quest. It had turned out that her commitment to Charlotte had come with one big downside, having to see Corbin bi-weekly. However, knowing Charlotte was a joy. Willow hadn't realized she needed a Charlotte Dixon in her life until she'd had a Charlotte Dixon in her life. Do you think you'll ever date Corbin again? Charlotte asked. No, I think we're good like we are. Bummer. If you change your mind, let me know, okay? Uncle Corbin and I are pretty close. I think I could help you out with him. Corbin shouldered in through the back door. His mouth formed a flat line, and his eyes glowed with irritation. The people out front are fans of yours, Willow. They found out that you're working here, and they're waiting to see you. What? How in the world could they have found out? Oh, Cody. She'd asked him not to mention her presence at the inn, and he'd agreed. But the temptation to broadcast her whereabouts must have proven too great. They saw on Twitter that you're here, Corbin said. Some jerk posted a picture of you. Who would have done that? A college kid stayed here with his family for the past 3 nights. I know that he recognized me, so I'm guessing he's the one."
"Where is he?" Corbin asked. "I'll go strangle him."
"They checked out this morning." Her mind spun as she tried to sift through the ramifications of Cody's tweet.
"I told them that they were on private property and asked them to leave," Corbin said. "Some of them did, but 2 didn't. One of the 2 looks like he's 25 and weighs about 320. He had the nerve to tell me that I was on private property, too. He's not smart enough to understand that there's a difference between being invited and uninvited."
Willow could only imagine how fascinated her fans must have been to see Corbin Stewart emerge from the inn. His help had no doubt thrown fuel onto the fire of their interest. Corbin pulled his phone from his pocket.
"Do you want to call the police, or do you want me to do it?"
"I'll call." She didn't love the idea of involving Merriweather's small police force, but she liked the idea of strangers loitering outside the inn far less. Much of the time, her guests were here alone.
"Do you think the people out there are dangerous?"
Charlotte asked. "No," Willow answered firmly. "Merely pesky." After Willow's brief conversation with the police, Corbin escorted Charlotte to her mom's car. Willow sat at the kitchen work alcove and ran a search on Twitter for her name. As suspected, Cody had been the culprit. He'd taken a photo of her without her knowledge at breakfast yesterday morning. The photo captured her in profile talking with one of the guests. She heard Corbin return. He stopped near her shoulder to examine the tweet centered on the computer screen.
"Is this what the college kid posted?" he asked.
"Yes."
"How long ago?"
"Last night."
"Can you ask him to delete it?"
"Yes. I have a phone number for his parents here somewhere." She pulled up contact information for the Durants and phoned the cell number listed. When Liz Durant answered, Willow explained the situation. Liz apologized profusely and assured Willow that she'd ask Cody to delete the tweet immediately. After they hung up, Willow checked the reservation system. Her heart sank. Every available room for the rest of the month has been filled since the tweet posted. Corbin made a growling sound.
"Can you put a freeze on new bookings between now and when the manager your mom hired arrives?"
Willow nodded.
"I think you're also going to need to cancel all the reservations that were made since last night. It's not safe for you to be here alone with people who made a reservation just because they want to be near you."
She thought it through. He had a point. She blew out an irritated breath. The inn's revenue is going to take a hit.
"Maybe, but given a choice between revenue and your safety, your mom will choose your safety."
The doorbell rang. The 2 uniformed police officers, both male, broke into huge smiles when they saw Corbin. They thanked him again and again for bringing donuts by the station. The officers explained that they'd escorted Willow's stubborn fans from the property and given them a warning. They assured Corbin that they'd add the inn to their patrol and swing by multiple times to make certain the trespassers didn't return and that no new fans of Willow's arrived. They encouraged Willow to call them if the problem persisted or if she had any questions. "Those 2 were in awe of you," Willow said when the officers had gone and she and Corbin stood facing each other in a kitchen that all at once seemed too silent and private.
"Most people are in awe of me."
Dimples marked his cheeks. It was the first glimpse of mirth she'd spotted in him since he'd learned of the people gathered outside the inn.
"It would be nice if you were in awe of me."
"You can't have everything, oh famous quarterback." She tossed her red coat over her arm and reached for her purse. He held the back door open for her.
"Bradford Wood is gated, right?"
"Right. And the house has a security system."
"Is anyone else staying there?"
"Only me." She locked the door behind them, and they walked side by side along the dirt path that wove through the trees for about 50 yards to the inn's gravel-covered parking lot.
"What do you think about staying with one of your sisters for a few nights?" he asked.
"I think it's unnecessary. Like I said, gated, security system." She could feel reluctance flowing from him, but he didn't have the grounds to insist she stay with her sisters. She had logic on her side, anyway. Fans who were avid enough to drive all the way to Merryweather on a weekday for a glimpse of her were a little strange, perhaps, but none of them, even the two who hadn't immediately left when Corbin had asked them to, had exhibited any kind of threatening behavior. It was highly unlikely that her fans wanted to do her harm. It was far, far more likely that they simply wanted photos with her, autographs, or a quick conversation. "I'll follow you to your house," he said. Also unnecessary. "I'll follow you." She glanced at his navigator several times in her rearview mirror as they covered the distance from the inn to Bradford Wood. Willow was responsible. She was the one her parents, her sisters, her friends, and her business associates looked to for stability. The word maturity summed up her identity, her role in her family, her professional calling card in the world of modeling. Yet Corbin was the one who had immediately handled the situation back at the inn. She could have managed it, would have, but for once she hadn't needed to do the mature things and take the mature steps. He'd done that. Great Scott! She would not soften to Corbin because he'd shooed off some fans and stuck around until the police arrived, and walked her to her car, and was now following her home. Corbin was far more dangerous to her than any fan could ever be. He drove past Bradford Wood's gate in order to tail her all the way to the garage. At no point, not even along the public roads, had she spotted any fans of hers lying in wait. Nonetheless, Corbin sat in his car, watching, as she made her way to the door that connected the garage to the interior of the house. She lifted a hand in parting, hit the button to close the garage door, and escaped behind Bradford Wood's protective walls. Willow let out a shriek that night around 8 when her phone rang. "It's just your phone, Willow," she whispered. She'd done the right thing when she'd shrugged off Corbin's suggestion that she stay the night with one of her sisters. Yet, as darkness had fallen over the Hood Canal, Willow's imagination had turned jumpy. She'd switched on every light downstairs. She had the TV going, and she'd double-checked the security system and the locks on all the doors and windows. When she saw an unfamiliar number listed on her phone's screen, she considered not answering, but chances were good that it might be one of the police officers calling. "Hello?" "I'm just checking on you. Everything okay?" Corbin. Her heart stuttered with one part dismay and one part renegade pleasure. "Everything's fine." She muted the TV and settled cross-legged on the dense sofa. "How did you get my number?" "I stole it off Charlotte's phone a few days ago when she was in the bathroom." "Ethical as usual. You're breaking another ground rule by calling me." "I know. I'm pretty smug about it." "I'll be hanging up now." "No sign of crazy stalker fans?" "None." "Good." She'd forgotten how deliciously comforting his voice sounded over the phone. When they'd been far apart during the months they'd dated, she'd done her best to be ready for bed and snuggled under the covers in advance of his nightly call. While they'd talked, she'd let his voice pour into her. After their conversations, she'd closed her eyes and smiled herself to sleep. "I'm sitting at my computer researching serial killers," he said, "which isn't how I dreamed of spending my retirement from football." "Sometimes dreams don't pan out." "How come the boss isn't the one spending her evening researching serial killers?" "Because she doesn't enjoy serial killers." "Me either." "But, see, you're just my lackey." He laughed, and the timbre of it warmed her. "What time will you be leaving Bradford Wood tomorrow morning?" he asked. "Are you asking that because you're a serial killer?" "No." "A crazy stalker fan?" No. She waited for him to say more. Silence. I leave for the inn at 6:45 every weekday morning. I'll wait for you outside Bradford Wood and follow you to the inn, just to make sure that your fans aren't there to greet you. Stop it, she wanted to snap. Stop being protective and thoughtful. No, you don't have to. Good night, Willow. Click. Thank you card inside wooden box. Josephine. When I showed up at the treatment center, I was expecting to have to suffer through my time there. I was dreading it. Then I met you. You were the best part of my day, every day. I didn't end up hating my stay at the center. How could I? You were there. Thank you for taking an interest in me and caring about me. You're not two-faced like a lot of beautiful women are. You're honest and loyal. I left the treatment center because the doctors decided I'd gotten better. But if I did get better, it wasn't because of them. It was because of you. I really miss you. Jeremy. Chapter 8. Corbin was waiting outside Bradford Wood's gate for Willow when she left for work the following morning, as promised. I was more comfortable with you when you were thoroughly evil, she murmured darkly as she drove past his navigator. When they arrived at the inn, everything was as it should be. Even so, Corbin insisted on staying while she prepared and served breakfast. He cleaned up after her in the kitchen while keeping an eye on the inn's parking lot through the window over the sink. She was just about to put her foot down and demand he leave when more of her fans appeared. Corbin immediately called the police. Then he talked her into printing the inn's logo and each registered guest's last name onto blue pieces of paper that the guests could place on the dashboard of their cars. That way, he reasoned, they and the police could determine at a glance which of the cars in the inn's parking lot were legit and which were suspect. Corbin Stewart was no stranger to fame, no stranger to protecting privacy. "You're not my director of security," Willow said to him as he aligned the blue papers into a neat stack. She felt a little guilty for failing to inject sting into her words. Sting would be safest. She was letting herself down by failing to inject sting. Yet he was being so decent this morning that she couldn't quite manage it. "You have no director of security," he said, "which concerns me." "The police are on it." "The police aren't always nearby." Once the inn had been put back to rights after breakfast service, Willow prepared to leave. "I'd like to stay a little longer," Corbin said. He sat at the kitchen computer, one foot set on the opposite knee, his wide back leaning against the desk chair. "I can't stay. I'm meeting Melinda for lunch." "I'll stay without you." "Oh, Afraid I'll steal the silver?" "Very afraid." If he was half as good at stealing silver as he was at stealing hearts, then none of the inn's treasures were secure. "I'll keep out of sight back here. I won't steal the silver, and I won't eat the leftover French toast, but I will call the police if I see any trespassers." In the end, she let him stay. If he wanted to donate his time to watch over the inn, what was it to her? She wouldn't be here. And if she wasn't in proximity to him, she wasn't susceptible to his appeal. "I'm interested in Josephine's charm bracelet," Willow said to Melinda. The two of them were ensconced in Melinda's restaurant of choice, the dining room at her country club. Plates of salad and glasses of iced tea rested before them. Beyond the window adjacent to their table, rain fell steadily over outdoor tennis courts devoid of players. "Josephine received that charm bracelet as a high school graduation gift from our mother's parents," Melinda said. "Did she add each charm individually?" Melinda nodded. "Do you think you can tell me the significance of each charm?" "I can try." Willow consulted the photograph she'd taken of the bracelet. Sand dollar.
Our aunt and uncle have a beach house in California. Our family used to spend time there every summer. Josephine loved it. It was one of her favorite places.
Willow took notes on her phone.
Cross.
Melinda had just taken a bite of salad and held up a finger while she chewed. After swallowing, she dabbed her lips with her napkin.
Josephine became a Christian when she was around 10. There were times when she seemed strong in her faith and times when she seemed to drift, but overall, her faith was important to her.
The Liberty Bell.
Melinda appeared to think it over. I don't know. Heart lock? Perhaps Alan gave that to her as a gift at some point?
Eiffel Tower?
Josephine studied abroad in France one summer during college.
When they'd covered all the charms, Willow set her phone aside. I wanted to ask you about the Polaroid pictures inside Josephine's box of the inside of Josephine's car. Charlotte said that Alan had taken them.
Yes.
Melinda zipped up her Nike jacket.
When Josephine didn't come home in time for dinner the day she disappeared, Alan went out looking for her. He drove around town until he found her car, parked across from Penny's diner. He went inside Penny's expecting her to be there, but of course she wasn't.
When we had lunch at your house, you said that Josephine met with Paula the morning of the day she vanished.
Right.
And they met because Josephine was rumored to have been having an affair with Paula's husband.
Yes, they met at Columbine Park. Paula and Keith's son was around 3 at the time. I think Paula asked Josephine to meet her there because she didn't want Keith to know about the meeting, and she was hoping the playground equipment would occupy her son while she and Josephine talked.
So at some point after Josephine left the park, she drove to Penny's diner.
That's right.
And no one who worked at Penny's or near Penny's saw her that day?
No one.
And no one knows why she parked there?
No one knows. When Alan didn't find Josephine inside Penny's, he assumed she was shopping nearby. He couldn't find her, though, in any of the stores. So he decided to search the Pacific Dogwood Trail. Are you familiar with that trail?
No. Nora's mother had been killed while walking alone on a park trail. Her death had scarred Willow's dad, and for as long as Willow could remember, he'd been very protective of his daughters. He'd never allowed his girls to go hiking unless in a large group, which had been fine with Willow. After what had happened to Nora's mom, she'd never been eager to strike off solo down a wilderness path.
There's an easy loop at the base of the Pacific Dogwood Trail, Melinda explained. A few longer, more difficult hikes branch off from that, but it seemed unlikely to Alan that Josephine would have taken any of those, so he stuck to the loop.
Why did it seem unlikely that she'd have branched off?
Because she'd left the house that morning wearing a casual dress and sandals that had a little bit of a heel to them.
It didn't sound as though Josephine had been planning on hiking. Willow jotted more notes. Did Alan take the Polaroids after he completed the trail?
Yes. By the time he finished the trail, it was around 7:30 p.m. and the sun was starting to set. He was really worried, so he went home, got his camera, and raced back to her car to take pictures.
Why did he want to take pictures?
I believe he wanted to show them to the police. After he took them, he drove to the police station.
If he gave them to the police, then why aren't they still in the possession of the police?
I have no idea.
Melinda scooted her plate a few inches away. In one of the Polaroids, I saw that Josephine's keys were tucked under the floor mat. Did she usually leave her keys in that spot?
Not that I can remember. She was a practical person, and leaving your keys in your car for anyone to find isn't practical.
Willow sampled some of her salad, thinking through everything Melinda had told her. I read a thank you card from Jeremy to Josephine. Who's Jeremy?
Do you remember me mentioning that one of Josephine's patients at the treatment center became a suspect in her disappearance?
Willow nodded.
That's Jeremy. He was a troubled young man, a few years younger than Josephine. She made a shooing motion with her hand. Yes, he was released a few weeks before Josephine disappeared. Yes, he had a crush on Josephine, but I never thought he had anything to do with what happened to my sister. He was with his mother on April 12th. He had an alibi. Mothers sometimes lied to protect their children. Willow set her fork aside carefully. I love Charlotte, Melinda said. I'm glad to see her take initiative on something. I really wish it wasn't this. I know, Willow said. And she did. She understood. A science fair project about whales is probably more Charlotte's speed. Exactly. A science fair project on whales would be a lot less troubling and would give Charlotte a far greater chance at success. She's passionately focused on this case, Willow said. Melinda rolled her lips inward. That's just how Josephine used to get too. Passionately focused. Once Josephine set her mind to something, no one could talk her out of it. She was as persistent as the day was long. She paused, which might have been her undoing. Later in the day, when Willow returned to the inn at Bradford Wood to make cookies and lattes and check in 2 new sets of guests, she found Corbin inside the inn's kitchen. He informed her that more of her fans had arrived during her absence and that he'd called the police. Cody's tweet had been deleted less than 24 hours after it had gone up. Still, there was no chance of putting the cat back in the bag. Some of the people who'd seen Cody's tweet announcing her location had retweeted the information to their followers, and some of their followers had taken the news to other social media sites. Her whereabouts were only of interest to a small group of her most rabid supporters. A much smaller subset of that group lived near Merriweather, and a much smaller subset of that group had taken the initiative to journey to the inn. Still, that final group was sizable enough to have created a recurring issue. The next day, Thursday, followed an almost identical pattern. Corbin accompanied her to the inn that morning. 3 of her supporters made an appearance during the day. He called the station each time. The police responded quickly and on every occasion escorted her fans from the inn's property peacefully. When she pulled out of Bradford Wood's gate on Friday morning, she found the street empty of Corbin. It appeared that he'd finally grown bored and come to the justified realization that he had better things to do with his time than keep an eye on her and her inn. Several seconds passed as she looked both ways for a gray navigator. Nope, he wasn't coming. She turned her Range Rover onto the road and told herself she should be relieved that Corbin hadn't shown. Having him in her space at the inn, having to look at him every time she turned around, talk to him, smell his soap, it had muddled her head. However, relief was not what she felt in response to his absence. Instead, she almost felt sorry. It dawned on her that she'd been looking forward to seeing him. She hadn't meant to, but the evidence was in the extra time she'd spent doing her hair and choosing today's long white top, scarf, leggings, boots, jacket. She groaned. What was she doing? Over the past few days, she'd allowed Corbin to involve himself in her fan situation. She'd allowed him to wash her breakfast dishes, joke with her, and call the police for her. She needed her emotional soldiers, the ones who'd always protected her. She needed them back at their posts immediately. What was that term? Stat? Stat, soldiers. Back at your posts. When she reached the inn's parking lot, she was encouraged to see that every car in the lot had a blue paper with the inn's logo printed on it lying on its dash. She walked to the back of her SUV and was lifting the box of croissants she'd picked up at the Edge of the Woods bakery from her trunk when she heard the sound of tires crunching gravel. Corbin? She leaned back to get a look at the approaching car. Not Corbin. The car appeared to be a Mitsubishi that had been souped up. Its paint job was reminiscent of the Fast and the Furious. no blue paper on its dash. She quickly closed her trunk and began walking along the path to the inn, carrying the box of croissants. "Willow!" a man's voice called. "Willow Bradford!" She glanced back. A tall, heavy-set young guy, this must be the one Corbin had said weighed 320, hurried toward her. He had olive skin, a shaved head, a goatee, dark eyes. "Hold up a second," he shouted. Willow's lungs tightened. "Sorry, this isn't a good time. I'm in a rush." She walked as rapidly as she could in her high-heeled boots. Please, Lord, let him respond respectfully and leave. He didn't. Fast, heavy footsteps approached as he jogged in her direction. "I'm one of your biggest fans." "Thanks, but I've got to get to work." "It'll just take a minute." The polite part of her chafed at the prospect of avoiding interaction with him, but the cautious, experienced part of her knew better. This guy hadn't left the property on Tuesday morning when Corbin had asked him to go. And now he'd returned to the inn even though the police had given him a warning when they'd ushered him off. He was stubborn, he was trespassing on her land, and he was 3 times her size. He came to a stop a few yards in front of her on the path. His shortcut across the grounds had positioned him between her and the inn. He'd cut off her escape route. Willow halted and tried to master the fear beginning to course through her. "Willow, hey, I'm really glad to finally meet you." He was out of breath because of his sprint. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time. My name's Todd." He had no sense of boundaries and was overly persistent, but those faults didn't have to mean he was dangerous. She straightened tall. "Todd, I really need to get to work inside." Yeah, I know. I won't keep you. I'm a big fan. A huge fan. I really need a picture with you." "Someone recently took a photo of me without my permission and posted it to social media. It's caused me and the Merriweather police quite a bit of difficulty. I don't want my presence in Merriweather to become a public thing." "I get it, but this'll just take a second. I won't say anything on social media about where you are." "If I allow you one picture, will you go?" "Yes." "And you won't disclose my location?" "No." One of his hands started to rattle nervously at his side. Grimly, she nodded her permission. He leaned in and took a selfie of them. "Now, if you'll just let me pass by—" "Willow, this one's not very good." He held up his cell phone. "Can we take a few more?" "You agreed to one. Please let me pass." He gave her a victimized look, as if she were the one who was out of line. "I'm not asking that much of you. I drove a long way to get here, and I've been waiting a couple of days for this, so let's try a few more." Rising determination underscored his words. "Some video footage would be good, too." Anxiety seized Willow. She'd had to deal with people like Todd a few times over the years. No matter what you gave them, they wanted more. She shot a glance over her shoulder toward her car. Should she run in that direction? Or should she try to make it to the inn? She was almost positive that he could outrun her before she could reach the safety of either place. She had pepper spray in her purse. If she dropped the croissant box and reached into her purse, would she be able to find her pepper spray quickly enough? She looked him in the eye. "The answer's no," she said, as confidently as she could. "I'm going inside now." Every trace of friendliness drained from Todd's face, revealing features stark with anger. He raised his phone and began videoing her. "You seem nice in interviews, Willow. Was that just an act? Are you nice? Be nice and let me take a few more pictures of us." She walked around him toward the inn. As she did so, his hand shot out to grab her. Willow sidestepped, just escaping his reach. Panic burst through her, and she ran. He lunged and caught her forearm. The box fell to the earth. She twisted her arm from his grasp and bolted toward her car. She thrust her hand into her purse for her pepper spray. Where was her pepper spray? The toe of her boot struck a root, and she went sprawling forward through empty air.
She landed hard on her hands and knees, heartbeat hammering. "I was just reaching out to position you for a picture," Todd spat. Distantly, she heard a car door slam, the crunching of twigs and leaves. "You didn't have to make me lose my temper." He leaned over, reached down. In the next instant, Todd was wrenched away. She looked up to see Corbin standing in the gap between herself and Todd. "Back off!" Corbin growled. Todd staggered back a few feet. Corbin helped her, lifted her, really, to her feet. "Are you okay?" He scanned her face. She couldn't remember ever being this glad to see someone familiar. "I'm okay." Corbin released her and turned back to Todd. "Who do you think you are?" Todd snarled at Corbin. His eyes roiled with adrenaline and wrath. "I'm Corbin Stewart, you jerk. Get off Willow's property." Todd advanced. "I just wanted a few pictures and some video with her." "And you wouldn't take no for an answer?" Corbin asked. "I wasn't asking for much. Back off," Corbin warned. When Todd continued to approach, Corbin shoved him in the chest. Todd came up swinging with both fists. Corbin arched out of the way, then threw a punch with his left hand. Thud. He connected squarely with Todd's jaw. Todd faltered, then ran at Corbin as if to tackle him. Corbin bent at the legs and stopped Todd's progress by burying his shoulder and upper arm into Todd's midsection. A sickening tearing sound rent the air. Corbin drove Todd back until the younger man landed on the ground with a crash. Corbin stood, holding his own right shoulder, body taut with fury. "Get off Willow's property." He'd hurt his shoulder, Willow realized with dismay. Because of the angle at which Todd had barreled forward, Corbin had used his right side to stop him. That tearing sound had come from Corbin's healing shoulder. Todd attempted to clamber up, slipped back, finally made it to standing. His chest heaved. "I'll sue you for that," he told Corbin. "Be my guest. I have an excellent team of lawyers." The two men faced off. "Please don't fight anymore. Please." Too much damage had been done as it was. Corbin's shoulder had already been surgically repaired twice. Todd stalked to his car, cursing with every step. Corbin remained exactly where he was, attention trained on Todd. "Can you get a picture of his license plate?" Willow just managed to capture a photo of Todd's car before it disappeared from sight. Then she faced Corbin, feeling disheveled and shaky, numb, and at the same time acutely sensitive. "You injured your shoulder." He gave a curt nod. "How badly?" "I'm not sure. Did he hurt you?" "No." "What happened?" She explained the exchange between herself and Todd. "He grabbed my arm, and I yanked it out of his grip. I was running to my car when I tripped. That's when you arrived." "Let me see your arm." With hands that weren't quite steady, she straightened her scarf and shirt. "Let me see," he said. She paused, then pushed up her sleeve. An angry red ring encircled her forearm. Corbin's tight countenance remained the same, except for his eyes. They turned positively murderous. He'd bent his right arm in against his abdomen. He reached out with his left hand and turned her palm face up. A few light scratches marred the skin. Gently, he brushed dirt from her palm with his thumb. He lifted her other hand and did the same. She couldn't breathe. Her mind was a calamity. To be touched by him again was delight. And torture. He wasn't trying to seduce her. He was simply brushing dirt off her hands. Yet the simple contact contained the force of a hurricane. "This is unsafe," her intuition murmured. The warning was sluggish, however. "This is unsafe," she told herself more insistently and stepped back. She tried to push her hands into her pockets, only to remember she was wearing leggings under her long shirt. She set her hands on her hips. "We need to get your shoulder taken care of." "Probably." "Should I call an ambulance?" "No." "Then where do I need to take you? The hospital?"
The rehab center, if Dr. Wallace is there today. I'll call.
I'm going to run inside the inn real quick, then I'll meet you at my car. Willow retrieved the box of croissants, which sat intact on the ground, lid closed, without even a dent. She deposited them on the inn's kitchen counter and called Britt to ask if she could take over breakfast duty at the inn. Britt said she'd be there within 15 minutes.
Dr. Wallace is on his way to the rehab center, Corbin told her as she neared her car. They're expecting me.
An injury to the Super Bowl-winning body of Dr. Wallace's most famous patient? You better believe they'd be expecting him when he arrived.
I also called the police, he said. When you have time, they want to talk to you about what happened. You should press charges.
Willow opened the passenger door for him. He took a seat, his right arm still motionless against his side. She grabbed his seatbelt and passed it to his left hand. Willow started the engine and steered them toward the road. Are you in pain?
Not much.
She peeked at him. His face was pale, and he was clenching his jaw. I don't believe you.
It's not bad.
He gave a sardonic smile.
So long as I don't move.
How long has it been since your first surgery?
10 months. I had the first surgery back in Dallas in January.
And the second surgery?
The beginning of June.
Why did you need a second surgery? For a moment, no sound other than the hum of the engine filled the car. Corbin shifted in his seat, trying to adjust his large frame into a more comfortable position.
My orthopedic doctors in Dallas wanted to try to save the humerus bone and the shoulder socket, so they used a metal plate and 12 screws to piece it all back together.
Willow had yet to break a single bone.
After the surgery, my right arm didn't heal like it should have. It ached all the time. I had limited range of motion. After 4 months of therapy, the doctors decided I needed a second surgery. This time, they wanted to cut the bone off here.
With a flat palm, he indicated a mark halfway between his elbow and shoulder. They decided they couldn't save the bone after all, Willow said.
Right. They wanted to do something called a reverse total shoulder replacement.
Were the doctors in Dallas wrong, initially, to try to save the bone?
No, I don't think so. The theory is that it's best to try to save the bone if it can be saved. Ordinarily, the first surgery works.
But yours didn't.
Mine didn't. Then again, I've never been ordinary.
Don't feel obligated to joke with me while you're in pain, Corbin.
I'm not trying to joke. I'm trying to flirt with you.
As you well know, flirting's against the rules. A silver Honda pulled out in front of her. Excuse me, Honda, but I'm right here.
Did you just talk to that car?
Did you call Dr. Wallace after you found out you needed the second surgery?
Yes. Dr. Wallace works on a lot of players. He's operated on a few of my buddies over the years with good results. So I came to Washington and, after the surgery, to Shore Pine.
With a bionic shoulder. He nodded. It went unsaid that up until today, his recovery had been going well. Willow steeled herself against a wave of regret. Corbin's confrontation with Todd had happened fast. She hadn't known what to say or do from the moment Corbin had pulled Todd away from her. Perhaps if she'd tried to reason with Todd or drawn Corbin away from him, the outcome would have been different.
I wish I'd been on time this morning, he said. Something came up at home, and I was late getting to Bradford Wood to meet you.
I assumed you weren't coming.
I drove straight to the inn because I knew I was too late to meet you at Bradford Wood. I'm sorry I wasn't there when Todd showed up.
I'm sorry about your shoulder.
It's not your fault.
Thank you for defending me.
The words sounded overly formal. You're welcome. That was the same guy I dealt with earlier in the week.
I figured. At a stoplight, she looked across at him. He'd tipped up his chin, the back of his skull against the headrest. His eyes were closed. Her vision skimmed from his jaw to his collarbone. His neck looked both strong and, in that position, vulnerable. "I have a favor to ask of you," Corbin said. She refrained from pointing out that asking her for favors was a violation of the rules. "Okay." "It involves my dad. He lives with me." "His dad? When I came by your house the other day, I didn't see anyone else," she said. "He was at therapy that morning. I can't remember how much I told you about him when we were dating." "Not much. I've never told anyone much about him." The light turned green. As she continued in the direction of Shore Pine, she reached back in her memory for the information he'd given her about his father. "You told me that your dad worked at one of the auto plants in Detroit." "Yes." "I know that your mom left him when you were, 6? 5. I know that your dad was a single parent and that he faced some struggles, but I never could get you to go into detail about what he'd struggled with exactly." "Bipolar disorder." Willow's breath released gradually. "I've always tried to protect his privacy." Corbin gave a muffled grunt as he tried again to find a comfortable position. If she had to guess, comfortable wasn't going to be an option for Corbin until someone gave him pain meds. "The year I signed with the Mustangs," he said, "I moved my dad out of Detroit and bought him a house in his hometown of South Haven, Michigan. I wanted him to relax and enjoy his retirement. For 10 years, he did great. He felt good. He was surrounded by friends and family. He played golf every chance he got. He worked a few hours a week at the YMCA as a referee." "What changed?" 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with multiple myeloma. Have you heard of it? "Is it a form of cancer?" "Yes. Cancer of the plasma cells in bone marrow. It's incurable, and the typical lifespan is around 5 years. Some patients live quite a bit longer than that, though. I wanted him to have access to the best doctors, so I moved him to Dallas to live with me." "How's he doing?" "Physically, he's doing okay, considering that he takes a few dozen pills every day and goes in for treatments once a month. He's tired a lot." They were just minutes from Shore Pine. Since she couldn't see a single car in her rearview mirror, she twisted to face him at the next stop sign. "What's the favor you need me to do?" He stared at her levelly across the close space between the seats. "My dad's expecting me back at the house soon, so I'm going to have to call him and tell him about my shoulder. When I do, he's going to want to come to the rehab center right away." She dipped her chin. "He doesn't drive. I had to take away his car keys a while back." "Do you need for me to pick him up?" "I do." "All right. Do you remember how to get to my house?" "I think so. If I get confused, I'll pull up directions on my phone." Solemnity settled into the contours of his face. "I'm not sure how he'll be with you." She could see that he hated that he'd had to tell her as much as he had, that he'd been forced to ask for her help. Corbin frowned. "Maybe this isn't the best idea. Maybe I could ask my neighbor. Your house is just a few miles from the rehab center. As soon as I drop you off, I'll go get your dad. I'll bring him to the center. It'll be fine." Several beats of silence. "His name's Joe," Corbin said. "I'll tell him you're coming." Excerpt from report filed by Child Protective Services employee, April 18, 1992, Detroit, Michigan. I responded to a phone call from a Mrs. Adele Carter regarding alleged neglect of her son's friend, Corbin Stewart, age 9. Corbin banged on Mrs. Carter's door yesterday afternoon to tell her that his father was unconscious and to ask for her help. Upon arriving at the condo of Joe and Corbin Stewart, Mrs. Carter found Joe, age 40, unresponsive. Mrs. Carter called an ambulance, contacted Corbin's grandmother by phone, then drove Corbin to the hospital. It was later determined by hospital staff that Joe, who has a history of mental illness, had overdosed on benzodiazepines, which are typically prescribed for the treatment of anxiety and insomnia. Joe is expected to recover fully. Mrs. Carter suspects that Joe is neglecting Corbin's care. The Stewart home is in fair condition and does not give evidence of neglect. I spoke with Joe, who assured me that he cares for his son, that this was an isolated event triggered by his bipolar disorder, and that he regrets it deeply. He has agreed to seek treatment. I met with Corbin privately. He told me that his father meets his needs, and he insists on remaining with Joe. I classify this case as low risk and will follow up with Joe Stewart in 10 days. Chapter 9. Corbin's dad was standing outside the barn house, waiting for Willow, when she pulled up. She exited her car and approached. Corbin had clearly inherited the auburn tint in his brown hair from Joe. Though Joe's still thick hair had faded to a pale ginger color with age, he looked to her like a man who'd once had a full head of copper hair. His fair skin was pinpricked with tiny freckles and a few age spots. Like Corbin, Joe's eyes were brown, though lighter in hue and faintly rheumy. She'd guessed his height to be a few inches shorter than Corbin's, maybe 6'1". They were both brawny, big-boned men. But if Joe's body had once been as filled with strength and good health as Corbin's currently was, then his cancer, or maybe his psychological health, or both, had sapped much of that strength from him. Joe's muscles hung on him. His thin frame held none of the latent, ropey power that characterized his son. Unexpected fondness welled within Willow for Corbin's dad. Regardless of the challenges Joe had faced, he'd been exactly like her own dad in one critical way. He'd stayed. When her mom had left, her dad had raised her. When Joe's wife had left, Joe had raised Corbin. For his part, Joe didn't appear to be experiencing a matching sense of fondness for her. He regarded her warily. "I'm Willow Bradford." She extended her hand. He shook it. "Joe Stewart." "Nice to meet you." "We should probably be getting on our way." "Sure." For the second time in under an hour, she found herself driving a Stewart to the rehab center. Joe wore sneakers, jeans, and a long-sleeved t-shirt with a graphic of the sun, ocean, palm trees, and the word Hawaii. He'd strapped a 90s-era Timex with a glowing electronic display around his wrist. "Corbin mentioned that you're from South Haven, Michigan." "Yes. Have you been there?" "I'd like to, but no, I haven't." "It's on the shore of Lake Michigan." He sat with his hands on his knees, face turned toward the side window. One of his knees bounced, worriedly. "There's some good golfing around there. When the weather's nice." He spoke with a Midwestern accent. "Where are you from?" "I'm from just down the road, Merriweather. My home base has been L.A. for more than 10 years, though." He rumbled assent. Willow racked her brain for more to say. She could almost always keep conversation clicking along with people she'd just met, but Joe was proving to be a challenge. He was saying the right things, but he wasn't saying them naturally. It was as if he were a bad actor, woodenly speaking lines he'd been given. "I think you missed the turn for Dr. Wallace's center," he said. Had she? She didn't think so, but then she wasn't the one who lived in Shore Pine. She pulled to the curb and checked her phone. According to the GPS, she was right on track. "I think it's straight ahead, then left, then right." His face swung toward her, his strawberry blonde eyebrows drawn down as though he suspected her of kidnapping him. "It's back that way." He pointed behind them and to the side. The rehab center was most assuredly not in that direction. "Let's just drive up here a little farther and see," she said smoothly. She had decades of experience dealing with Grandma, who often spoke and acted in direct opposition to everything Willow believed to be true. "I'm glad that Dr. Wallace is Corbin's doctor. I've heard he's excellent." "Hmm?" he said distractedly. Willow repeated herself. "Yes," Joe answered. "Dr. Wallace has done a fine job, not like those doctors who operated on Corbin the first time." The Wallace Rehabilitation Center came into view. Willow pulled into a parking space. "Thank you for the ride," Joe said gruffly. "I'll come inside with you." "No, you've already done more than enough, what with driving us around." "It's really no problem. I'm sure you have a lot to do today. We don't want to keep you." He ducked his head in a gesture of parting and let himself out without giving her a chance to reply. Willow scrambled from the car and locked it behind her. "I'd like to see how Corbin's doing." Joe responded with a frown. Inside the waiting area of the sleek, modern building, he approached the receptionist. Willow took a seat, and after a few minutes, Joe came to sit in the chair next to hers. He moved carefully, as if unsure of his balance. "They're running tests on him, X-rays and whatnot. They'll let me know when I can go back." "Sounds good." The two of them stared straight ahead. "Magazine?" She pointed to the stack on the coffee table. "No." Most of the time, people warmed to her. Usually, people liked her. Only, not Joe. Willow didn't know if he disliked the majority of people or if he disliked her in particular. It could be the latter. After all, he no doubt remembered her from when she and Corbin had dated. There's no telling what Corbin had or hadn't said to his dad about their breakup. Plus, Joe might be blaming her for Corbin's screwed-up shoulder, which wasn't altogether without merit. In a bid to keep her mind occupied, Willow scrolled through email on her phone. At last, a young nurse in scrubs came to a stop before them. "Mr. Stewart, I'll take you back to see Corbin now." Willow began to rise too, but Joe stayed her with a look. "I'd like to speak with my son privately." "Of course." She remained where she was as Joe and the nurse walked out of sight. Joe's shutout stung. On the other hand, it wasn't as if she had a right to visit the patient. She wasn't a family member or a girlfriend or even a friend of Corbin's. Which begged the question, why was she determined to see her not family member, not boyfriend, not friend Corbin before she returned to the inn? He'd been injured protecting her. On her property, that's why. If she was harboring reasons beyond those, she didn't want to confront them. "Miss Bradford?" The nurse had returned. "Corbin would like you to come back too." "He would?" "Yes, and if you know him at all, you know that he almost always gets what he wants." The nurse dimpled, and Willow could see that here was another of Corbin's groupies. Great. Willow followed the woman down a few different hallways before entering a room that looked very much like every other doctor's exam room she'd entered in her life, with one very important distinction. This exam room contained a shirtless man. Oh dear. Even though she, Corbin, and Joe were the only occupants of the room at the moment, Willow edged against the wall next to the door in order to make herself unobtrusive and also to put as much space as possible between herself and Corbin. He was reclining on the adjustable table wearing nothing but jeans. His upper half was raised to around a 45-degree angle, and they'd adhered ice packs to his shoulder with tape. His chest and abs were, heaven help her, even more beautiful than she'd remembered. Contoured muscles and sinew resting beneath bronze skin. It seemed that sticking around to see him had been a tactical error on her part. Her attention skittered to Joe, sitting in a chair by the window, looking disgruntled. "You stayed." Though Corbin's face still showed evidence of pain, warmth lit his eyes. "I just wanted to hear what the doctor had to say." "I didn't stick around because I wanted to see you shirtless or because I care." "It's a separated shoulder." Corbin told her. He was unashamedly masculine and not the least bit shy. "I've torn some ligaments, but that's all." "Will it require another surgery?" "No, thank God." "What's the treatment plan?" "Painkillers, immobility of the shoulder, ice." "How long will it take to heal?" 4 weeks. She winced. Joe glared at her. "Don't look at Corbin's chest. Don't look at his abs. If you have to look at him at all, look right into his eyes." Willow smiled in the direction of the window. "Well, I'll leave you guys to it. See you later, Joe. Corbin." The heels of her boots rapped against the floor as she hurried down the hallway. She tightly gripped the steering wheel as she drove back toward Merriweather. There'd been a time, right after their breakup, when she'd happily imagined all sorts of scenarios in which harm might befall Corbin. It had been a pastime of hers, dreaming up all the ways he could suffer. But just now, when she'd actually seen him suffering, her vindictiveness had left her. It had left her in part because he'd seemed less invincible than usual, there on the examining table with only his dad for support. If she'd been the one with a separated shoulder, her sisters, parents, Grandma, Valentina, and Xander all would have packed into her exam room, which served to highlight the differences between herself and Corbin. She'd been raised in a quaint town in the Pacific Northwest. She had siblings and, from the age of 5 onward, both a dad and a mom. For well over a century and a half, the Bradford family had enjoyed the advantages of wealth and prestige. Opportunities had fallen into Willow's lap like ripe plums. Corbin had been raised by a blue-collar father in a Midwestern city down on its luck. No mom, no siblings. He'd had to make his own opportunities. She'd thought recently about how Xander was the underdog in his friendship with Britt. In many of the same ways, Corbin had begun life as an underdog too. Willow had met him in his post-underdog days, after he'd achieved tremendous success, so it was easy to forget that he'd known difficulty. Corbin's toughness had been engraved into him early. Willow had acquired her toughness gradually, first through the traumas she'd weathered early in life, then through the knocks the modeling world had dispensed. She was composed and introspective. He was charming and handy with his fists. She was steady. He was untrustworthy. Willow chewed the edge of her lip. Except what she'd learned about Corbin today didn't square very well with the untrustworthy label she'd stamped on him long ago. When she'd needed him this morning, he'd been there. And he was taking care of his dad, and had been for 3 years. Which probably explained why he'd been late for lunch on Melinda's back deck that day, and why he sometimes had to leave the room during Operation Find Josephine meetings to take phone calls. "That's not your lane, Mazda." She made a tisking sound and massaged one of her temples. She didn't want to think that she could have been wrong about Corbin in any way. Corbin woke the next morning from a dream of Willow to the familiar sensation of shoulder pain. He was beyond sick of it. Stupid shoulder pain. He'd been trapped in a tunnel of grief over the loss of football and his shoulder's limitations for months. Even before he'd separated his shoulder, he'd been unable to find a way out of the tunnel, so this setback definitely wasn't going to help. He rolled onto his side in bed to squint at his alarm clock. He'd been late to meet Willow outside Bradford Woods' gates yesterday because his dad had been having a bad morning. Experience had taught him that his dad did best when he stuck to a daily schedule. Same wake-up time, meal times, exercise, bedtime. But yesterday his dad hadn't wanted to get out of bed. So Corbin had pulled him upright, brought him his medication, made him breakfast. All that had put Corbin behind by a few minutes. When he'd finally reached the inn's parking lot and saw Willow being manhandled, white-hot rage had washed through him. It had blotted everything else out. He couldn't even remember exiting his car and running to her. He'd acted out of instinct. Corbin let a groan escape as he pressed to standing. The blankets fell away. It was Saturday. Willow didn't usually work at the inn on the weekends, but he'd drive by the inn at Bradfordwood anyway to make sure Todd hadn't returned. Pulling on his track pants one-handed was an exercise in coordination. Or maybe humor. Zipping up a sweatshirt was an exercise in agony. Once he'd managed it, he settled his right arm into the sling Dr. Wallace had prescribed and slipped his feet into Adidas slides. He found his dad in a kitchen that smelled of bacon and coffee, frying an egg. It looked like his dad was having a better morning today than he'd had yesterday, which was a relief. "Hey," Corbin said. "Morning." His dad's attention followed Corbin as he crossed to the coffee maker and filled a travel mug. "Going out?" "Yeah. Do you need anything at the store?" "Not that I can think of. Are you going to drive with a separated shoulder?" "I'll take the sling off when I get in the car and put it on when I get out." He'd strained and torn ligaments. It hurt to move the shoulder, but he could move it if he needed to while behind the wheel. There was no way he was going to be sidelined from driving like he'd been after his surgeries. "Is the store the only place you're going?" his dad asked. "No." "You driving to Merriweather again?" His dad turned off the stove and used a spatula to move the egg onto a plate. Corbin had become his dad's chaperone in recent years out of necessity. However, his dad was not his chaperone. Corbin was 35 years old. "Yes, I'm going to make sure Willow's fan hasn't come back." He stirred creamer into his coffee, screwed on the mug's lid, then faced his dad. Heat seeped through the travel mug into his palm. "I don't trust that woman." His dad's frown sent grooves into a face that had once been handsome. "Her name's Willow. I can tell that you still like her." Where had he put his keys? Corbin lifted a stack of mail in search of them. "I don't understand what you're thinking, son. Don't you remember how hard you took it when you guys split up?" "I remember." "So do I," his dad said flatly. "It was rough on you. Starting back up with her is a really bad idea." Corbin walked along the counter, looking for his keys. "Corbin?" He glanced up to see his dad nod toward the bowl they used as a catch-all. His keys lay within. "Thanks. I'll be back in time to take you to your 10:30 group session." Corbin strode through the chilly morning, climbed into his navigator using only his left arm, and drove toward the inn. Willow had come back into his life through no wish of his own. But now that she was back and he was spending time with her on a regular basis, he could see the good in her. His dad couldn't see the good because he was so tied to his memories of the bad. 4 years ago, his dad had been watching Entertainment Tonight when he'd seen coverage of Willow on the red carpet with Derek Oliver before Corbin had told his dad that he and Willow had broken up. His dad had called Corbin irate because it had looked to him like his son's girlfriend was cheating on his son. Corbin wasn't in the habit of sharing the details of his relationships with his dad, but he'd tried to set things right back then. He'd explained his role in their breakup. Corbin had always understood just how much he was at fault for the end of his relationship with Willow, but his dad never had been able to understand. He'd picked sides while watching Entertainment Tonight and decided that Willow was the enemy. The fact that Corbin had been miserable for months after their relationship ended hadn't helped Willow's standing in his dad's eyes. He blamed her for Corbin's heartbreak, in large part because he himself had faced a similar heartbreak when Corbin's mom had walked out on them 30 years before. His dad's mental health had been shaky during Corbin's preschool years, but so long as Dawn Stewart had loved him and remained by his side, he'd been able to keep his life on course. When she'd jerked her love away, it had devastated his dad. His life headed into a ditch, and bipolar disorder took the upper hand. His dad had been suspicious of women in general, and beautiful women, like Dawn and Willow in particular, ever since. Divorce hadn't been easy for his father. Neither had parenting. The honest truth was that it hadn't always been easy for Corbin to be his father's son, either. At times, it had been downright brutal for them both. But one thing Corbin knew, his dad had done his best. He'd earned money to feed and clothe Corbin. He'd sacrificed to make sure Corbin had every chance to learn and play the game of football. Whenever his work schedule had allowed, he'd shown up at Corbin's middle school and high school games. He'd driven him to every tournament. His dad had supported Corbin when Corbin had needed it, and now it was Corbin's turn to support his dad. He'd made the choice to act as his dad's caregiver. He didn't regret it, and he didn't blame his dad for the fact that Corbin's professional life was currently in a holding pattern. He wanted to be a football commentator one day, but there was no way he could pursue that at this point, not with his dad's health the way it was. It wouldn't be possible for him to do everything he needed to do for his dad, plus work full-time, plus travel for work. The City of Shorepine Population 6,220 sign slid past. Their move to Washington had ended up serving several purposes, some of them unexpected. Until they'd come to Shorepine, Corbin hadn't fully understood how beneficial it would be for his dad to see Mark, Jill, and their kids on an almost daily basis. The kids had brought something to his dad's life, and to his own, that had been missing. It surprised Corbin how much his dad had taken to the Pacific Northwest. Here they were surrounded by green hills and blue water. The pace was slower. They could go watch a game at a bar or grab chicken wings for dinner, and no one would mob them. The biggest surprise of all? Their house. Corbin hadn't planned, upon retirement from the NFL, on taking up construction. When he'd first seen the 75-acre property in Shorepine that would soon become his, he'd planned to hire out the renovation. His dad, who'd taken shop class in school and been handy all his life, was the one who'd expressed an interest in working on the house. Thank goodness he had, because their joint project was what gave their days purpose. When Corbin finally reached the inn at Bradford Wood, everything was as it should be. No sign of trespassers. He looped back in the direction of Shorepine. Willow was safe. Some of the worry he'd been carrying since Willow's fans had first appeared at the inn dissolved. He'd been very concerned about the safety of the woman he had a lot of reasons not to care about. Even though he knew it would be best to follow his dad's example and hang on to his grudge against Willow, to go out and find himself a new girlfriend, he'd spent most of the past few days at the inn, keeping a lookout for idiots. Corbin had come from a rough part of a rough city before going on to achieve just about everything he'd ever wanted. But here, in Washington State, he was realizing that there was still one thing, one person, left to want. Voicemail from Melinda to Willow. I'm calling to let you know that I've heard from Sheriff Rainey. He told me that my DNA returned no matches. None of the Jane Does in the database share my DNA. Letter from Corbin to Willow. Willow, I'm mailing you a letter. You know why. Corbin. Chapter 10. Yes, she knew why he'd mailed her his 2-sentence letter. Because mailing her a letter was against the rules. Willow laughed. She shouldn't be laughing, only his letter was just a little bit funny. Corbin was a little bit funny. Worse, his actions 3 days ago, when he'd protected her from Todd, had been just a little bit heroic. She lifted her head and looked out the bank of windows that spanned Bradford Wood's den. She could not afford to soften toward Corbin. She crumpled the letter, slam-dunked it into the nearest trash can, then fisted both hands in her hair. Can not soften. Yet she could feel it happening, deep within. Her best intentions were melting beneath the sun of Corbin's charm and his insistent humor and his willingness to defend her at cost to himself. She made her way to the mudroom. She'd walk to Bradford Wood's inlet. Along the way, She'd do what she'd spent 4 years refusing to do. She'd remember. She'd remember every single thing about Corbin. She'd dig it all back up, each painful ounce of it, because remembering would replenish her ammunition against him. Riding a fresh wave of determination, she slid on her rain boots, grabbed a light jacket, and let herself out. It had stormed earlier, but it was nearing lunchtime now, and bands of sun pierced the cloud cover. Dew tipped the grass, and the air held the clean, cool calling card of rain. A well-established path led her into Bradford Woods Forest. Only a daughter of these woods, only a girl who'd grown up playing make-believe beneath these sheltering branches, would know how to locate the narrow path leading to the inlet. Locate it she did, despite that it was even more overgrown than usual. Willow pushed aside huge ferns and listened to the drip-drop of moisture against leaves and fertile earth. At length, she reached the ridge above the inlet. Below, the curving course of the Hood Canal formed a tiny, secluded beach ringed by cliffs and pine trees. Her parents hadn't allowed her and her sisters to go swimming unsupervised in the inlet when they'd been growing up, nor had they allowed them to swim immediately after a meal. Every now and then, though, when Willow's obedience to her parents in almost all things had mounted to such a high level that she'd felt more like a robot than a person with free will, she'd snuck down to the inlet and gone swimming, completely, thrillingly alone. She'd never gone after a meal because she hadn't been brave enough to break 2 rules simultaneously. Also, she hadn't actually wanted to drown. Whenever she'd swum solo through the crystal-cold waters of this inlet, she'd been hyper-aware of her solitude. She'd felt independent and free and courageous. This inlet was as close as she'd come to rebellion during her middle and high school years. Then her small world had expanded in big ways when she'd left home to attend UCLA, especially when, midway through her freshman year, she'd been approached by a modeling scout while shopping with friends at a flea market. She'd chatted with the scout, a stylish, middle-aged woman, while surrounded by the flea market's haphazard treasures. The scout had asked Willow if she'd ever done any modeling. Willow replied that she hadn't. The scout invited her to an interview the following week. Willow took the woman's expensive business card, even though she had no real intention of attending the interview. For one thing, she was a student pursuing a design degree. She couldn't envision herself as a model. For another thing, she was concerned that the scout was somehow trying to scam her for money. Her friends were the ones who convinced her to go to the interview that had become the doorway to an entirely unexpected career and a whole new direction in life. Astonishingly, the scout who discovered her worked for the most prestigious international modeling agency in the world. It dazed Willow each time she thought about how different her life might have been had she not visited that particular flea market on that particular morning. From the start, Willow's modeling career had taken off in a way that couldn't be explained except by 2 words: God's providence. She'd dropped out of UCLA in order to keep up with her work schedule and enrolled in online courses instead. She'd weathered her parents' worries and moved into an apartment in LA with a chaperone and several other new girls who'd signed with the same agency. She'd lived there for a year and then in an apartment in Paris for 2 years. Some of the girls she'd roomed with in those days, and so many others she'd met during the last 12 years, had been prettier than she was. Almost all had been skinnier. Many had been more talented at their craft. But Willow had been the one who'd caught the eye of just the right designers and photographers and fashion magazine editors at exactly the right moments. Thus, her career, in the magical, hard-to-believe way of some rare things, had taken her to heights that she herself never would have predicted or even known how to imagine. Thanks to deals that had made her the face of a premier fragrance, as well as a worldwide clothing company, she'd snuck onto the bottom of Forbes' annual 10 highest paid models list 4 different times. Modeling had brought her mountaintop moments. It had also plunged her into valleys. Every aspect of her appearance and behavior was fodder for public scrutiny. Fellow models who viewed her as a competitor said hurtful and untrue things about her. She'd been propositioned by more men than she could count, frequently in vulgar or downright creepy ways. Rich businessmen had offered her huge sums of money in exchange for a night in her bed. She'd responded to the mountaintops and the valleys by working hard, praying hard, and conducting herself like a lady. When she'd attained a bachelor's degree, her father had informed her that he wanted to give her a graduation gift that would help her make her way in the world. She'd known immediately what she wanted his gift to go toward: a house of her own. For months, she'd hunted the outskirts of Los Angeles for just the right property before unearthing, like a diamond from the wall of a cave, a 1930s cottage on a hillside plot dotted with trees. Since purchasing the cottage, she lovingly furnished, decorated, and stocked every square inch of it herself. All those years ago, when she'd started modeling, it had seemed as though she had more than enough time to find the perfect husband. She'd been able to picture it so clearly. The two of them would move into her cottage and, after approximately 2.5 years of newlywed bliss, start a family. Modeling may have flung open the world's doors to her, but a family of her own had always been her highest, biggest dream. To that end, she'd chosen Christian boyfriends and behaved impeccably with each of them. Then she'd met Corbin. Pain made a grab for her heart. Slowly, she proceeded down the steep trail leading to the water. Almost from the minute Willow and Corbin had started dating, she'd been certain that he was her future husband. His personality was the ideal complement to hers, and their chemistry was a rare and mighty force of nature. No, he wasn't a Christian, but he had so very, very many good qualities. His entrance into her life had come at the perfect moment, right on schedule, and she'd fallen for him like a sack of stones off the edge of a 10-story building. She'd known that sleeping with him was a terrible idea. Of course she'd known. But by the time they'd been together for 3.5 months, the girl who'd dutifully eaten the crusts on her peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, who'd been virtuous for 27 years straight, had wanted quite desperately to indulge herself in that particular way with that particular man. Corbin had made it clear that he wanted her, but he hadn't pressured her. No, the bitter truth of it was that she'd let a mix of hormones and her own desperate love for him carry her away. From when they'd started having sex to the end of their relationship had been the most volatile period of Willow's life. She'd been racked with guilt. She'd also been euphoric with happiness. She'd prayed on her knees for forgiveness. She'd been wildly in love. It had been electrifying. It had been horrible. It had been the most exciting thing she'd ever experienced. It had been a betrayal of her own beliefs. Over and over, she told herself that what they were doing had to stop. They needed to get married or break up or go back to drawing the line at kissing like they had during the early part of their relationship. If they didn't repent, God would surely step in and separate them. Repeatedly, she determined to make a change. Then Corbin would wrap her in his arms, grin at her, and kiss the side of her neck, and she'd want nothing more in the world than to make love to him again. Before and after her affair with Corbin, she'd been good. To this day, the thing that scared her most was just how much she loved being bad with him. He'd shown her how deep her sins ran and just how fallible she could be when confronted with the right set of temptations. Having sex with Corbin had been to her adult self what swimming in the inlet had been to her teenage self. She'd managed to escape the consequences of swimming in the inlet. But one day the consequences of sex with Corbin had come calling, and when they'd come armed with knives. 7 months into their relationship, she'd been on assignment in Germany when her period had failed to arrive on schedule. Willow reached the crescent of sand that formed the inlet's beach. With the kind of awareness that would have made a yoga teacher proud, she drew a few breaths right to the bottom of her lungs, filling them up. She clambered onto the flat-topped boulder where she, her sisters, and her parents had once set their beach bags and water bottles. Positioning her rain boots on the rock, she laced her arms around her bent knees. Corbin hadn't broken her heart all at once. No, he'd broken it with 3 distinct blows. The first blow had been delivered in a German hotel room that she could still see with startling clarity in her mind's eye. The duvet cover, the sleek wooden furniture, the gray walls, the fashionable metal wall art that resembled a sun. She'd said nothing to Corbin when her period was 2 days late. Then 3, then 4. Instead, she kept willing it to arrive, while sleeping little and worrying much. No matter what activities she moved her body through during those days, her head was full of just one thought. I might be pregnant. Someone on the set would say, "Good morning, Willow," and she'd think, I might be pregnant. A waitress would ask if she'd like broccoli or asparagus with her dinner, and she'd think, I might be pregnant. The night she'd finally worked up the nerve to tell Corbin, the air inside that hotel room had been frigid with loneliness. The sky beyond her window black and pouring rain. She'd felt so sick to her stomach with anxiety that she'd stood in the bathroom for several minutes, eyeing the toilet, wondering if her dinner would stay down. He'd answered her call with an affectionate, "Hey," that had communicated the message that everything was right with the world. Hearing the pitch of his familiar voice caused tears to well in Willow's eyes. All would be well. Why had she hesitated to share her fears with him? She could trust him with this, with anything. She could count on him. "How are you?" "Good. I'm in the back of a limousine on the way to an interview with ESPN, and I have you for a girlfriend, so all in all, my life couldn't get any better." "I forgot about the interview. If this is a bad time, we can talk later." "No, I'm glad you caught me. I'd have hated to miss your call. You're still in Germany, right? It must be late there." "It is." A brief pause. "Is something the matter, Willow? You sound sad." "Not sad, exactly. More like concerned." What a terrific understatement. "About?" The words stuck in her throat. A protective instinct within wanted to keep them unspoken. "Willow, what are you worried about, sweetheart?" "My period is late." Yawning silence. She could hear both the roar of rain outside her hotel and the hum of a radio station playing indie rock music inside his limo. "Are you there?" she asked quietly. "I'm here. How late is your period?" 5 days. "We use protection." "I know. I'm probably not pregnant," she hurried to say. "It's likely that I'm worrying about nothing, but I'm not usually late, and this is, well, starting to consume my thoughts." Another long stretch of quiet, during which Willow watched her pulse beat too fast in her inner wrist. "I'm sorry," he said, but the words held none of the warmth she'd heard when he'd answered her call. She bit her lip, hard. She needed much more from him than "I'm sorry." She was starving for him to reassure her and to tell her not to be afraid and to acknowledge that now was not the perfect time for a baby. He'd never even said, "I love you," and she was waiting for him to say it first, but that he'd be thrilled for her to carry his child, and, now that he thought about it, this was a huge blessing in disguise, and they'd make it work, and the only thing he really wanted in life was to marry her because he loved her like crazy. "I'm sorry" didn't begin to cover it. "And?" she asked. "And what?" Is "I'm sorry" all you have to say?
I don't know what to say. I'm racking my brain. You can't be pregnant.
Her anger flared. Contraceptives aren't 100% effective. The fact is that I can be pregnant. Soft indie rock music answered. She wanted to claw through the space between them and hammer the power button on the limo's radio with her fist. I've wanted to be a mother all my life, she said unsteadily. It was hard to speak while her hopes were swerving downward. I'd never do anything to stop any baby of mine from being born. But the possibility that I could be pregnant now, at this point, is scary, Corbin. I mean, my family, what will they think? And I'm an ambassador for a Christian charity. I talk about my faith all the time in interviews and from the podium at events that Benevolence Worldwide puts together. I'd be shunned by the Christian community if I got pregnant. Benevolence would fire me. You volunteer for Benevolence. They can't fire you. You know what I mean. Benevolence would let me go, and they'd be right to let me go. What kind of role model would I be? You'd be the same role model you've always been. But a pregnancy would prove to the world that I haven't been practicing what I preach. Nobody's perfect, Willow. Tears and hysteria pressed outward from her chest. People think that I am. Who cares what people think? I do. And you do too. The two of us live in a fishbowl, Corbin. She hadn't wanted to explain herself or to argue with him. She just wanted to be comforted. It's crazy to stress about this. You're not pregnant. But what if I am? Corbin? I'm not ready for this. Not ready to be a father? Or not ready to discuss what we're going to do if I'm pregnant? Both. That one word connected with her midsection like a punch. ESPN interview that aired 2 days before Corbin and Willow's breakup. Correspondent: Are you in a relationship at the moment? Corbin:
Yes, I'm in a serious relationship with the Dallas Mustangs.
Correspondent: Chuckle. Let me rephrase. Are you in a dating relationship at the moment? Corbin:
No, not at the moment.
Correspondent: I ask because you've been seen for months now with model Willow Bradford. Corbin:
Willow's great. We're just having fun.
Correspondent: You're not ready to settle down? Corbin:
I might be one day when the right woman comes along. I'm in no hurry. Like I said, my relationship with the Mustangs is pretty serious. It doesn't leave room for much else.
Chapter 11. The afternoon after her visit to Bradford Woods Inlet, Willow sat alone at a table within the Edge of the Woods bakery and tea room. The tea room's peaceful interior, rustic pine floors, whitewashed walls, round tables supporting arrangements of pink peonies and tiny green berries, contrasted with the restless interior of Willow's mind. She hadn't seen Corbin since she'd dashed out of the rehab center 4 days ago like a shopper toward a Black Friday sale. But any minute now, he and Charlotte would be arriving for today's Operation Find Josephine meeting. She'd be forced anew to confront the arch-villain of her life, who was the same person who'd injured himself on Friday protecting her. Dredging up the past at the inlet had helped. As she'd hoped, it had stacked weight onto the why Corbin spells disaster side of the scale, right when the why Corbin might be likable side had begun acquiring weight for the first time in years. She felt rejuvenated in her animosity. As this meeting drew nearer, however, she'd also felt something that slightly resembled anticipation, almost as if she was looking forward to seeing him. She'd been sternly trying to talk herself out of the feeling. With an agitated sigh, she pulled her phone from her purse and brought up crateandbarrel.com. To distract herself, she scanned their tabletop and bar page. All this angst over Corbin was pointless. It wasn't like she was going to do anything with him. She was leaving Washington in just 6 weeks. She lived in L.A. Innkeeper was not her profession. Modeling was her profession. When she'd taken this extended break from modeling, she'd assumed that she simply needed rest and a change of scenery in order to cure her case of burnout. She'd believed that the enthusiasm she'd once had for her career would return in time. So far, it hadn't. In fact, somewhat the opposite had occurred during her 5 months in Merryweather. The more distance she'd gained from modeling, the more distance she'd enjoyed having, and the less interested she was in returning. She still had faith, though, that when she showed up on the set of her first booking after her hiatus, her old enjoyment of modeling would greet her. If that didn't happen, she'd need to reevaluate. She had commitments on her calendar through January, and Willow Elizabeth Bradford did not break her work commitments. Ever. The jobs that were on her calendar, she would absolutely fulfill. The door of the girly tea room swung open to admit Corbin. The scale of his body made the furniture filling the space appear kid-sized. Her breath jammed. He was a whole lot of... a lot. He threaded his way through the space wearing a black sweater and jeans. In his left hand he carried an iPad. A navy blue sling encased his right arm. At this hour, the high tea hour, the restaurant was filled without exception by women. Some of them hushed at the sight of Corbin. Some murmured to their friends. None of them was without a reaction, and all of them tracked Corbin's progress. "Good afternoon," Willow said, setting her phone aside. "Good afternoon." "Where's Charlotte?" He placed his tablet on the table and took the seat opposite her. "It's Jill's birthday, so I dropped Charlotte off at home after PT. They have a celebration planned." "But I suggested we meet here today instead of at the inn for Charlotte. I didn't have any guests checking in, and I thought she'd enjoy coming to the tea room. And yet there's only me." "You have my number now. Why didn't you let me know she wasn't coming?" He raised a brow. "Why do you think?" She swallowed. "It's because I love tea," he said. Humor tugged at her lips. "Frankly, I'm glad for the chance to talk to you about Josephine without Charlotte present. Who are we kidding? The little K-pop lover is just slowing us real detectives down." Willow laughed. An employee set a glass of ice water in front of Corbin and handed him a tiny pink menu. "You'll need to choose a tea flight," Willow said. "Once you do, they'll bring you 3 different types of tea to try." "Sounds like today's my lucky day." "More lucky than you realize, because I'm paying." He cocked his head. "I always pick up the tab, remember?" "I'm paying today to thank you for the other morning." Maybe then they'd be even and she wouldn't have to keep on feeling indebted. "You're buying me a tea flight as a thank you gift?" He appeared to be fighting back laughter. "That and cucumber sandwiches, scones with clotted cream and jelly, and cookies." "That sounds like a thank you punishment." "Just order, you ungrateful sod." A waitress, aged approximately 90, hobbled up to their table. Despite her years, she was not immune to Corbin's charms. She gawked at him like he was her Frank Sinatra. Willow cleared her throat. "I'd like to order the decadent indulgence." "You betcha. Coming right up." Corbin placed his left palm on the table and rose halfway to standing. "Should we kiss here, or would you rather we take it outside?" "Corbin!" She brandished her menu. "I was trying to order a food item." "Oh," he said with false innocence. Willow glanced at their waitress. The older lady was actually blushing. What was the correct protocol? Should she apologize for Corbin's inappropriate suggestion? Before Willow could formulate an apology, the waitress started to giggle. Willow straightened in her seat. "As I was trying to say, I'd like to order the decadent indulgence high tea for 2. "What tea flight would you like, miss?" the older woman asked. "The subtle and sweet flight, please." "And you, sir?" "Do you serve beer?" Corbin asked. A fresh flurry of geriatric giggles erupted at his question. "No," Willow said to him dryly.
They do not serve beer. In that case, I'll have tequila. The waitress chortled. I like you, she said to Corbin. I like you too. How about you just choose a flight for me? Certainly, sir. She ambled off. I can't take you anywhere, Willow said. You can take me outside for that kiss. Let's get down to business, shall we? Corbin eyed her. Have you pressed charges yet against the guy who attacked you? It took Willow a second to adjust to his swift conversational tack change. I met with the police about it. Going in, I wasn't sure if what occurred was enough to merit charges, but it turns out that it constitutes misdemeanor assault, so I pressed charges for that and also filed for a restraining order. She'd taken those steps, in part, because Nora and Britt had encouraged her to do so. Since the attack, Nora had been swinging by Bradford Wood to check on her, and Britt had been supplying her with extra chocolate. Good. You gave the police his license plate number? I did. His name's Todd Hill, and he's from Olympia. The next steps will be the prosecutors. Todd Hill from Olympia isn't one of my favorite people. Nor mine. If you see him anywhere, you'll call the police and me, right? Yes. To the police. Not to calling Corbin, though it was easier to leave that unsaid. She didn't want him wrecking his other shoulder, and she didn't want him doing anything that would give Todd a legitimate reason to sue him. I'm really hoping the assault charge and the restraining order put an end to it. How's your shoulder? Improving. How long do you have to wear the sling? A week total, so just a few more days now. A pause. Do you ask because you're concerned about me? I ask because I'm polite. She clasped her hands together on the table. Let's talk about Josephine. He went to work on his tablet. Charlotte wouldn't part with her Josephine notebook, but she did let me take a picture of her to-do list from our last meeting. They talked through the items listed. They'd both followed up on the things they'd said they'd do, but their efforts hadn't led to any promising new information. I heard from Melinda about the DNA she submitted, Willow said. No hits. He leaned back in his chair. We know that DNA from the bones found near the hiking trail was logged into the system, so if Melinda's DNA turned up no hits, then the bones found near the hiking trail don't belong to Josephine. Exactly. Thanks to this shoulder injury I got while saving your life, I don't remember you saving my life precisely. I haven't been able to work on my house the past few days. So, I've been reading everything I can find online about people who went missing in Washington in the 70s. Did you find any similarities or connections to Josephine's case? No. So then I searched for missing people in Idaho in the 70s, then Oregon, then Montana. Last night, I finally came across a lead. Willow regarded him with surprise. An actual lead? A server brought out cucumber sandwiches on fancy white china plates dotted with periwinkle flowers. Huh, Corbin said as he lifted one of the sandwiches. I didn't know people made food this small. My sandwich is the size of a dog biscuit. The server returned with teacups for each of them. About that lead, Willow prompted. He ate his sandwich in 2 bites while opening the browser on his tablet. He clicked on a bookmarked website, then slid the tablet to Willow. The website appeared to belong to a TV station in Montana. The title read, Thompson Falls Resident Vanished 40 Years Ago Today. A video of a news story that had run on the station was embedded below the title. It showed a still shot of a good-looking blonde man in 70s clothing. Willow scrolled to the article beneath the video. They say in the article the same things they say in the video, Corbin told her. When did this story run? About 1.5 years ago. Willow bent her head to read. Thompson Falls, Montana. 40 years have passed since businessman, rancher, and philanthropist Stan Markham vanished without a trace. Stan, the eldest son of multimillionaire businessman Charles Markham, was a famously private man. After Stan inherited his father's business and his 200,000-acre ranch in northwestern Montana,
He quietly involved himself in numerous charities, civil rights causes, and the political campaigns of Foster Holt and Edward Russell, among others. The 39-year-old father of two disappeared on the morning of April 12, 1977, after leaving home on his way to work. Mr. Markham's case remains unsolved, and the vehicle he was driving the day he went missing has never been discovered. 40 years later, Stan Markham's wife and children are left with far more questions than answers concerning the fate of their beloved husband and father. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Stan Markham, please call the Thompson Falls Police Department. Willow lifted her gaze to Corbin. This man disappeared on the exact same day as Josephine. Yes. What could possibly explain that? Coincidence. Or a connection between Stan and Josephine of some kind, he said. Willow rubbed the tip of her thumb against her plate, thinking, what could connect a wealthy businessman from Montana to a social worker from Washington? Corbin ate another sandwich. Willow looked back over the article. It says here that Stan took part in the political campaigns of Foster Holt and Edward Russell. I'm not familiar with Edward Russell, but I'm very familiar with Foster Holt. Was he one of Washington's senators? He was and still is one of Washington's senators. He lives in Redmond, and he's a legend in these parts. Very well respected. He's one of the longest-sitting senators in history. Back in 1977, he may have been serving his first term. Let's look it up. Corbin searched the senator's name. Both he and Willow bent over the results. You're right, Corbin said. Senator Holt was elected to his first term in 1976. But what does that have to do with Josephine? Nothing. Willow observed downtown Merriweather through the tea room's windows. Beyond a neat row of storefronts and lampposts, she could just catch a glimpse of Nora's historical village. Something tickled the back of her mind, a thought. About Senator Holt? Stan Markham? Josephine? She couldn't quite grab hold of it. Their server returned, setting a 3-tiered tray piled with scones on their table. Ramekins containing clotted cream and black currant jam and their second cups of tea followed. More miniature food, Corbin said. How am I supposed to eat this? Willow moved a scone onto her plate and split it in half. You separate the scone like so, then you spread cream on top of each piece, then you add jelly. Corbin followed her lead. You're doing exactly what I told you to do, Willow observed. How refreshing. He glanced up from the careful concentration he'd focused on spreading cream on his scone. Amusement glinted in the brown depths of his eyes, but seriousness defined the set of his lips. I'll do anything you tell me to do. Always. Her stomach lifted with joy. 1 second stretched into the next before she remembered the correct response. It's more like you'll do anything I tell you not to do. How do I eat this? Tell me that. With a fork? No, with your hands, like a biscuit. They both took a bite of their creations. While chewing, he kept his mouth closed and smiled at her simultaneously. It was fun to introduce the quarterback who'd experienced everything to something entirely new. It was fun to eat a scone with cream and jelly while watching him eat one too. It's possible that, in her organized and responsible life, she'd failed to schedule in enough time for things that were simply fun. It's good, he said. It is, especially with tea. She took a sip. Just as she was setting her teacup back into its saucer, the thought she'd been reaching for earlier came to her. Josephine's charm bracelet. Something about the Stan Markham article had stirred a memory of Josephine's charm bracelet. What, though? She opened the Notes app on her phone and found the page where she'd typed the information Melinda had provided about each of the charms the day they'd met for lunch at the country club. Sand dollar, cross, Liberty Bell. Liberty Bell. That was it. That's what she'd thought of when she'd read about Stan Markham's support of politicians. Do you remember the charm bracelet that was inside the box of Josephine memorabilia? She asked. Corbin nodded. One of the charms on it is the Liberty Bell. Melinda couldn't tell me why Josephine had the Liberty Bell on her bracelet. Obviously, the Liberty Bell represents America, but it's possible that it might represent something more specific, like our government, our leaders, politics.
It's possible. We know that Josephine was quick to support causes. Didn't Melinda tell us that she participated in picket lines?
Yes.
It's not hard for me to imagine her volunteering for political campaigns.
Me either. Senator Holt's campaign would have been mobilizing right in Josephine's backyard. It strikes me as strange that a Montana businessman took an interest in Senator Holt's election, but it's not that much of a stretch to imagine that Josephine might have been involved. I'll call Melinda.
Corbin finished his first scone and went to work doctoring another, while Willow found Melinda in her list of phone contacts. When Corbin's attention wasn't on his scone, she could sense his gaze on her. Melinda answered on the third ring.
Hello? Hi, Melinda, it's Willow. I have a quick question for you if you're not too busy.
Shoot.
Do you happen to know if Josephine worked on the election campaign of Senator Foster Holt in 1976?
A pause. Goodness, I haven't thought about that in years. The answer is yes. She volunteered for his campaign. I can't remember if she made phone calls or knocked on doors or what.
Willow gave Corbin a thumbs-up signal. At last! Progress! Willow told Melinda about Stan Markham.
I've never heard of him.
You didn't see news coverage about his disappearance near the time of Josephine's disappearance?
No, not that I remember.
Willow thanked Melinda, and they disconnected.
So Josephine and Stan both supported the senator's 1976 campaign? Corbin asked.
Yes.
Which means they might have known each other.
Or they might not have, Willow said. Stan lived in Montana, so it could be that he was just a campaign donor. Josephine was a volunteer. She nibbled on her scone, then dabbed her lips with her napkin.
I like how you fold your napkin before putting it back in your lap, Corbin said. You're tidy.
And proud of it. She wished he'd stop looking at her so intensely.
Let's assume for a minute that Stan and Josephine knew each other, he said.
All right. Elections are held in November. So what could have caused Stan and Josephine to disappear 5 months after the campaign ended?
I have no idea. But the fact that they vanished on the same day has me interested.
Me too. What do you think we should do next?
I think we should have a conversation with Senator Holt.
Willow's eyes rounded. You can't just call up a United States senator and schedule a meeting.
Most normal human people can't. But I bet you $100 that Senator Holt will make time in his schedule for me.
Text message from Britt to Willow and Nora. Britt, I'm completely bummed about Xander leaving. Did you know that he's planning to leave for London in 2 weeks, as soon as he fulfills the notice he gave his boss? Why the rush? He just came up with this idea. Willow, you left to go and live in France for 2 years. Remember how supportive he was of you back then?
Britt, it was a lot less depressing when I was the one setting off on the grand adventure. It stinks to be the one left behind.
Nora, sorry I'm just now replying. I zoned out for an hour or two, staring blissfully at my boyfriend.
Britt, bah humbug.
Willow, bah humbug. Nora, think how great this trip will be for Xander, Britt. He's never traveled much, and now he can.
Britt, outwardly, I'm saying and doing all the right, sweet, supportive things. It's just inwardly that I'm in despair. He's my best friend.
Voicemail to Joe Stewart. Mr. Stewart, this is Lisa from Oncology Associates. I see here that you missed your scheduled appointment for a blood draw, and I was calling to reschedule. Please call me back at this number at your convenience. Thanks, and have a great day. Chapter 12. Just because Willow wasn't impressed by Corbin didn't mean that other people weren't. And thank goodness for that. Doors opened for him every direction he turned, which was how he liked it. Corbin had called his publicist from the tea room on Tuesday. His publicist then contacted Senator Holt's people. Not only had the senator made time for Corbin, as Corbin had told Willow he would, but the senator had invited Corbin and Willow to visit him at his home in Redmond, Washington. It was 10:53 on Friday morning. After a drive that had taken them less than 2 hours, they'd arrived 7 minutes ahead of schedule at the stone fence surrounding Senator Holt's property. Corbin could drive short distances with his injured shoulder, but long distances were harder. Willow had insisted on driving to Redmond, and as it turned out, sitting in the passenger seat of her Range Rover came with one big advantage: the freedom to watch her. She was wearing big, round, black sunglasses that made her look like either a movie star or a spy. She had a habit of fidgeting with the stack of bracelets on her wrist, and whenever the cars around her did anything she didn't approve of, the skin between her brows would wrinkle, the kindergarten teacher in her would come out, and she'd talk to the cars as if they were people. She'd say, "Hey, Volvo, why are you swerving?" Or, "It's not your turn, Blue Van." Willow gave their names over the senator's intercom system, and the gates glided open. The drive eventually brought them to a new house pretending to be a mini castle from centuries before. After they'd rung the doorbell, Corbin angled a look at Willow and found that she was already watching him. An earthquake went off within him, simply by meeting her eyes. It had always been like that for him, with her. Immediately, she looked to the door. "Were you just staring at me?" he asked. "While thinking about how much I dislike you," she answered. He chuckled. "You only wish you disliked me." They'd both chosen fancier clothing for today's meeting than what they usually wore. He dressed in suit pants and a dress shirt and his sling. She had on a brown sweater, pants that molded to her knockout legs, and high-heeled ankle boots. There wasn't a single piece of dust or lint on her. Not one lock of her hair was out of place, which gave him the urge to mess up her hair, to tug her sweater off one shoulder, to kiss her. Just about everything about her made him want to kiss her lately. It had been like this at the tea room, too, and during their meeting yesterday at the inn with Charlotte. An elegant older woman answered the door and beckoned them into a marble foyer. She introduced herself as Marjorie Holt. Corbin gave their names and went right to work making small talk with Marjorie. He knew from the reading he'd done over the past 2 days in preparation for this meeting that Marjorie was Foster's wife. They had 5 children, ranging in age from 53 to 43, and 14 grandchildren. The senator was the head of a large family and had himself come from a large family. He was the eldest of 6, raised by wealthy parents here in Redmond. He'd pursued Ivy League undergrad and graduate degrees and hadn't looked back since. He was still going strong at the age of 80. Just as his wife murmured that she'd go and fetch Foster, the senator himself came around the corner wearing a white apron over khakis and a plaid button-down. Tall and lean, he moved with easy coordination. He had a strong, straight nose, a hard jaw, and a full head of white hair. Even with the white hair, he looked 10 or 15 years younger than he was. "Welcome." He shook hands with Corbin. "I'm very glad to meet you, Corbin. I was fortunate to attend the second of your Super Bowls." "Were you happy or sad when we won?" "I'll have to call my lawyer to ask whether or not I can legally disclose that information without incriminating myself." He winked and faced Willow. "This is Willow Bradford," Corbin said. "She's a model and an ambassador for Benevolence Worldwide." "Ah." Senator Holt regarded her with growing recognition as he shook her hand. "Are you related to Garner Bradford?" "Yes, he's my father." "How lovely," Marjorie said. "We've spent time with him and Kathleen on several occasions over the years." "Indeed we have." The senator gestured to the hallway. "Right this way." He unlaced his apron and pulled it over his head as he led them deeper into the house. "I was in the kitchen just now, getting started on preparations for the dinner party Marjorie and I are hosting tonight. When I'm at home, I always try to make time to cook."
"And I always make sure he makes time to cook," Marjorie told them. "He's very good at it." She took her husband's apron. "It was nice to meet you both. I'm on my way out the door to have lunch with a friend. See you in a few hours?" she asked the senator.
"See you then."
Willow and Corbin followed the senator into an office paneled with dark wood. Senator Holt took a seat below an iron chandelier and behind a desk that had to have been 8 feet long. Corbin and Willow sat in the chairs opposite. Most men, after being introduced to Corbin, wanted to talk football first. The senator was no different. Corbin had grown accustomed to answering questions he'd been asked 100 times, to smiling over the mention of his career highlights as if he'd never smiled over them before, to giving out pieces of information about coaches or players or plays and making it sound like the words were coming out of his mouth for the first time. Since he only had to use half his brain to talk football, Corbin used the other half to focus on Willow. She was sitting quietly, her hands in her lap. Foster Holt broadcast good humor, but Corbin could tell that the man was no pushover. There was iron in his eyes, enough of it to have fueled decades of political battles.
"What can I do for you?" Senator Holt finally asked. "My aides mentioned that you had some questions for me."
"We do," Corbin answered.
"We were hoping to talk with you about a woman who volunteered on your very first campaign."
"My first campaign?" The older man's expression took on a nostalgic quality.
"What's the woman's name?"
"Josephine Blake."
"Ah," Foster murmured with surprise. "Is Josephine Blake the one who disappeared?"
"Yes," Willow answered. "She disappeared in April of 1977.
"It was awful what happened to her. She was so young. I got to know a lot of the people who worked with me on that first campaign. If you'd come in and asked about any of the others, I probably would have had a hard time putting a name to a face all these years later. But I do remember Josephine Blake, in large part because of her disappearance. As far as I know, they never did figure out what happened to her. Is that right?"
"That's right," Willow replied. "There are still no answers."
"What a shame. Are either of you related to Josephine?"
"My niece, Charlotte, is related to her." Charlotte had lobbied to skip school and come with them today, but Jill had held firm. "Charlotte's determined to find out what happened to Josephine. She talked Willow and me into helping her."
"I see."
"We recently came across information about a man named Stan Markham," Willow said, "who disappeared the same day that Josephine did. The article mentioned that Stan had been involved in a political campaign of yours. Since you only had one campaign before he vanished, it must have been the 76 campaign, the same one Josephine volunteered on."
"That's right. I remember Stan."
"Do you happen to know whether Stan and Josephine knew each other?" Willow asked.
"They did know each other, yes. Stan lived in Montana, so he wasn't a daily or weekly part of the boots-on-the-ground campaign team. However, he was one of our primary donors, and he also attended some of the campaign planning and strategy sessions. He'd had a hand in the election of Edward Russell, so he had insight and experience to share."
Foster leaned back in his chair, rubbed his jaw, then dropped his hands to his desk blotter.
"Stan came to a few of the fundraising events we held in and around Seattle, including the Gala Ball. Josephine helped plan the fundraisers, so she was at those events too."
His eyes took on a faraway cast.
"I think I even remember them dancing together at the gala because I recall thinking what a striking couple they made. They were good-looking, both of them."
"And both were married," Corbin said.
"Quite right."
"Do you remember hearing about Stan Markham's disappearance?" Willow asked.
"Absolutely. Once I learned of Josephine's disappearance, I began to suspect that something more than friendship may have existed between them."
"You think Josephine and Stan were having an affair?" Corbin asked. I didn't suspect that at all until they both vanished on the same day. The timing of it was what made me wonder if they'd run off together, or, God forbid, whether something tragic had happened to them or between them.
Did you share your suspicions with the police? Corbin asked.
I did, but nothing came of it. I can only suppose that there was no evidence to support my theory.
What do you think about what Senator Holt told us? Corbin asked Willow an hour later. The two of them were walking from her car to a taco joint in Redmond to have lunch. He'd been trying to make sense of the information the senator had given them, to sort it out the way he'd once sorted what his eyes and instincts told him about a defense. I don't love the idea of Josephine having an affair, Willow said.
Me neither.
Especially after reading the letters from Alan to Josephine inside the box. But the senator's theory does make sense. An affair between Stan and Josephine would explain why they disappeared at the same time.
We know that Josephine was rumored to have been having an affair when she went missing, he said.
And as far as we know, if she was having an affair, it wasn't with Keith, the poor guy from her Sunday school class.
If I were a pretty 28-year-old woman who was considering having an affair, I'd choose the handsome multimillionaire from Montana over the Sunday school guy. Just saying.
For once, the sky above them didn't contain a single cloud, only sunshine.
What if they're both alive and living happily on a Caribbean island?
Then that means that they didn't care what kind of agony they put their families through, which means neither of them are very nice people.
The senator's other theory was that a tragedy had happened to them, or between them, Corbin said.
What do you think he meant by that? That their car could have run off the road into a lake or something?
Yes. Or that Stan could have murdered Josephine and then killed himself.
If murder-suicide is on the table, then shouldn't a double murder be on the table too? Willow adjusted her sunglasses as she looked across at him. If Stan and Josephine were having an affair, then Josephine's husband, Alan, would have had motive to kill them both if he discovered them together.
So would Stan's wife.
They walked in silence for a few yards. She was exactly the right height, several inches shorter than he was, but not so short that he felt like he dwarfed her. What should we do next? Willow asked.
As of right now, Senator Holt is the only link we have between Josephine and Stan. So how about you research Senator Holt?
Agreed. But since I'm the CEO of our crime-fighting unit, I think it's only fair that you have a bigger homework assignment than me.
Fine, boss lady. I'll research Stan.
Corbin's attention narrowed on her feet.
Are you avoiding the sidewalk cracks?
What? No.
Yes, you are.
He felt a grin pull at his cheeks. He'd noticed that her strides weren't all the same length. Some were shorter and some longer, because she never set her boots on the seams between pieces of concrete.
You never step on cracks?
Not sidewalk cracks. I'm fine with tile and stone and wood and the rest.
Are you afraid it's bad luck?
Not afraid exactly, just careful. And a tiny bit superstitious.
I'll protect you from bad luck.
You are bad luck, Corbin. He held the door of the taco restaurant open for her. They came to a stop at the counter and read the menu displayed on the wall behind the cash register.
What are you going to order? He asked.
The brisket tacos.
You've ordered brisket tacos at every taco restaurant you've eaten at in the last 5 years, haven't you?
She didn't need to answer. He knew her well enough to know that's exactly what she'd done. I like brisket tacos, she said defensively. What are you getting?
I think I'm going to try the mahi-mahi El Fuego tacos.
Those sound spicy.
Spicy things are sometimes delicious.
He spent the next 5 minutes waving new customers past them while he slowly talked her into trying the El Fuego tacos. They sat at an outdoor table under a bright red umbrella and counted down before biting into their tacos at the same moment. Their gazes locked in an unspoken challenge while they chewed. Tears rushed to Willow's eyes, but she straightened in her seat and stuck it out until she swallowed. After taking a sip of water, she smiled at him. A full smile without any walls between them. The green eyes he'd looked into so often in his dreams blazed with triumph. And then, right then, Corbin knew that he had to win Willow back. He had to. There was nothing that could be done about it. He'd been telling himself not to go there with her again, not to set himself up for disappointment, not to fall for her. But he couldn't support any of that anymore, not for another day. He'd tried. She was graceful and intelligent, kind and independent, calm, yet surprisingly strong. She was an adult, not a child, and she was exactly right for him in too many ways to name, in ways he didn't even understand. He needed her to love him, and so he was going to make sure that she did. He'd experienced this kind of single-minded drive before, when he'd decided to play college ball, when he'd decided to land a contract in the NFL, when he'd decided to win a Super Bowl. He was a focused man. Once he set his mind on something, he only had one gear: forward. It wasn't going to be easy. She hadn't forgiven him for their breakup, and she'd probably rather climb Everest than take him back. He'd need to play his cards exactly right. He'd have to stay one step ahead of her, and he'd have to be patient, which was fine. He wasn't scared of working hard to get what he wanted, and at this point in his life, Willow Bradford was what he wanted. If he could convince her to eat El Fuego tacos, he would convince her to give him another chance. Later that afternoon, Willow and Corbin arrived back at the inn at Bradfordwood. Willow parked her SUV, gratified to see that the inn's grounds were free of crazy stalker fans. Corbin had met her here after she'd finished serving breakfast. They'd driven to Redmond and back, and now it was time for her to get busy baking cookies. Their road trip and time together had come to an end. She should feel gratified that the worst part of her day was behind her. Instead, she had the niggling sensation that the opposite was true, that the best part of her day was now behind her. Corbin slanted his upper body to face her, his expression assessing. "Are you free to come over to my place this weekend? I'd like to cook dinner for you." Was he asking her out? A tingle of what might have been unmitigated pleasure or might have been outright panic slid down the back of her neck. He'd protected her from Todd. He was caring for his dad. He was fantastic with Charlotte. She'd laughed more today than she'd laughed in the past 12 months combined. She could fall into a daydream just looking at him. Yet she could not allow any of that to melt her resolve. "You cook?" "I cook a little. I'm not very good at it." One side of his lips curved with self-deprecation. "I didn't say I wanted to cook a delicious dinner for you. Just a dinner." "I don't think dinner at your house is a good idea." "My dad will be there as a chaperone if you're worried about needing to protect yourself from me." Yes, she needed protection from him, all right. Heart protection. She climbed from the car. He exited the car, too, and waited for her near the front fender. "Come have dinner with me." "Thanks for the offer, but no." She clicked her key fob to lock her car. Placing her purse strap over her shoulder, she took 2 steps in the direction of the inn. "Please?" he said. "No. We're helping Charlotte find Josephine, Corbin. That's it. Nothing more." He didn't reply. He only studied her with an implacable gleam in his dark eyes. She recognized that look. It was the same look he'd once leveled on opposing football teams before mounting a fourth-quarter comeback. Willow experienced a sudden and overwhelming urge to shop for housewares, to shop and shop and shop until she regained her steadiness and sense. Caption beneath photo published on www.celebritygossiponline.com the day of Corbin and Willow's breakup. Just when things were starting to look promising for super couple Corbin Stewart and Willow Bradford, Corbin was spotted at one of Dallas's hottest nightclubs with this mystery woman. It seems that even the stunning Willow Bradford has failed to retain the affection of the NFL's most eligible bachelor. Caption beneath photo published on www.popnews.com 2 days after Corbin and Willow's breakup. It's no surprise to see a beautiful woman on the arm of actor Derek Oliver. In this case, however, the identity of the beautiful woman is somewhat of a surprise. Model Willow Bradford, dazzling in a yellow chiffon Versace gown, has been linked in recent months with Mustangs quarterback Corbin Stewart. Derek and Willow hit the red carpet for the premiere of Derek's new movie, Until Sunset. Does this appearance mean an end to Willow's romance with Corbin and an exciting new beginning with Derek? Text message from Britt to Willow and Nora. Britt: Willow, your ex-boyfriend just invited me, Tristan, and Xander over to his house for dinner Monday night. Nora: He invited John and me too. I wasn't going to mention it. My plan was to send John on Monday and stay home out of loyalty to you, Willow. But since he's invited Britt and her men, you must be coming too, right? Are you and Corbin friends now? Britt: Or is he still a snake? Should we tell Corbin to take his invitation and shove it? Nora: I want to do whatever will cause Willow to keep me on her Christmas list. Britt: I want to go. He said he'll have Monday Night Football playing on his big screen and T-bone steaks on the grill. Also, he's eye candy and a famous football legend and all. He told me he's invited Charlotte's whole family too. Willow: He's a snake. He told me he wanted to cook dinner for me and I said no, so he went behind my back and invited everyone I'm close to except me. Britt: So can I say yes? I want a T-bone steak. Text message from Willow to Corbin. Willow: I hear you're planning a dinner party. Corbin: Hello to you too, boss lady. Willow: Is this a ploy to get me to come to your place for dinner even though I already said I wouldn't? Corbin: Not a ploy so much as a way for me to sweeten my offer. Willow: I'll pass. Corbin: Take pity on me, Willow. I invited your sisters and the Dixons and everyone else just so I could get one person to come. You. Willow: What if everyone in my posse turns your invitation down? Corbin: Why would they? Didn't you hear? I have T-bone steaks. Willow: I heard. Corbin: Do you not like T-bone steaks? Willow: I'm not a fan of any meat that's still holding on to the bones of the animal it came from. Corbin: What would you like to eat? Whatever it is, I'll buy it for you. Willow: You really are hard to say no to, you know that? Corbin: Filet mignon? Chicken? Pork? Cornish game hens? What? Willow: Filet mignon will do very nicely. Corbin: Perfect. See you Monday night. Chapter 13. The Dixon family arrived first for dinner on Monday. Instead of making small talk like a normal person, Charlotte pulled straight the hem of her long-sleeved t-shirt and displayed the writing on it for Corbin to see. Eat, sleep, K-pop, repeat, he read. Where can I order one of those for myself? She giggled, then said firmly to her younger brothers, Quit shoving each other. Lucky Charlotte. Corbin would have liked 2 younger brothers to order around. Come here, boys. Corbin pulled the nearest one in. Corbin's dad hurried forward, eager for his own round of hugs. As soon as Mark and Jill entered into a conversation with his dad and the boys headed in the direction of the backyard to play with Max and Duke, Charlotte positioned herself before Corbin. "Can we hold a quick Operation Find Josephine meeting when Willow gets here?" she asked. "You guys went to Redmond without me, which is really rude since Josephine is my great aunt, and you wouldn't even be looking for her if it weren't for me."
"Hold your horses a second. We wanted you to come to Redmond, but your mom wouldn't let you miss school."
"Then you should have rescheduled."
"Just so you know, puppy, if I'm given a chance to see Willow, I won't reschedule."
The irritation vanished from Charlotte's face. "Oh, wait! Are you guys getting back together?"
"Not yet."
"But you'd like to?"
"I would."
"I knew it!"
She brightened at the juicy bit of gossip.
"You two are perfect for each other. It's kind of gross that you're so old, but it's also kind of nice."
"Gross? Old?"
"I asked Willow if she thought you two would ever date again, and she said no."
"Yeah, Willow's lack of interest in me is confusing. 99 out of 100 women find me irresistible."
"Let me know what I can do, to help things along."
"Will do." The day he'd need a 12-year-old's help with women was the day he'd have no more reasons to live.
"So can we have a meeting when Willow gets here?"
"I guess."
The doorbell rang again. It was Melinda and her husband Walter, who was as quiet and patient as he was bald. Corbin had been studying Josephine's case since he'd last seen Melinda, so when he looked at Melinda now, he recognized hints of Josephine's features that had looked back at him from yellowed newspaper articles and grainy internet images in Melinda's face, which was sort of unsettling. The doorbell. It was Willow's sister Britt and her boyfriend Tristan, who looked like he'd come straight off of a hiking trail. Several minutes later, Xander arrived alone. Where was Willow? Nothing against these people, but he hadn't held this party so he could spend time hanging out with Tristan and Melinda. When he finally opened the door and saw Willow standing on the threshold, he stilled. She stood next to her sister Nora and Corbin's friend John. He barely registered Nora or John. Willow's blonde hair hung loose. She wore a soft gray knit sweater dress, small sparkly earrings, and the usual collection of bracelets around one slender wrist. "Your sling is gone," Willow said.
"Yeah, I graduated out of it."
He was having a hard time locating his train of thought.
"Come on in. Hi, John."
They shook hands.
"Nora, nice to see you again."
"Nice to see you, too." Nora hung her coat on the coat rack near the door. "I love your house."
"Thanks. My dad and I have been working on it. It's still not finished, but I hope it will be soon."
He led them into the great room, where everyone had gathered in front of the huge flat screen showing the last of the Monday Night Football pregame commentary. John and Nora made their way toward Britt. "This space was empty the last time I was here," Willow said. "Now the walls are painted. There's furniture, rugs, a TV."
"After I invited people over, I decided I better have furniture."
"You bought all of this for this dinner party?"
"I was going to have to buy it eventually. This dinner party inspired me to buy it sooner rather than later."
Willow lifted one delicate eyebrow and motioned with her chin to the trays of appetizers spread on both the coffee table and the tall, thin table that stood against the sofa's back. "Something tells me you didn't cook these appetizers."
"I know my limitations."
"You know your limitations?" She made a scoffing sound. "Since when?" He laughed. It was like sun after days of clouds to have her in his house again. He took his first deep breath in what felt like a week. While she was here, his dad's condition couldn't drag him under, his shoulder wouldn't hurt, and he'd be okay with his status as an NFL has-been. "When you invited me over, you said that you wanted to cook for me," she said.
"Right, but then you said you wouldn't come and forced me to invite all these people just to get you here. I can't cook for 15 people.
"You said you were going to grill filet mignon for me."
Her eyes shone with amusement. I said I was going to buy filet mignon for you. Subtle difference.
You hired someone to cook all this.
It wasn't a question. Yes. Easiest phone call I ever made.
Hi, Willow.
Charlotte edged between them, and Corbin was forced to take a few steps back to make room for the girl.
Willow greeted Charlotte with a hug. Corbin said we could meet really quickly about Josephine, Charlotte said. She was carrying her notebook and a pen.
Oh? Corbin shrugged. She guilted me into it.
Jill leaned in their direction and asked, Can Grandma and I join you?
No, Mom. Gosh! Charlotte shot Willow and Corbin a long-suffering expression that said, Parents are such a trial. Jill's laughter trailed them as Corbin led Willow and Charlotte to the downstairs room he'd made into his office. So far, it held a desk, a chair, and several cardboard boxes he hadn't gotten around to unpacking. He offered the chair to Willow. He and Charlotte sat on top of boxes. Charlotte turned pitiful gray eyes on Willow.
Can you fill me in on everything that's happened since I saw you last?
Personally, Corbin thought she was laying the you left me out and hurt my feelings thing on a little too thick. But of course, Willow was compassionate, and Charlotte's shtick worked on her. Willow explained everything the senator had said during their meeting.
As she spoke, Corbin watched how she used her hands, how she gave Charlotte her full attention. He listened to the rise and fall of her voice, and he determined that he was going to have to convince her to talk to him about their breakup. He'd given it a lot of thought over the past few days. The only way forward for them was straight through their past, not around. Willow wasn't going to like it. She'd rather use her anger toward him to keep him at arm's length right up until she left Washington. For that reason, biding his time and trying to win her over gradually was never going to work. Willow fell silent. Corbin waited until Charlotte had finished taking notes, then said, I found some new information on Stan Markham yesterday. You did? Charlotte asked.
A couple of years before he disappeared, he was accused of extortion by a businessman who owned a company that was a competitor of Markham Industries.
What does extortion mean? Charlotte asked.
It means using threats or force to get what you want, Corbin answered. As best as I can figure, Stan and his lawyers settled out of court.
Stan sounds like he might have been kind of mean, Charlotte said. The fact that Stan settled out of court suggests that he may have been guilty, Willow said.
Maybe. Or maybe he was a rich guy who didn't want to be bothered, so he made the charge go away fast.
Have you guys ever been accused of a crime? Charlotte asked.
Never, Willow answered. I plead the fifth, Corbin said.
If Stan was guilty, then that means he wasn't afraid to dabble in illegal things. Willow's eyebrows pinched together as she thought it over. I wonder if he or Josephine could have gotten involved in something illegal or dangerous, and that's what ended up causing their disappearance. Quiet fell as they weighed the possibility. Charlotte wrote in her notebook, Good thinking, Willow.
I'm the one who found new information, Corbin said. So what about good work, Uncle Corbin?
That too, Charlotte mumbled. I also found some new information. Willow gestured to his computer. May I?
Sure.
She opened his internet browser and went to work. Stan isn't the only one with a few skeletons in his closet. Josephine had skeletons in her closet? Charlotte asked. None that I've been able to find, Willow answered. Who are you talking about, then? Senator Foster Holt. Willow rolled the desk chair to the side, revealing the computer screen. She'd pulled up a photo of a brunette with long hair and bangs. The woman in the picture was young, curvy, and attractive by early 1980s standards. When I told Britt that we'd met with Senator Holt, she asked if he was the one who'd been involved in a scandal with one of his staffers. I had no idea what she was talking about, so I looked it up. It turns out that Britt was right. This is the staffer. Willow considered the photo. In 1982, she told a reporter that she'd had a relationship with Senator Holt off and on for a year. The senator hotly denied it. Her history with men was a little on the shady side, so when Senator Holt said she was trying to discredit him for political reasons, people believed him and the whole thing went away. Corbin frowned. Willow turned back to the computer and started typing. Corbin had gotten along well with the senator during their visit. He'd pegged Foster Holt as a man who'd become a public servant for the right reasons. That said, Corbin wasn't in the habit of discounting women who came forward to blow the whistle on famous men. All the biographies he'd read prevented him from allowing himself that knee-jerk reaction. For decades, it had been far too easy for men to say either, "It wasn't rape, it was consensual," or "She's lying." Very often, the public would then make the woman the villain. Willow moved away from the computer again. This time, the screen revealed a picture of a brunette with feathered hair, attractive, probably in her mid-20s. I did some digging and discovered that 3 years after the staffer claimed a relationship with Senator Holt, this woman claimed a relationship with him. The senator and his wife had a full-time nanny, but they'd bring this woman in occasionally to help with their younger kids. She was their relief nanny. "Let me guess," Corbin said. "Senator Holt hotly denied that they'd had a relationship." Hotly. And the whole thing went away. Exactly. Charlotte was blinking and attempting to look as though she was used to discussing potential affairs involving married men. Shortly after he'd signed on to help Charlotte search for Josephine, Corbin had talked with Mark and Jill about how they wanted him and Willow to handle the information in the Josephine box and any other information they might uncover. Charlotte was the one driving this whole thing. She was the one who desperately wanted to solve this mystery. Because she wanted it, Corbin wanted it. He just didn't like that this mystery meant exposing Charlotte to the heavy subjects of missing women and Jane Does and infidelity. Mark and Jill had decided they were fine with Corbin and Willow telling Charlotte the truth, so long as they didn't go into graphic detail and didn't let her look at images that might give her nightmares. Corbin had also agreed to keep Mark and Jill updated on the things he and Willow discussed with Charlotte so they could follow up with conversations at home. Still, there were times when he wished Charlotte had stuck to science homework, clarinet practice, and barking orders at him during his therapy appointments. Willow maneuvered the photos of the two women so they lined up, side by side. "Does anything jump out at you?" A sense of unease sifted through Corbin. Both women look like Josephine. "Oh my gosh," Charlotte breathed. "They do! Oh my gosh." "It seems that the senator may have a type," Corbin said. Willow met his eyes. "I was thinking the same thing." "So now we have another theory to consider." Corbin counted them off on his fingers. 1, Josephine and Stan ran away together. 2, Josephine and Stan died because of an accident or murder-suicide. 3, Josephine and Stan were murdered by a third party. 4, Josephine and Stan were involved in something dangerous and went missing because of it. 5, Josephine and Senator Holt were having an affair. "That last theory doesn't explain why Stan disappeared on the same day as Josephine," Charlotte said. "Not a bad observation," Corbin said. "Thank you." "For a puppy," he added. Charlotte did one of her famous eye rolls. "What should we do next?" she asked Willow. "Yes, boss lady," Corbin grinned. "Enlighten us." "You're a handful, Corbin. You know that?" "So I've been told." "I'm wondering," Willow said, "if the businessman who charged Stan Markham with extortion is still alive. If so, we could contact him." "He's dead," Corbin said. "He died 15 years ago." "Bummer." Charlotte pointed her pen at the computer. "What about these ladies? Are they dead?" "No," Willow answered. "The first woman lives overseas now, but the second one, the nanny, still lives in Washington." "What's her name?" Charlotte asked. "Vicky Goff."
"Should we take Vicky out for coffee?"
Corbin asked Willow. "I'm thinking I should take Vicky out for coffee," Willow answered. "What about me?" Charlotte asked. "I really think I need to talk to Vicky alone," Willow said. "If she agrees to see me at all, it'll be because I'm coming alone and because I'm a fellow woman. Our conversation is going to be uncomfortable no matter what, but less so if I go by myself." Everyone other than Willow received a T-bone steak. When Corbin handed Willow her plate, several of the guests remarked on her gorgeously seared filet mignon. Willow tried to laugh it off while battling an inner attack of sheepishness. This filet marked her as the teacher's pet of the evening. She'd never wanted to be the teacher's pet, not in any class she'd ever been a part of. During her school years, she'd been a well-behaved A-B student, a good influence on her classmates. However, she dreaded the attention and the dislike that came from the role of teacher's pet, so she'd mostly attempted to fly under the radar. Tonight, maybe foolishly, she'd traded the chance to fly under the radar for 6 ounces of filet mignon. Carrying her plate down the length of the island in Corbin's kitchen, she helped herself to the beautiful food. A bowl of green salad dotted with red tomatoes, cucumber, and feta, an urn of mashed potatoes, a platter of grilled asparagus, onion, carrots, and Brussels sprouts. There was even a pot of baked macaroni and cheese for the kids. Food of this caliber did her homemaker's heart good. She tried to catch the eye of the caterer Corbin had hired, a plump woman with a severe ponytail, but the caterer, and the rest of the guests, for that matter, were preoccupied with Corbin. It seemed that Charlotte was the only person present carrying the flag of Team Willow. She settled at the dining table. Unlike some of the other rooms in Corbin's barn house, the dining room was completely finished. It sat adjacent to the kitchen and, like the kitchen, boasted one wall mostly composed of windows. Outside, yard lights illuminated the trees. Inside, a modern trestle table large enough to seat 12 dominated the space. A card table covered with a white tablecloth had been set up in the room's corner for the kids. When Jill instructed Charlotte to join her brothers there, the preteen girl responded as though she'd been riddled with buckshot. Corbin took his place at the head of the table and saved the seat beside him for his dad. As they ate, Corbin kept the conversation going by asking questions, joking, telling stories, and rising to refill glasses. He made dealing with a group of people, many of whom he didn't know well, look incredibly easy. "I'm not going to carry the flag of Team Corbin," Willow repeated over and over to herself while enjoying her amazing steak. Unfortunately for her, though, 3 different factors were working together to erode her resistance to Corbin on this particular night. 1, his house. Willow couldn't fathom how he'd stumbled upon a house so perfect for her. With her help, it could become an absolute gem. 2, Corbin's treatment of his dad. She'd watched Corbin bring his dad out of his shell by easing the older man into discussions with various guests. He'd carried his dad's drink and pulled out his dad's chair. Corbin had quietly corrected his dad when his dad had gotten Xander's name wrong. He'd slipped a few different medications onto his dad's napkin. Looking out for his dad almost seemed to be something Corbin did unconsciously, like it was second nature. Which made her wonder, just how long had Corbin been looking out for Joe? For the last few years since Joe had come to live with him? Since Corbin started playing for the NFL? Since Corbin's teenage years? Since Corbin's childhood? 3, Charlotte's family was eroding Willow's resistance. She'd spent a good part of her evening observing Jill and Mark with their kids. Mark had ginger coloring, stood a good 5 inches shorter than his cousin Corbin, and looked like a dad and an architect, and not at all like an NFL quarterback. In addition to Charlotte, Mark and Jill had 2 sons, Liam, who was 10, and Brady, 7. The Dixons weren't a perfect family. For one thing, the boys appeared to have enough energy to power Seattle's electrical grid. Earlier, Brady had climbed onto an ottoman in Corbin's living room, taken a running jump off of it, landed in a karate roll, and come up with one sneaker against the wall, which had left a scuff mark. Jill had rushed to correct the boy, while Mark had obliviously continued his conversation with John. Liam had been coughing and sniffing all evening. And Charlotte had authority issues. So, no, they weren't perfect. Their family was real and authentic and messy and close-knit. The Dixons were everything Willow had ever wanted for herself and never been able to achieve. She wanted a son who did karate rolls, and a son who had a cough, and a daughter with authority issues, and an oblivious husband of her own. She always had. Yet she was now 31 years old. She'd grown leery of men. She'd started to doubt whether she'd been dreaming the right dream in the first place. She knew very well that her deep longing for a family of her own had the potential to become a weakness. She might be tempted to settle for the wrong guy again, like she had with Corbin, or veer away from God's plan for her if it turned out that his plan didn't include a husband or a family. But if his plan didn't include a husband or a family, then why had he placed this particular desire in her heart in the first place? Maybe he hadn't. Maybe it was her biological mom's departure from her life that had created this desire. Willow took a bite of salad and looked up to see Xander watching Britt and Tristan while listening to something Nora was saying. Horizontal creases marred his forehead. Xander had never avoided any of Britt's boyfriends. If he'd stayed away from Britt during each of her relationships, he hardly ever would have seen her. So he'd found a way to coexist with Britt's boyfriends, which said a lot about Xander. It must have been torturous for him at times to befriend the guys who had caught the interest of the woman he loved. But he'd done it, over and over. Willow had been hoping that Britt might come to her senses about Xander before his departure for London. But with time running out, that possibility looked unlikely. The guests finished dinner and reassembled in the great room to either watch, talk over, or ignore the Monday night game, depending on their interest in football. When Corbin asked Willow if she'd lend him a hand with dessert, she followed him to the kitchen. He lifted a dish of cut strawberries out of the refrigerator and set it next to a cake frosted with swirls of white frosting. "That looks incredible." She rested a hand on her already full stomach and mentally tried to gauge how much room she had left for cake. "How are you planning to serve it? Did you want everyone to come in here to fill their plates? Or we can take it into the great room. I didn't react well 4 years ago when you told me you were afraid you were pregnant." Corbin faced her, hip against the island, arms crossed. Heat rushed to her cheeks. What? Silence exploded around them. She'd been thinking about cake, but now the words he'd just spoken had snatched the thought away. She fought to keep her balance, because the ground beneath her feet suddenly seemed as unstable as the deck of a ship in a storm. Was dessert just a ruse to get me in here? Yes. Corbin, she chided. I know you don't want to talk about why we broke up. You're right, I don't. But I do, he said. Avoid. You know what? I'll just take this into the dining room. She reached for the cake. He placed a hand on the cake stand to anchor it in place. Uncertainty stilled her. Great Scott! She did not want to talk about the conversation they'd had when she'd been in that hotel room in Germany or any of the rest of it. Should she turn and walk from the room? I get that you hate this subject, he said, his voice reasonable. I get that. Gone was the easygoing irreverence that so often characterized him. He gazed at her with utter seriousness. No smokescreen, no shield. It's important to me, though. Really important to me that we talk about it. Every time I see you, what happened between us is the elephant in the room. I'm sick of it." What was wrong with elephants? She had no problem with their elephant. In fact, she'd prefer to keep it between them as a buffer. "I'm asking for 5 minutes of your time," he said. "Will you please talk to me about it for 5 minutes?" Her conscience pricked, reminding her of the passage in the Bible that instructed her to leave her gift on the altar if she remembered that another had an issue with her, to reconcile, and then to return and offer the gift. It was easy to agree with that instruction during a Sunday school lesson. Much harder to put it into practice. Her throat went tight. "Okay." His big shoulders relaxed slightly. "Thank you." He pressed his fingers into the front pocket of his jeans. The austerity of his simple charcoal sweater suited the clean angles of his face and the auburn brown of his short hair. "Like I was saying, I didn't react well when you called to tell me you were afraid you were pregnant." "That I agree with," she said stiffly. "You didn't react well. You kept telling me I wasn't pregnant." He waited for her to say more. "I didn't confide in you that day because I wanted to argue with you about whether or not I was pregnant," she said. "I confided in you because I wanted you to comfort me." "I hear you." "I think—" His exhale held remorse. "I think I was trying to comfort us both the way that made sense to me in that moment by telling you that you weren't pregnant." "Were you trying to comfort me when you said you weren't ready? Because the last thing a woman who might be pregnant wants to hear from her boyfriend is that he's not ready." "I don't have an excuse for anything I said during that conversation, Willow. Everything I said was just plain stupid." His brows formed a straight line. "When you called, I was in the back of a limo on the way to a TV interview." "Yes, but right when you picked up, I told you we could talk another time." "I know. I should have taken you up on it. When you mentioned pregnancy, it came out of left field and it sort of knocked the wind out of me. I wish I'd taken time to think before I responded. I wish I'd asked you how you felt about it." Up until that phone conversation, Willow had believed him to be someone she could trust. Despite his track record with women and the fact that her agent and one of her fellow model friends both had reservations about him, she'd been secure in his affection. His reaction over the phone that night had fractured a relationship that she'd perceived to be a solid rock. "I'm guessing the pregnancy scare knocked the wind out of you too," he said. "You have no idea how much. Before you came along, I was certain that I hadn't inherited any of my mother's wildness. I was self-righteous about it, even. Then we started dating, and I realized that I'd been wrong before. I was susceptible to all of her weaknesses. When my period was late, it was like history was repeating itself." He waited. "My parents conceived me outside of marriage, and now I, of all people, had made the same mistake, even though I'd spent my whole life wishing I wasn't illegitimate. I couldn't believe I'd been that foolish." He studied her. "These would have been good things for me to know back then." "You didn't ask." "No, and then I gave the interview, which didn't help matters." "My memory is fuzzy. Is that when you denied being in a dating relationship?" she asked. "Something like that." "And then said you'd consider settling down someday when the right woman came along?" "Your memory doesn't seem all that fuzzy to me," he said wryly. "No," she answered, the one word as sharp as an icicle. The second blow to their romance, the interview, had aired the day after their doomed phone call. By then, she'd traveled to Frankfurt International Airport and was sitting inside a restaurant within the terminal, awaiting her flight home. When she'd first started streaming the interview on her computer, she'd felt shaky and angry. However, as she'd watched the interview unfold and listened to Corbin's voice through her earbuds, she'd begun to thaw. He answered the reporter's questions with intelligence and humor, and he looked fabulous while doing so. The quarterback on screen was her boyfriend, and very likely her future husband, too. She started to tell herself that his bad response over the phone didn't have to spell disaster. Then the interviewer had asked him about her point blank, and, in response, he'd discarded their romance unequivocally. The difference between her own private hopes for their relationship and his public answers could not have been more pronounced. Sitting in that terminal, struggling to keep her body language neutral so the travelers surrounding her wouldn't know her world was coming apart, she'd realized just how gullible she'd been. A dozen more fractures had run through the rock of their relationship. Willow? She let the memory of the Frankfurt airport and the computer screen and the disillusionment fall. Corbin, 4 years older now than when she'd loved him, but with every bit of his magnetism intact, stood motionless before her. Old hurts and longings simmered between them. "In that interview, it appeared that you didn't care about me at all," she said. "I cared." Over the thrum of her pulse in her ears, she registered the whir of the refrigerator and a cheer from those watching football in the den. "I've always tried to keep my private life private," he said, "especially when I was dating you, especially with that reporter on that day." She'd known he was private. He'd almost never said anything to reporters about his dad or his upbringing, for example, but that didn't mean, when given an opportunity to validate their relationship, that he had the right to throw her under the bus. "The reporter already knew about us. He asked you about me specifically. It wasn't as if keeping me secret was an option." "I wanted you to be mine, Willow. Just mine." Intensity rolled from him. "Reporters and cameras watched everything I did on the field, and I was fine with that, but I didn't want to share you." "That's how you spun it when we talked after the interview. But I've never believed that's the whole reason behind your interview answers. I think you denied dating me because when I told you I might be pregnant, your instinctive reaction was to distance yourself from me." He scowled. "Be honest," Willow said. "You don't have anything to lose or gain by telling me the truth at this point. How much of what you said in the interview was motivated by a desire to distance yourself from me?" "A little, maybe. Our phone call sent me reeling." "Why? Why do you think it sent you reeling to the degree that it did?" She found she desperately wanted to know. Suddenly, she understood why he'd insisted on dragging their past back out. He'd insisted because now that they were in each other's lives again, so was all this mess. What had happened between them wasn't gone. Here it still was, raw and tender and without closure. "I guess it sent me reeling because my own parents weren't exactly equipped to raise me," he said. "I didn't want to put a child through that." She bristled. "I have a lot of flaws, but I'm not ill-equipped." "No, you're not. And neither am I. I would have loved and supported you and the baby." Yes, and all three of them would have lived in a house made out of sugar cubes next to a river of maple syrup. But what you actually did was get drunk at a nightclub. 2 days after the TV interview, Willow had woken in her own bed in L.A., heartsick and still racked with worry about the possibility of a pregnancy. By then, she'd been 1 week late, and she'd made up her mind to take a pregnancy test, no matter how much it scared her, and face the answer it gave. Since before she'd left Germany, Corbin had been calling and texting her to ask for an update on the possible pregnancy and to apologize and to explain. She'd taken a few of his phone calls and replied to a few of his texts. The rest she'd left unanswered. She'd been watching TV in her pajamas when the third blow to their relationship had been dealt. Her publicist had texted her a picture of Corbin exiting a Dallas nightclub. The photographer had captured Corbin, who'd been wearing a shirt Willow had purchased for him, looking right at the camera with concern. A pretty, young, black-haired woman in a tiny dress had slung her arm around his neck. She was laughing up at him, a martini glass dangling from her manicured hand. Willow's stomach had dropped when she'd seen that picture. Envy and betrayal had carved into her. "A few of the guys from the team asked me to go out with them that night," Corbin said. "And you said yes because you were still reeling," Willow supplied. She remembered the version of events he'd given her over the phone the day the photograph had been published. "You made a mistake and had a few too many." "Yes." "You don't even remember the name of the woman who was hanging on you in the picture." "No, I don't." "And you didn't do anything with her." "No." "And yet you were leaving the club with her." "I wasn't leaving the club with her. It was hot and loud inside. I was stepping outside to get some fresh air when she tossed her arm around me." "See, I still have no idea if that's truly what happened or not." "That's exactly what happened." "Even if that's the case, your choices are still suspect. You decided to go out clubbing, to get drunk, and to let a woman hang on you." "You're right." "At that stage, it didn't even matter what your intentions were toward that woman because I couldn't believe anything you said." The photograph sent so many more fractures through their relationship that there'd been nothing left to build on. As soon as she saw that photo, she called him and told him they were through. She'd been very quick to fall in love with him, and he'd been very quick to let her down the minute they'd faced their first trial. When a pregnancy test informed her that she wasn't pregnant, the rock of her romance with Corbin had already become dust. It was too late to salvage it. Corbin, though, had continued to try. He'd believed they could fix it. He'd wanted to do whatever it took to fix it. She'd remained furiously immovable in her resolve, even going so far as to accept Derek Oliver's invitation to his movie premiere. Derek was gorgeous, well-behaved, and best of all, had no power whatsoever over her emotions. After the storm Corbin had put her through, it had been blissful to feel nothing more than indifference for Derek. She'd let Corbin find out about Derek the way she'd found out about his nightclub photo, through others. When Corbin had reached her by phone the morning after the premiere, she'd told him that she regretted their entire relationship. Meeting him, sleeping with him, and every moment in between. She'd known her words had hurt him, and she'd been glad they had. Then she'd lain on her bed and sobbed. It had been their final conversation. "Why couldn't you forgive me?" Corbin asked. "Because your actions were unforgivable." She held that response back because, was that really true? Had his actions been unforgivable? "Be honest," he said, serving her own words from earlier back to her. "You don't have anything to lose or gain from telling me the truth at this point." She reached back through time to recall where her head had been the day she'd broken up with him. "I knew it was wrong to have sex with you." She didn't like to think, and definitely didn't like to speak aloud about the physical side of their romance. But he'd asked her to be honest, and this was her truth. "For months, I'd known we couldn't continue like we had been without God stepping in to separate us. When things started to unravel between us, It seemed to me that judgment had finally come, and it was nothing less than we deserved. He stared at her gravely. I realize that's probably hard for you to understand, she said, because you're not a Christian.
I am, actually.
I'm a Christian. Excuse me?
Since February.
She blinked at him.
It's true. If they issued ID cards to Christians, I'd show you my ID card.
Corbin had aced secular living. He'd been born with more than his share of athletic ability, determination, charm, and good looks. He'd enjoyed every worldly benefit that had come to him because of those qualities. Corbin, was a Christian?
I'm new at it, he said. I'm a long way from figuring it out.
Surprised.